Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Council members, can you please have a seat? Mr. B.A.?
You're gonna get some water, you all right? I'll just throw it on the bench. Oh, when you finish, you can get some and put it right there.
Piénsalo bien. Aquí hay mucho.
She said she's gonna sign it for you.
29, that's fine. We'll handle it. Don't worry about it. It will be taken care of. You think we're retarded?
Is Mr. Hernandez here? Hernandez? Okay, don't leave, okay? All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what you're all coming out here today, but I want you guys to know, and I truly, honestly am saying this, you all look beautiful out there. Please continue to come to our meetings. Share with us your concerns, your happiness, your sadness, your advice, okay? But please also, as we respect you, please respect this body, which is the legislative body. I'm going to call the meeting to order, but I am going to please let you know there is no screaming out. As a council member is speaking, no shouting out. So I'm going to ask once again that we all have a certain decorum in this council. It's the same way you go into a court and you don't disrespect the judge, you have to come here and respect the legislative body. So, Madam Clerk, good evening. If you are here on a matter, we have, I believe, 4 items for second reading. And we will have a public hearing. You will only speak on that, so you understand, if it's ordinance number 1 and you have a concern about that, then you're going to speak upon that. If you want to speak on ordinance number 2, then you will get up and speak. When we say the public hearing is now open for item number 2, you'll be able to get up. Everyone has 3 minutes to speak, and once the 3 minutes are up, you wrap up. If you continue to speak, I will turn off the microphone. Madam Clerk, good evening.
Good evening, Madam President.
On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of the Municipal Council. The meeting of the City Council will now come to order. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of June 11, 2019 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Present.
Councilwoman Khan.
Here.
Councilman Jackson.
Here.
Councilman Khalid.
Present.
Councilman McCoy. Here. Councilman Mims. Here. Councilman Rivera.
Here.
Councilman Velez.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Madam President.
Present.
Thank you. Madam President and honorable council member, this evening we have with us to render the prayer Deputy Presiding Bishop Arthur Brett, and he's a pastor of the Church of Jesus Christ in Paterson. And also to lead us in the flag salute would be the Honorable William C. McCoy, Councilman of the 3rd Ward. Everyone, please rise for the prayer.
Before I pray, I want to focus on the scripture. 2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 1. I exhort, therefore, that first all supplication, prayers, intercession, and giving of thanks be made for all men, for kings, and for all those in authority, that we may lead a quiet and peaceable life and in all godliness and honesty. For this is good and acceptable in the sight of God our Savior, who will have all men to be saved and to come into the knowledge of truth. 1 Corinthians chapter 14, verse 40. Let all things be done decently and in order. Let us pray. Almighty God, as we gather this evening in this council session, we invite your presence as the council members convene, O God, to administer over the business of the city. We ask that you'll grant them wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, O God, to guide the affairs of the city, and even in managing the process of this meeting. We also ask for prayer for the mayor of the city and all heads of department. We ask, Lord God, that you will guide in all things, that our lives will be made good. This we ask in your name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
At this time, before you seat, I'd like to take a moment of silence for our troops, any loved ones that have passed on, any colleagues, co-workers. This time, I'd like a moment of silence. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Council President, let me just take a moment to thank my deputy presiding bishop, Bishop Brett, who's also my brother-in-law. So I'm under much pressure to give him good recognition. But he and my older brother, who's the presiding bishop, will be overseeing the 48th International Holy Convocation right here in Paterson, 2935 Hilden Avenue, for the time June 23rd through June 30th. And we're inviting all of Paterson to come out and hear inspiring word and great fellowship. So you have a flyer out there. Mr. Ernie Rucker will be there, not all night, but most days, along with Councilman Jackson, who represents the First Ward. Councilwoman Cotton, as council president, have already set the precedent of being to the convocation. So, Madam President, you have your direction. I'm sure you'll, and you've been there before as councilwoman, absolutely. So we invite you to the convocation, all right? God bless you and thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Madam Clerk, can you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Madam President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2018 to 2019. Meeting date, June 11, 2019, time 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2018 to 2019 on or about July 1st, 2018. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2018 to 2019 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2018 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, the Arabic Voice, Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Cascada International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, and the City Post News, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2018 to 2019 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcement of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2018 to 2019 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
At this time, I'd like to take a motion for payment of bills.
Payment of bills for June 11, 2019. We had total payments of $4,585,916.82. There was no payroll this time.
Second.
Okay, motion was moved for payment of bills by Councilman Rivera, second by Councilman Abdelaziz. Roll call for payment of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for payment of bills in the amount of $4,585,916.82. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy? Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
Thank you. The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'll take the consent agenda,
Yes, Madam President.
items 6 through 34.
Next item on the agenda is our consent agenda items. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbered 6 through 34.
Move.
Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on consent agenda 6 through 34.
Yes, Madam President. Councilman Velez. Roll call on items 6 through 34 on the consent agenda. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Councilman Abdelaziz,
Consent
consent agenda.
Thank you. Councilman Cotton. Councilwoman.
Consent agenda.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy. Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Items 6 through 34 on the consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, at this time, I'm going to take item number 2, the public hearing. Do you call it, do you
Next,
read it in first, or?
yeah, I have to read it to the record.
Okay, read it
first.
into the record. and
Next
then-
item on the agenda is our second reading ordinances, item number 2. Item number 2 for second reading, public hearing is required. And item number 2 reads, an ordinance establishing an angled parking zone on 21st Avenue between Madison Avenue and Summit Street. Department of Public Works, ordinance 19030.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's moved by Councilman Abdelaziz and second by Councilman Kalik. The public hearing is now open specifically and only for item number 2. I don't know how many speakers, I don't know if there's a big group, if there's, a speaker that wants to speak on behalf of the group. So, I need the person who's signing up. I don't know why they're signing up. This is. The public hearing is now open for item number 2. Good evening.
When it was first introduced for first reading. The seniors on 21st Ave received a promise from this council, from Councilman Velez and Councilman Alaziz, for them to meet with them prior to this being heard for second reading today. Well, that meeting never took place. This council made a promise until that meeting took place you would do no further action on the project for 21st Ave. But let me also clarify one thing. I understand the issue on 21st Ave. I've lived in this town a very long time, and I understand the parking issue. But we cannot ignore our seniors in this city. I said it last time I was here, and I'm gonna say it again. When we start excusing things and ignoring our seniors, we do ourselves a disservice. There was a promise made. I want to know what happened to that promise and what happened to that meeting. Now, I thought when I came back here this time, when it went back on the agenda, that the meeting would have already taken place, some kind of agreement would have been made, but that did not happen. And those of you that voted for the first reading agreed that before you move any further on 21st Ave, that a meeting would take place first. Now, we hold you by your word. That's all we have. In this world, if your word is not good enough, then I can no longer trust anyone that gave their word. Seniors are mistreated in this city too often. And I'm very close to being senior myself. And I'm not allowing anybody to disrespect me like I'm not going to allow you to disrespect them. They were promised a meeting. They were promised that people were going to tell them what the deal was. The engineer was going to be there. And from what I understand, that was ignored. So I'm asking this council to honor your word. The meeting did not take place. The vote should not take place tonight. That's what you said. That's what you said. That's not what we said. That's what you said. Now, I know that we have this tendency to say anything to get people to shut up. But we're not shutting up. We want the meeting to take place, then the vote can take place. But give these seniors the courtesy of keeping your word. Now, when election time comes around, you'll be running to these seniors, looking for their votes. One of the most solid voting blocks in the city of Paterson are seniors. And it's time that we respect them for what they give back. Now, do we keep fooling our seniors, or do we keep our word? Do we keep our word? What happened to the meeting, Councilman Velez? What happened to the meeting, Councilman Alaziz? Those questions need to be answered before you decide to vote on anything on 21st Ave. A meeting must be conducted. Thank you.
Next speaker. Next speaker. Next speaker.
Hi, Council. I represent, my name is Bill Priestley. I represent Paterson Governor Towers, all the seniors. The reason we're here, we're scared to cross the avenue as it is. We need to know what's going to protect us from crossing, what's going to protect us with all this traffic. There's a lot of means in here. We're scared. Right now, they're scared to move. Look at how many seniors we have here. This is only partial. A lot can't make it because they're handicapped. They're all nervous because they catch buses, they catch, we have ambulances, sirens, everything that comes down that street. But the problem is, crossing the avenue there, it's very hard for these seniors. 6 people been hit in the last 4 years. 2 years ago, it was a hit and run. It hit 2 ladies, older ladies. But none of this has been reported. I don't know why. We're scared to cross that street. And we get more traffic, it's gonna get worse. We need to know, what are you gonna do for us too, if this happens? How are we gonna be protected? What are you gonna do for us? I heard about bumps, I heard humps and everything else, lights and everything, but really, what is in the program for us that's gonna happen? That's all I can say. We need to know, and there should be another meeting. Thank you.
Next speaker. Can you please hold your claps, please? Next speaker.
before I'm on the clock, I want to give out some evidence here. You guys all have. That's for copies for all council members.
She want to
Sorry,
hand
that's
over.
for the copies for all the council members before I start, so you could know what I'm talking about. So I'm presenting to you 518 petitions signed by residents of Paterson, 5th, 6th, all of Paterson, right here, saying that they're totally against this. That's number one. I want to thank everybody that came out, 5th, 6th Ward residents, my neighbors, my friends, to come out here. My name is Martha Licivia. I reside at 333 20th Avenue for 42 years. I've seen stores come and go on 21st Avenue, but I've also seen permanent residents stay there loyally paying their rent and their taxes. Residents stay, businesses come and go. This is about businesses to create 45 more parking spaces for business owners to get customers. What about us, the residents? Let's put aside the safety. Madison Avenue is the main entrance to Paterson. Right off the bat, on a left-hand turn, you're gonna make it into a one-way to create parking spots for some of the stores. So the stores on that one-way path, right, consist of the Boys and Girls Club, they have parking. Banana King, they have parking. Manny's Auto Parts, they have parking. Gianella's Bakery, they have parking. Paddy Wagon has parking. TD Bank has parking. Mike Milk Plus has parking. Tony's Pharmacy has parking. Wells Fargo has parking. So you're gonna create parking for Elsa Martinez store and the Chinese restaurant and a few little stores and one little path. That's ridiculous, and you're gonna jeopardize everybody's safety. Unacceptable. I have pictures of 21st Avenue of a tractor trailer coming off of Route 80, right off of Route 80 onto Summer Street. And it made a right-hand turn to drive all the way up 21st Avenue. So what's he gonna do when he can't go up 21st Avenue? He's gonna ride on 20th Avenue and kill all my seniors, all my friends, all my neighbors. That's really sad. Just for 45 more parking spaces? Wow. Okay. So we should worry about all the liquor stores on 21st Avenue. There's more than 4 or 5 in 1 mile radius. So all those liquor, I'm on a timer, I'm sorry. All those liquor stores bring alcoholics, hanging out, passing out on 21st Avenue. And the garbage. What are we worried about? All the drugs, the violence that's happening on 21st Avenue. Just the other day, June 6th, last Thursday, at 7:40, I'm in my backyard barbecuing, and I hear a noise. A van pulls up, some guys get out, and they start beating the crap out of some guy that he bled to death just about on the ground. I had to call 911. 2 cops came. You need an ambulance? Of course. I don't know if he's alive or not. So the ambulance came, they took him to the hospital. I hope and I pray that he's alive. 2 police officers came. There was no report. Nobody asked me if I saw anything. So we're worrying about 45 more parking spots. What about the violence that's happening all through our city? Everybody's getting shot. All the lives that we're losing. Well, and who did this parking?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Victoria Okendo, 4th Ward, Paterson, New Jersey.
Good evening.
I'm here with respect to the second reading of the agenda of turning 21st Avenue into a one-way. First and foremost, how does one person come out of their
Council
lane?
President, this ordinance is for the angle parking, so for public.
Parking.
This is for angle parking, not one way.
I'll get back to you on that. 21st Avenue parking between Madison and Summer Street. Again, continuing to see agendas to accommodate passerbyers. People who will just come for what, 45 minutes? Never mind the people who are permanently in that area that you will inconvenience. How do you make a decision like that that will impact the lives of people without keeping your word? I'm watching in our city men and women be of many words, but men and women never being of that word. You continue to say rhetoric that you do not intend to fulfill. How do we expect change when there's no policy change? When there's no policy change, the only thing that change are the suits and the dresses. Before you make this decision, it's only fair. We're talking about being fair, sitting down and staring in the eyes of the people that you are going to directly impact with this decision. How often do you pass through this way? How often do you park in this area? Because a lot of the times we push agendas that will have absolutely no effect on us.
Victoria, Ming is asking for you not to speak so close because it comes out muffled.
Sorry.
It distorts the
At the end of the
message.
day, please keep your word and put this vote off until you respectfully speak with the residents that are going to be impacted by this decision. Nobody's asking for anything for you to be other than fair. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Doris Whitaker, 334 20th Ave. I'm also here again, because I was here a couple of weeks ago speaking on this very same subject. I commend the ladies that were before me. They spoke well. The less I have to say, but I concur greatly with them. I'm also not only a senior citizen, I'm a handicapped senior citizen. And I don't think it's fair that money takes over the lives of those of us, the senior citizens presented here, and myself, and others in the neighborhood who are also senior citizens. What's going to happen when we try to park our cars? Yes, most of us do have handicap parking. But with traffic is going to be in the way of us also. It's bad enough now. I mentioned that when I was here before. Fair is fair. Yes, folk do need to make money, but we also have to have safe lives also. It's not always about money. It's about respect for other folks' rights, especially the senior citizens who couldn't even come to the meeting this evening. Think about that. I don't have to repeat what I said last time, but it seems like I'm beginning to repeat myself, and it's not fair. Why don't you folks come and see how traffic is now? And I mentioned that before. See how traffic is now. What's going to happen with traffic once Main Street in there is one way? Granted, there are a few of us who have handicapped parking spaces, and most of us have driveways. What's going to happen when you try to get out your driveway or get in your driveway or get in your handicapped parking space? Think beyond what these folks want to do for themselves. Think about the seniors who pay taxes and or pay rent in the area. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Kimmy Freeman. Ready? I have a different opinion on this, and I hope people don't get upset with me, but I'm a professional driver. I've been driving cabs and limos for 20 years. I'm very familiar with this particular area. My mother lived on Chestnut Street. I went to Boys Club for 6 years. I know some of the business people that are on 21st Ave. And before, I would say 5 years ago, you didn't have as many businesses. And let me say this, we don't have as many cars. So what I did was, like the lady just said right there, I went out there 2 hours, 1 hour, and at night. I counted every car. And according to my statistics, going one way that you propose, 500 cars per hour. Cars going up 21st Ave, 400 cars an hour. That's 900 cars per hour if you keep the two-way. Those are facts. Numbers don't lie. I feel sorry for the senior citizen lady who's having a problem with her parking there, but I think the 45 parking spaces would probably alleviate some of that parking. All right? I went to every single business there also, and only one business said no. I hear people back here, I had a little discussion back here, they're talking about State Street, Manelli's, Banana King. That's not the problem. The problem is Madison Ave, East 19th Street, Martin Street. That's where the problem is. And you have pedestrians who, I was out there 2 hours, I saw cars turning left and almost hit, I don't know, I lost count almost, because these cars are coming left, trying to get on Madison Ave, going up. We're proposing going down. And I saw many pedestrians who were at risk. Now, I have 3 senior citizens and relatives that live in the Governor Towers. I also have 3 relatives that live on State Street apartment right next to the school. I went out there too and watched the school buses and everything else. This is what I do. I don't work until the afternoon. Today I had to work this morning driving somebody, driving lemons. And I counted the buses, the cars, and stuff like that. And some of the things that some people are saying, I understand that, but let's deal with the facts. Let's deal with facts, all right? And stuff that's going to happen, that one way is going to happen on 21st Ave, will have some effect on 20th Ave. That's no doubt. But what you got right now is total chaos. And I ask anybody here who disagrees with me, and I guess everybody does, go out there and stand out there 2 hours and count the cars. Count the cars. Count the cars. And you know what? I love senior citizens too, but it's not going to affect the seniors. The way you have it two-way now, I mean, 21st Ave is not, it's going to be chaos.
Thank you.
All right? It's chaos now. All right?
Thank you
Yeah.
very much. This will be the last speaker.
Hi, good evening. My name is Yvonne Quinones, and I'm off of 20th Street, off of 21. And I do have a bit of a problem with it going one way, especially 21st Ave. It does affect me, although that I am not within the vicinity, because I do travel 21st Ave every day, up and down. However, I do see what it is that you're trying to alleviate, but this traffic, it's mainly because of the businesses. You have too many businesses there. There's nowhere to park. So people that do come and use the eateries there are not able to park anywhere but on the street. Then you have the people that are loading trucks and unloading that are bringing goods to the stores. They have to double park. So this is where the congestion comes in. So there's got to be another way to alleviate instead of making it a one-way. I do understand also that you do have more cars on the road, granted. But then what about getting a space, one of these spaces, make a parking lot, put meters up, and do it? Hackensack does it. They did it. It works. And you alleviate all these people that are trying to get into these businesses. You know what? You get them into that parking lot, you still make your money, and everybody wins. How about that? I mean, there are other avenues. You guys got to look into other avenues instead of just making a decision without considering your residents. I've been here all my life. And you know what? I've seen the big difference. So again, that'll be entirely up to you, but you guys got to take other avenues and look at other things before making an approval. I wasn't aware of it until this weekend. I didn't know. How does it affect me? I live off of 21st Ave. Yes, it does affect me. I travel 21st Ave. I travel 20th Ave, but I travel 21st Ave more. So, I mean, I'm just one person. You got to talk to everyone within. You can't just go and base it on you guys. Come on. And an engineer, you don't need to be a rocket scientist. I do understand what the man said before me. Oh, you know what? He stood out there for 2 hours. I travel there every day. In the morning, in the middle of the day, at night. It's ridiculous. And it's all due to the businesses that are there. It's overwhelming. So, other avenues. And it's my suggestion. So I speak for my peers as well. And that's it. And thank you.
Thank you very much.
See no one more to
Public portion is
close.
not- portion is now closed, moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 2.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing, item number 2, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy. Yes. Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Before I vote, can I make a statement or afterwards? Okay. Oh, I'll move to close. Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 9 in favor, none against. The public hearing is hereby closed on item number 2.
Okay. At this time, we're going to move to vote. You can make your statement as you're voting. Roll call,
Discussion,
Madam Clerk.
Yes.
discussion for a minute is because, Madam
Discussion by
President,
Councilman Velez.
the reason I'm calling it a discussion is because there was a question on the floor, one of the residents of Paterson, Ernest Rucker. And I had to clarify that question, answer that question. Yes, the council and the council president agreed to put in the agenda into a meeting take place. And yes, this meeting.
Councilman? No. I agreed to wait.
Oh, okay,
The councilman of the 6th Ward had various meetings, 4 meetings. And when members came here, I agreed to wait. Okay, so we waited a month. We put this back on for the second reading, and so when I hear members say, oh, you're lying to the community, that is not true. I didn't lie to the community. We as a body did not lie to the community. Second, okay, I was specific, so we can't say we did not tell about this meeting because in that meeting a month ago, we determined that today was going to be the second reading, and it was advertised as such.
Correct.
All right.
And you're correct. And this is total different thing that you put on the floor. Regarding 4 meetings with the constituent, the 6th Ward and the School 25 or whatever they had in their ward is one thing. When this came to this chamber to discussion, we had an agreement and the public was here that you was gonna put it in the agenda, but a meeting had to take place with the residents of the 5th Ward and the 6th Ward.
That was actually something for you to do.
Correct.
Yes.
So I'm here to bring and deliver what happened since that point in the last meeting that we agreed in to meet. And that meeting that was here, the agreement was on May 28th that we agreed to have a meeting with the constituent of the 5th Ward and 6th Ward regarding this. May 31st, I left a message to Councilman Abdelaziz on his phone. He didn't respond back. On June 4, I had a conversation with Councilman Abdelaziz, and I advised him that I had a place neutral for the 6th and 5th Ward residents to meet with him and myself and in the engineering of Parking Authority. Mr. Abdelaziz decided to tell me over the phone that he don't need it to meet with the constituent of the 5th Ward. That is my call to meet with them. I tell him that it's not fair to meet with me myself, that the meeting was to call between the two council and the residents to explain more in detail what's going on with Tony Perez. He said he needed to meet with them. I decided to cancel the meeting and have different meeting with them over the phone, et cetera, and move on for today's meeting. I did spoke to Tony Perez regarding that meeting. Mr. Tony Perez stated that if Councilman Abdelaziz would not be in the meeting, there was no need that he rebuttal any opposition from the constituent, and
Hold
that
on.
he willing to
Councilman, I'm sorry.
move forward with.
Councilman Velez?
yeah.
You just mentioned someone that is not here, all
No,
right?
I'm telling you what transpired conversation.
No. The reason why I'm saying that is because before this meeting, I was in a meeting with the Parking Authority Director, and specifically on this, and I actually even asked him to come. Unfortunately, because of a prior commitment, he could not be here. But he specifically said he totally supports this. It is not 45 spots, it is 60 spots, okay? And he fully supports the change of this. And this is something that has been in request for years, not something, and when I hear, constituents talk about businesses, I'm shocked even to hear that, because these businesses give jobs to our Pattersonians.
Well,
These businesses
hold on.
pay taxes as well. And just so you know, these businesses, excuse me, I'm speaking. And these same businesses, these owners, they live on 21st Ave. I see them all here. So it's very shocking to me to hear that. But with that said, and excuse me, if someone else screams out, I'm gonna have you taken out. I gave you the respect when you were speaking. Please give us the same respect.
Council President.
Well, Council President, can I finish my thought?
Yes, finish your thought,
Let
and
me
then I'm
finish.
gonna have
Let me
Councilman
finish.
Rivera.
I respect that you had a conversation, when you say a week ago or after?
No, today.
Oh,
I
so-
came from a meeting with him.
Okay, so today I had a meeting with Tony Perez at 1:45, and I spoke with him 8 minutes and 58 seconds. What I'm trying to say here is that every avenue that I used to get this constituents informed with Tony Perez, with the councilman, have been disregarded. Now, they're here, we are in the last hour now to prove it. I just want you to listen to them, please understand them. If I told the individuals that live in 20th Avenue and the lady that spoke, how many residents in the 6th Ward are here, and not only that, all the signatures are here, residents from the 6th Ward also, from both sides, against this proposal. Now, if I say 5th Ward, 21st Avenue residents that are approving in favor of this, probably 6 or 7 individuals going to stand. But now I have a community that is concerned from the 5th and the 6th. And somebody told me, just for last one, leave.
Councilman,
Somebody
I need you
told
to
me-
wrap up, Councilman.
I gotta wrap up. Somebody tell me, why should I get involved? Yes, whatever affects the 5th Ward, I gotta get involved.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilman. Councilman Rivera? Councilman Rivera.
So, Ernie, and the minutes are made to the public. I remember my statement at that time. I suggested, I'm a council at large. I was also interested in this meeting. I attended almost every meeting that Councilman Abdelaziz held at the Boys and Girls Club, where we had all the professionals that were hired to do the study to see how it was gonna affect 21st Avenue and 20th Avenue. So it's not like this was planned without taking any regards to the effect it was gonna have on 20th Ave. I wanna make that clear. Second of all, we asked the 5th Ward Councilman to set up this meeting in which I wanted to attend. I didn't want to go over his head, being a council at large, and set up that meeting. And it's in the minutes. Everything I'm saying could be corroborated by the minutes, right? That meeting never took place. I was disturbed by what I heard right now. Councilman Velez just stated that he left Councilman Abdelaziz a voicemail. I've been here at almost a year. It's going to be a year, July 1st. And none of my council colleagues have asked me to attend the meeting and leave a voicemail. We either get an email or we get a text message. Now you're saying you spoke to him before you say you left a voicemail. But
Okay.
listen, I got the floor right. I got the floor right
I
now.
said I never
No
won't
back
say-
and forth.
Will you let me speak, please?
I
No
let-
back and
no,
forth.
I left a voicemail and I spoke to him.
Please, council members, no back and forth. Councilman Rivera has the floor.
So we gave it a month, Ernie, and I'm sorry I'm addressing you. It's out of respect because you quoted us on something. We gave the councilman, we told the councilman set up the meeting. Meeting never took place. And it's disturbing when you start, if I'm ever going to address the public, I could commit a mistake maybe one time, but if I don't remember for sure what took place, I will not say something took place that didn't. And myself, I thought I was acting responsibly when I attended all this meeting. We involved all this wasn't a decision just made by the council. We involved the parking authority and all the experts on the area of traffic. I'm not an expert.
Engineer, city engineer.
City engineer who also attended. So listen, I'm not gonna prolong this, but when you have one of my colleagues try to make me look like I'm irresponsible by taking an action in favor of one section over the other, I take exception to that.
Ernie, there's no rebuttal. Ernie, there's no.
He mentioned my name, so I must answer
But
this.
Ernie, you were.
You're correct what you just said. You're totally correct. What I was mentioning was what was said here in this council, that the meeting would take place, they both agreed on it. They both agreed to have a joint meeting with the 21st Avenue. What the council said was, quote unquote, we will wait until the meeting is done before we vote on
Okay.
this on second
That-
reading.
okay.
It did not happen.
Okay. All right. Okay, council members. Council members.
Council
Madam
President,
Clerk?
Council President,
Can you speak when you vote? Can you please?
I mean, we're in a discussion, I'd rather speak during the discussion.
Okay, Councilman
I mean,
Jackson.
I
After
have-
Councilman Jackson, Madam Clerk, I want a roll call.
I have some concerns for Councilman Velez. Mr. Rucker, and I'm not addressing you specifically so you can respond, but that's not how I recall it unfolding. In fact, the vote was tabled for
A month.
the previous regular meeting in order to give room to accommodate that meeting. I took phone calls from members of the Fifth Ward, residents of 20th Avenue. I'm the councilman of the First Ward, but I attended the meetings that took place in regard to this because I was asked to come and hear some of the specifics from the professionals. What's concerning, and the reason why I want to address this during discussion, Council President, is Councilman Velez just said that he planned the meeting, but then he canceled it. But the concerns of the public, he said, Mr. Perez said, he claimed that Mr. Perez refused to come to the meeting, so he negated to put the meeting in place. But I was under the impression the concerns was to meet with the public, not to meet with that's what he said. He just said, Mr. Perez said he wasn't going to meet with the public, so he disregarded the meeting to say there was no need to meet with the public if Mr. Perez wasn't going to come, which, because Mr. Perez isn't here, I find that hard to believe. I know Mr. Perez very well. He's willing to meet with anyone in the city that has any concerns regarding any project. Furthermore, what I would like to address is we all have to acknowledge that Paterson, right now, as Mr. Freeman indicated, we're expounding without expanding the footprint or expanding the bandwidth. We have to now look at options that's going to make better traffic control. We haven't had one option be presented by the councilman of the Fifth Ward or anyone else. We're just saying, don't do this. We're just saying,
No
don't do
talking
this.
out, please.
So,
Please.
So the issue is, Mr. Rucker, that the residents on 20th Avenue, the seniors, have been complaining for decades to get certain things in place. Speed humps, we have residents all over the city. Mr. Lynch comes in and complained about speed humps all the time. Miraculously, he was able to get one on Paterson Avenue. This is a measure in which we can get those items that the residents on 20th Avenue have been requesting and get it paid for by the parking authority, because obviously the city does not have the means in which to provide these things. So I'm in full agreement. The residents that live in that building do need protection. They should have the luxury of being able to safely travel across that street. So we need those crossing measures in place. We need the speed hump. We need the lighting. We need the traffic controls. How do we plan to get them if we don't have a situation like this where there's an option for it to be paid for? And that responsibility should fall on the shoulders of the councilman of the Fifth Ward to say, here is where we would like, this is what we would like to see. Not do it. We got to do something. We have to do something. And I've asked the residents, so what is the option? What are the options? First and foremost, we've had professionals weigh in on this, do traffic studies. And they've studied the traffic on 20th Avenue as well. They studied the impact. So unless we have another option, because based on the outcries of the public, I am inclined to definitely fulfill the wishes and table it. But the councilman has put in such a great deal of work when the other councilman negated to do his job and failed to meet the needs of the residents in his ward. Explain it any other way. He had an opportunity. It was tabled for a month.
Councilman?
It was tabled for a month, and
Councilman
he failed
Jackson.
to meet those needs.
Councilman Jackson. Okay, we're good. Please, Councilman, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes, Madam
On
President.
item number 2.
Roll call on item number 2 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I just want to state a few facts about this initiative. I'm not going to get involved in the he said, she said, well, I heard, this, that. That's not the way I like to do business. When I got elected and appointed onto the city council, my constituents reached out to me with their issue. 21st Ave, 20th Ave, you hear the same thing: parking, traffic, pedestrian safety. And what do I do as a council person? I go meet with my constituents and let me see how we can fix this problem. I didn't go home and pull out a drawing board and start drawing parking spaces and traffic patterns. I reached out to the parking authority. And the parking authority commissioned a study. Just like anything in the United States of America, they do studies. From Route 80 to your local roads, the traffic engineers put a study together and they give us recommendations. I had 4 meetings with my residents. Yes, predominantly 6th Ward residents, and I will admit to that. I'm the 6th Ward councilman. I had 4 meetings with my residents. Then, I have a town hall open to the public in the 6th Ward. And these are facts, and I'm going to just state the facts, and I'm not going to say what he said or she said. The councilman of the 5th Ward, prior to my last town halls, knew about this plan. Now, I'm a proactive guy. That was 2 or 3 months ago. So why are we at the 11th hour? Why didn't the councilman in the 5th Ward meet with his constituents 2 or 3 months ago? He saw the plans. It involved his ward because when those plans came in, 20th Ave had enhancements. If this was only about 21st Ave, they would have never done a study on 20th Ave. So the councilman knew about this study and knew about this initiative 3 months ago. Those are facts. Secondly, we're at the point, and like I said, my constituents want things done. And when I heard their issue, I reached out to the parking authority. We could sit here today and let this go by and nothing happens. Guess what happens tomorrow? The residents on 21st Ave will call about traffic and parking. The residents on 20th Ave will still say they're getting hit by cars, and then we'll sit down and the status quo will still means we fail our residents. That's what will happen if this doesn't go through. We can sit on our hands and nothing gets done. And guess what? I'm still going to get calls from 20th Ave saying I can't cross the street. I'm still going to get calls from 21st Ave. And we can sit on our hands and this council can take no action at all. And exactly, no one has done nothing in 5 years, and now we have a plan. So you have a plan in place that's going to improve pedestrian safety. Council President, we have plans in place for pedestrian safety. We gave
No speaking out loud. Come on, Ernie.
Madam President, we gave a month, and every council person could have met with the residents. I've met with my residents. The councilman of the 5th Ward could have met with his residents.
I did.
That's his ward. He could have reached out and had his meeting. Al Abdelaziz is not the guy that controls this. The mayor met with the president of Governor's Towers and gave him his commitment to improve the pedestrian safety. The residents have reached out to me, and I've met with them personally. I've done my due diligence. I've been open and transparent. Those are the facts, colleagues. And one last thing. The only alternative seems to do nothing. And doing nothing, I find, rarely accomplishes anything. Let's give this a try out to improve pedestrian safety on 20th Ave, because right now, they have none. Without this plan, they will not get speed humps. Without this plan, they will not get the pedestrian safety. Without and finally, when I hear that 21st Ave is about businesses, there are more residents that live on 21st Ave than probably any other avenue along the People's Park section. Every floor, second, third, and fourth floor, has apartments, and those are residents. I fight for my residents, and they need relief. And this plan, instead of sitting on my hands and doing nothing and letting people complain, I'm gonna put action. And my vote is yes, Council President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman, yes.
I just want to make it straight that I've been here for 6 years, going on 7 years, and 21st Avenue has never come before me until the last few weeks, the last month or so.
Right.
So I want to make it clear, it did not come before us to do anything. And I just want to say that when they talked about 21st Avenue, the vote was May 14th. My understanding was, when I left that meeting, when I left our council meeting that night, that they were going to have a meeting. We put it off until June 11th, which was 4 weeks later, to make sure there was a meeting put in place for the residents that had concern. Your job here as a council person is to get along. You better work together and figure out how you got to put something together. If you need me to come in your ward, that's fine. If I have to go in your ward, that's fine. But my understanding, and let me just say, I had a meeting, and I believe you still do things the old-fashioned way. And I thank God for my husband, my daughter, my son, because I need them sometime to put out flyers. Everybody's not on Facebook. We don't have a phone system in place here that we can call all our residents that's in our ward to say, I need you to come to a meeting, I need you to show up. I had to do a one-way on Rosa Parks Boulevard. And before I did that, I said, let me contact all the residents. My husband, in the rain, with his friend, did a 16-block area and put a flyer in everybody's mailbox from Lafayette, from King Street all the way to Lion Street, from Mercer Street all the way to the railroad track. That was the only way that I could make sure that they came to the meeting to discuss what I needed to do. Once I did that, and I sent it to, my engineer sent it down, come to find out it was not right. So there's things that I think that needs to be done, and I thought that a month later, there would have been a meeting. That's all, because May 14th to June 11th, there was supposed to be a meeting with the constituents. If you got to bring both wards together, that's what it takes to bring them both together. My understanding is that the parking authority did this. 20th Ave should have been included in the study too. If they're gonna, to me, it should have been included in there. Right now, I have a big concern, and I sent it over to my traffic study with my seniors on Rosa Parks Boulevard. Those cars are flying from Lafayette Street to 12th Avenue. They're flying. So I got to try to make a four-way stop or something to slow that up before it gets on top of that hill. But that's with the help of the engineer, the traffic engineer. I would put flyers out. If I don't use my husband or my daughter, I use kids. You know, you have to give kids a little few dollars, you know, so they can pay their phone bill. But you have to be able to get the message out. You know, you got to get the message out, because everybody is not on social media to be able to see all of this stuff. So I thought that it would have been a meeting by now. And I said before, and I told all my council members, you know, we're here as council people to make all of us be good council people. It's not about who is better than the other. It's about us all working together to make it the best for all. So at this point now, by them not having a meeting, which I thought would have came forward, my vote is no. Thank you.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
There is no action taken by this council that cannot be undone.
Very
There's
good.
no action that's put in place by this council that cannot be undone. If we stand stagnant and do nothing, we will never know if this measure is going to work. Paterson must begin to start looking to do different things. Our city has yet to begin to progress. This is a progressive measure. It's looking to do something different to alleviate some of the traffic measures. And if the residents of 20th Avenue, after this measure is in place, find that this is something that's not working, the council can easily revisit it. You can so rechange it. The road was two-way before. It was being made into a one-way. Now it can be redone. Every action by this council, nothing is permanent. The council has the ability to revisit it and make sure that we go back if it's not working. But you must do something. You cannot sit stagnant and just expect for circumstances to change without taking certain action. Lastly, Councilwoman Cotton, you're absolutely right. It is our job, our duty, to make sure that we do the best job to keep our residents informed, in the loop, and take their concerns and bring them back to have some cooperative options. Right now, the councilman in the Fifth Ward isn't presenting any options. He's not presenting any alternatives. He's just saying we should not be progressive and move forward. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have professionals in place, from traffic engineer to city engineer.
We can't talk, Councilman, one moment. I'm gonna ask you once again, please, when a council member is speaking, we need silence. I'm gonna ask the two officers. You're gonna remove anyone that starts talking, please. Councilman Kalik.
This is the suggestion of the professionals. We have a professional in place that suggested that we do this for the safety of the 20th Ave and 21st Ave. Okay, this is the suggestion from the professional, and I take those suggestions greatly. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy?
Let me be very, very clear, and I've said it from the very beginning. I think it's a creative recommendation. I think it's a bold initiative. It's either going to work well or it's going to be horrible. Because of the potential impact from the beginning, this is about governance. We're not kings, we're not lords, we're council members. It's about governance, meaning that we're taking the best interests of the people in hand and giving them the solutions that they want. It was clear to me that our intention was allow some time to pass, to allow for the conversation and the meetings to be had so that we could address the concerns of 20th Avenue at the same time we're addressing the issues of 21st Avenue. Nothing in these resolutions address 20th Ave. We have made an assertion that the mayor has given his commitment to do X, Y, and Z to offset the impact. That's not here before us. I think what the residents have been asking for, and trust me, I'm not saying it's bad, I'm not saying it shouldn't happen. I'm saying the process is broken. And we should take the time to do it the right way. So at the end of this thing, when we make a decision, everybody's well informed and we took everybody's concerns into consideration. We haven't done that. And I think no good can come out of a broken cistern, a broken process. So for that reason, my vote is no. I cannot support the resolution at this time in this format. I'll be more than willing to reconsider it, having gone through a process where the residents, those who are impacted, would have a full say in how we govern this matter.
Thank you.
So my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Good evening. So one of the things I think is very important, and I think Councilman McCoy alluded to it, is the fact that we have to make sure that we always do our due diligence of doing things right the first time. We don't have to wait to do it and then say it didn't work and then we have to reverse it. We have to consider every avenue. We have to consider the residents. We have to consider the seniors, the traffic study, and then, by the way, businesses. But we also have to consider that there's 4 schools in that area, and we have to consider our children. So let me go backwards. There was a study done initially by our parking authority, which is an outside entity for the city. I made a recommendation after our meeting where it was stated that there would be a meeting between, which I recommended, and other council members as well, that the 5th and 6th Ward council members will come together and meet with the constituents, because many residents of 5th and 6th Ward came to the meeting, which you can request a copy of the tape. You will see it, and we got 200 signatures at that time to let us know that they had no idea what was about to happen. So this meeting was pushed to June 11th to allow that to happen. At this time, that meeting did not happen. That's number 1. Number 2, the original traffic study was only for 21st Ave. I made a recommendation to the administration, which they adhered to do a traffic study from our department where we pay an engineering consultant $1 million. I said, why do we go to an outside entity when we're paying a consultant $1 million to do the work? So after I made the request through our administration, we got the recommendations back for 20th and 21st Ave. On tonight's agenda, it still only states 21st Ave. I heard it stated that the mayor possibly had said he would do some stuff, but I don't go by what someone says. When I'm a legislator, it has to be in writing. When our residents speak about wanting to know, and I'm not saying the idea is not bad, but when our residents are begging us to allow them to listen to the plans, hear the plans. I eat on 21st Ave. I visit 21st Ave, so it's nothing against businesses. But there's some other creative ideas we could think about. There's a bank on the corner that has a huge parking lot that's locked. Have we talked to them to find out, is that a way we can work out an agreement to park? There's so many things that we could do if there was a delay to talk to our residents. So when it comes to votes, making sure that businesses are heard, residents are heard, our children are heard. We have 518 signatures before us outside of this large group that's here with signs of people that live in Governor Towers that may not be able to walk. They may be in wheelchairs. They cannot speak. We have children that are in the public and the charter schools in that area that can't come out tonight. So when we sit here, we are a voice for them, and I cannot shove down anyone's throat an idea that has not been properly vetted to our residents. Our business owners matter, our senior citizens matter, our children matter, and most importantly, the residents of the city of Paterson, they matter. And until this gets properly voted, and let me be clear, tonight is second reading. If this gets approved, right, if it gets approved tonight, 20 days after the approval, this is going into effect. So I want you to be clear. 20 days after this vote, I did not initiate this vote. I am not supporting it tonight because it was not properly vetted, and it was stated that it would be done. And because it was not done, we did not take into consideration. No one has to tell me to come to the area to visit. I'm there all the time. Many business owners, residents, you see me there. I'm always over there. So I'm not going against one against the other. I want to find out what would happen with our police and fire. We had a major fire on Madison Ave about 2 months ago. We had a lot of fire trucks out there, police out there, and we have families that almost lost their lives. And I saw the communities of 20th and 21st Ave come together to take care of the residents that lost everything. So what happens if there's a fire? What happens if there's a police emergency? What happens if one of our children has an issue in the school, and because we felt this was great, without considering the voices of our residents, and we approve this, and a catastrophe happens? Warning always comes before destruction. The voices of the people serve as a warning. It serves as a yellow light before we go to the next step. My vote on tonight, my vote always will be in the stead of what's right for our community. My vote is absolutely no.
Councilman Rivera?
So let me just say that one of my complaints while I was running for office is that the city haven't changed in a long time. People are afraid to make changes in this city. We did the responsible thing. We met just to correct some of the statements that were made. And the reason some of the statements are maybe made incorrectly is because the only ones that were at this meeting were Councilman Abdelaziz, Council President Davila, Councilman from the first ward. Although it doesn't affect his ward, he made his time to go. Okay, you give me the courtesy at least to speak. Mike Jackson and myself, where we had the traffic engineer for the city of Paterson. Once again, the traffic engineer from the city of Paterson. In this meeting, we discussed how this was going to affect 21st Ave and 20th Avenue. The reason that discussion took place is because they said that the traffic that usually make a left on 21st Avenue will be diverted to 20th Avenue. So all these statements that are made are not accurate. Once again, look at the minutes from the last meeting, last time we discussed this. Last time we discussed this, I said that I'm looking forward to that meeting with the constituents of the 5th Ward and these towers. But Councilman Velez, I asked him, it's on the minutes, asked him to put the meeting together so we could be there at that meeting. You don't wait for the last hour to try to set up a meeting. All that does is holding up the city's progress. Now, we passed this today, let's say. Like Councilwoman stated, it might take 20 days for it to, actually it's not gonna be 20 days. There's gonna take some time to get this done. Now, if this has a drastic effect, if the predictions, if the recommendation from the professionals are wrong, we could always put it back the way it was. It's not like we're putting a building in the middle of 21st Ave. A lot of things don't get done in this city because people just don't want to make tough decisions sometimes. I waited for this meeting to be done. Again, 4 council members attended some of these meetings. 4 council members. The mayor was there. A whole bunch of people from 20th Ave and the 6th Ward were there. So again, I gave the opportunity for the 5th Ward councilman to do this meeting so we could all, listen to 21st Avenue and 20th Avenue. And he never set that up. Someone passed a comment right now that this thing wasn't on the work, that the other council members never brought it to the floor. Let me just remind somebody. Let me just remind you all. Last time that Councilman Morris was here, in his last meeting, he actually made a recommendation to council members to learn how to count. So as a legislator, if I feel I don't have the vote to get something accomplished, you think I will bring it up here to embarrass and waste people's time? No. I would try to get support from my colleagues. If the idea is good, you will get support from your colleagues. At that time, the council member at that time could not get the support, which is now the mayor, probably not get the support. Maybe they didn't work with the parking authority back then.
Councilman, don't say that because you weren't here and you don't know how it goes. Don't say things that you don't know anything
All right.
about. That's not
so-
true.
okay.
That is not true.
Okay. All right, so like I stated previously, I leave it at that, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Thank
Okay,
you.
come on.
Thank you, Councilman.
We need to
Fabio.
have an order.
Point of order. If I heard his statement, he had to sit down and listen mine too, because it's not fair. It's not fair, Council President. He mentioned me in his statement, so it's fair for me to clarify what he said. And it's not fair for this people, for the constituents here, that he get up and he spoke and not listen what I have to say.
Councilman, Councilman,
All right.
Councilman, we don't tell
Okay,
people to
thank
sit
you.
and
No,
get
I'm not
up
saying to
and-
sit it, that's if
All
he
right.
wants.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so.
Go ahead, Councilman.
So, thank you, and patiently I was listening to all my colleagues in my right, and I just want to bring a little bit more facts. I'm not gonna say that I gotta get offended when other colleagues say that I have not done the diligence work to inform my community. But yes, I did. This was all over the news. May 14, 2019, Paterson traffic plan worries senior citizen. Who was there orientating the seniors? Councilman Velez. Councilman Velez, once again, and I gotta say it loud and clear, made a respectful call to my colleague, Adel Aziz. The call was missed. I left a message. He didn't call back. I call him back again another day and say, I have the place, the time, a neutral place to meet with the constituent of the 5th Ward and the 6th. And to be fair, I look for a place that is not the senior building, okay, for everybody could meet in peacefully to explain the plan with engineering. He just told me that it was my constitution, that I could meet with them to make an arrangement with Tony Perez to bring him to that meeting. Finally, I called Tony Perez. Tony Perez told me that if the councilman is not available, then he cannot conduct a meeting because it was not fair for him to get the opposition and not get everybody on the table. So my constitution, I told Bill Presley that was in charge and Martha with the seniors, okay, that they took initiative themselves to collect the signature. I did not tell them to collect signature. That was all the work from the seniors that live there and the 6th Ward. Now, they true, and they could confirm this, and Adel Aziz, my colleague, confirmed this. One of my statements was to him and to my constitution that it was not fair to put the 6th and the 5th in a battle, that things could be resolved, putting this on the side, think about what we could do in other aspects, and move forward in the future. Yes, the minutes are there, and people that was here could recall this. I said, if you're gonna put 21st Avenue one way, why not put 20th Avenue one way too? Okay, that's one of the recommendations. The other recommendation I made is, why not put East 19th Street one way going to 20th Avenue, because the individual that was trying to cross to 21st Avenue and the traffic hold the traffic because they stay in the middle of the road and all the traffic backed up, okay? The other thing is, the crossing, the crosswalk on 21st Avenue. The residents on 21st Avenue could know who paint the crosswalk there every corner, every year, and retouch them. Councilman Velez with the DPW direction, okay? So crosswalks are done. Traffic signals are done. The problem is here is 20 Avenue have 4 traffic lights, okay? Speed bump by state is not qualified to put a speed hump because they are too close, one light to the other. Then it's gonna be more congestion. It is congestion right now. We receive traffic from the 5th Ward resident going to 20th Avenue and from the 21st Avenue resident going to 20th Avenue. We have a big church on the corner of Martin and 20th Avenue with more than 200 cars every weekend coming out. We have 250 vehicles coming from the Governor Towers, plus the bus, plus the New Jersey Transit route that goes to 20th Avenue, plus the emergency vehicle that goes through there, okay? It's real congested right now as we speak, okay? Now, if that don't speak by itself, let me tell you something, then I'm blind. I go there, I sleep there. Meanwhile, people are sleeping, I'm driving around my ward, checking my ward, and doing the right thing. Now, when people say that I don't communicate with my constitution, I'm not gonna get offended. They are the evidence. I talk to them, I call them, and we have a good communication. And let me tell you something. 20th Avenue residents from Governor Towers are here, but also they are here from the border of the 6th Ward and the signatures that I see here, okay? The signature, I went one by one through them, and they are residents from 21st Avenue, they are residents from Lewis Street from 6th Ward, Martin Street from 6th Ward. Janela's expressed themselves that they against it. Claxon Auto Party signed the petition also that they against it. Other business are against it. We cannot be ignorance in something that is not going to work. Now, my colleagues presented more facts. They show us this plan about the crosswalk, those traffic signals that you see there. They could get installed without changing 21st Avenue one way. The responsibility of the city and the county is to maintain our roads, our crosswalk with the proper signs. They don't need 21st Avenue one way. Do it, and that's it. Put the sign that they have to put in there. Last but not least, before my vote, since the last meeting, we had 10 accidents on 20th Avenue in the intersection from East 21st up to Straight Street. Since the last meeting that we had here. New Jersey Transit goes through there. School route is through there. There's a lot of aspects I could say that 21st Avenue is going to be more congested than it is right now. So, listen, my vote is totally no.
Madam President.
So we're a body of 9. And we can agree to disagree. And today I can tell you that I respect every council member's vote. It's their vote, okay? When I go to sleep at night, I go to sleep comfortably because I feel that I've done the best that I believe I can do. Today, I feel like, there's been several messages given to the seniors that we don't care. And we do care. The mayor was the 6th Ward councilman for 10 years. When I came on board 5 years ago, I was approached by many 21st Ave business owners. There's a few of them in here right now. But I didn't have the support, just like the mayor did not have the support while he was here 10 years. Because we all got to know that in order for something to pass, you need 5 votes. So at the time, the mayor did not have the support to be able to get it done. This conversation has been ongoing for years. We now have an elected councilman of the 6th Ward with a lot of energy and a lot of might, and no one can tell me that he does not care about his constituents in the 6th Ward or the city of Paterson, as he is born and raised in this city. So no one can tell me that. So today we're not going to leave. I hope the seniors don't leave thinking they don't care. So let's talk about the things I heard about the professionals not being involved. So Councilman Abdulaziz, I'm the council president, right? He brings this up to my attention. Council President, I'd like this to move forward. I want you to come to these meetings. I'm having these meetings. He put out his notices for his constituency to come. He had 4. The meeting that I attended had the mayor in support of this, had the parking director, Tony Perez, who, by the way, before I came, I met with him. He's in support of this and paying for it. You had the city engineer, Fred Margron. You had the traffic engineer, Hung Chow. There was also another individual. I think it was the parking authority was either architect or, okay. So there were various individuals in there. I need everyone to know here, okay, and once again, something has to be done. So if I vote no, then it stays as it is. And guess what? You're still going to have your traffic issues. You're still, and even more in the 21st Ave, right? We're not going to have, we have 60, we're going to have 60. Ma'am, I'm speaking right now. Thank you. Have a good evening. We will have 60 additional parking spots. Now, I'm going to say this to you. Councilman, the vice president of the council, said it best. Hey, if this is something that doesn't work, we can change it. I take the recommendation of the council member of the 6th Ward, of the business owners, and also of the constituency that lives in the 6th Ward, specifically on 21st Ave. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 against. Item number 2 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk, I'll take item number 3.
Yes. Next item is item number 3 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance designating 21st Avenue between Madison Avenue and Summer Street as a one-way street westbound. Public Works Ordinance 19031.
So moved.
Can I have a second?
Sheen.
Second. Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilman Jackson and Kalik. The public portion now is open for item number 3.
See none, move to close.
Move to close by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 3.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 3, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy. Yes. Councilman Mims. Councilman Rivera. Councilman Velez.
That's for the public portion?
Public hearing.
Oh, public hearing? Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 9 in favor, none against. The public hearing is hereby closed for item number 3.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 3 for second reading.
Roll call on item number 3 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam Clerk, everyone heard my explanation before with item number 2. My vote is no for number 3.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy. No. Councilman Mims.
Absolutely not.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Everybody knows my vote, so, but before I vote, Councilman stated about a meeting with 4 councilmen. If another councilman shows to that meeting, that's a quorum. So that's why, you understand what I'm saying? I think it had to be explained the right way.
No, Councilman.
So it
Go
is,
ahead.
because you're discussing in something that's going to an agenda.
Go ahead.
It is. That's what I learned, okay? So, but that's okay. Listen, before I vote, I gotta always walk with my head up. What I did is right, defend the concern of my constituent in the 5th Ward. I know that the changes will come. I pray that everything works the way that they say it's gonna work. But that request that they could come back and change it after they spend $150,000 improvement in road, it cannot be done. So you could trick somebody else, but they're not gonna trick the system. My vote is no.
Thank you. Madam President.
So just so you all know, that is incorrect. You could have 5 people. We were hearing a presentation. We were not taking any formal action. It's just like going, when we go to the Brownstone, and you have all the council members there. We're not performing any business per se. We were listening to a presentation of something that can be possible, okay? So 5, 6 council members could have been there because we were not doing any business right there, but hearing the presentation from the engineers and the mayor and the parking authority. Okay, so I'm sure there's no need to prolong this. I just want everyone to know, I don't like to be put out there as I'm a liar. I don't like that. I don't do well with that. I don't do well. Okay, so I don't like people coming here and say you're lying. Okay, that is not true. We hear, and I can say this because I didn't say it in my other statement. There's 3 council people at large, 2 councilwomen and 1 councilman. I didn't get no call to say come to a meeting. Did you get a meeting, Councilwoman? Did you get a call? To join a meeting with Councilman Velez?
He said there was no meeting scheduled, so if there was nothing
No, he
scheduled,
said-
he shouldn't
no.
have called.
The point is, he was setting up a meeting with Councilman Al Abdelaziz, Councilman Rivera, so we would have been invited,
you're
and we were not.
you're
All right,
ask-
that's okay. It was a yes or
You're
no.
asking me a question, so I'm responding.
Okay.
There was no solidified meeting, so there was no need to call. So there was no meeting set, so I didn't
Okay.
get a call.
So my point is, I didn't get a call for no meeting, okay? So, we're gonna move forward with this, Madam Clerk?
Just vote.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 against. Item number 3 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, item number 1.
Next item is item number 1 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance addressing retention of off-duty police pursuant to Paterson Code, Section 81-56, to now authorize that administrative and vehicle fees may be waived if officer compensation is provided by a government entity. Police Ordinance 19029.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Abdelaziz. The public portion is now open for item number 1. Seeing none. Move to close by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by, second? Second by Councilman Jackson. Roll call to close the public hearing of item number 1.
Yes, roll call to close the public hearing for item number 1. Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Khalid. Public hearing.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy. Yes. Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Public hearing is hereby closed on item number 1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 1 for second reading.
Roll call on item number 1 for second reading. Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Madam Clerk, I don't feel right about this ordinance. We are the third largest city in New Jersey, and if there's an issue in our own backyard, I think we should handle it. We should not go to Elmwood Park and ask for, I guess, $6,000 or so for the whole summertime. So we could have an extra police officer in East Side Park to handle quality of life issue. Our Councilman Rivera and Councilman Al Abdelaziz recommended to the administration that we create a quality of life units. So it had been created last week. There's going to be 6 units out there, 1 unit per ward, from Thursday to Sunday, I believe. They'll be out there canvassing every ward. So I think they should be able to handle this issue at East Side Park, and we should not shortchange ourselves and give the authority to Elmwood Park to dictate what we do in our city. My vote is no.
Councilman McCoy.
Tonight's meeting could go very odd very quickly. Quality of life car is no recent invention. It's nothing new. We've been calling for that for a long time. In fact, we had one for 2 summers ago that worked very effectively. And we've had one in the past for all of the communities. I find it interesting that we couldn't have a quality of life car to address the issues in Eastside Park, but we found not only 6, but 7 officers that we're gonna take out of rotation to put them on quality of life assignment for 1 location. This is a proposed solution to a problem that exists right now. Most of the folks that gather in Eastside Park and play loud music on their cars are coming from out of Paterson because we have not given the attention to the location. I will accept help from anybody. These will be Paterson officers that will be patrolling our streets on an off-duty basis, and the issue affects Elmwood Park as well, and they're making a small contribution to addressing the problem that many of their residents are causing us. So let's not get it twisted. This is not a Paterson problem entirely. It's a community policing problem, and where we have a shared service agreement, I'm willing to accept that assistance. It's on a temporary basis. We'll see how effective it is, and I believe it will address the problem, and it has already, to some degree, that is causing the problem on Market Street, and we are addressing it there as well. So I support the initiative, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. My vote is yes in favor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
And so quality of life is very important as it relates to our residents, and we definitely have to make sure that our parks are safe, whether it's on hours or off hours. And I think being able to partner with the neighboring town, because when you find out and do the stats, a lot of the people that are frequenting the parks or having the issues or concerns in our parks are from some of these towns. So I think they should share some of the wealth and give some of their resources to ensure that our parks are safe. And so being what was stated already previously, and doing some research with our police director, doing a great job on this, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
So when this first was proposed, I was actually against it because it does a disservice to how other cities view Paterson. And it's funny that I say that because a day or two later, after we passed for first reading, we're all in Channel 12. So you know Channel 12, the whole state watches Channel 12. Okay, why, Council President? I know some people here are new to the council chambers, but when people speak, when we speak in here, they shouldn't be speaking at all.
And I think I already had the officers, okay, that somebody's
They're gonna-
speaking out,
they're gonna
they have
get
to be removed.
They're gonna get the 3 minutes later, so whoever wants to come up to the podium to say anything to me, they're welcome.
Officer, she doesn't need to be removed.
No,
Thank
she
you.
does, no. You asked her to
Darlene,
move?
you don't have to leave.
You asked her to move? No, I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you to be moved, though. All I asked was for you not to speak. I didn't ask for her to be removed. Got it. So, Council President, all I asked was for some
Councilman
respect.
Rivera.
I didn't ask anyone to step away. Let me clarify that. So, given that, after this took place, I spoke to the police director, and Councilman Abdelaziz and I, and a few others, actually spoke to the police director about doing an initiative to address a lot of the quality of life issues. So, given that we all need to work together, I will vote yes on this this time around. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Abdelaziz, we are voting on item number 1 for second reading.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton, voting on item number 1 for second reading.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. Item number 1 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to take item number 4.
Yes, Madam
Second reading.
President. Next item is item number 4 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing a no stopping or standing zone on Grand Street between New Street and Morris Street. Department of Public Works Ordinance 19032. There a motion?
So
Motion?
moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims,
Second.
second by Councilman Jackson. The public hearing is now open for item number 4.
Seeing none, move to close.
Move to close by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call to close the public portion of the public hearing on item number 4.
Roll call to close the public hearing, item number 4, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera. Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Public hearing is hereby closed for item number 4.
Thank you very much. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 4 for second reading.
Roll call on item number 4 for second reading, Councilman Abdelaziz. Number 4.
Well,
Number 4.
Yes.
Number 4.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy.
Yes.
Councilman Mims. Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 4 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, at this time, I'm going to open the public portion.
Yes, Madam President.
Please let me know how many speakers.
Forty-one speakers. Madam President.
Yeah, well then, hold up. Where's everybody? Madam Clerk, how many speakers?
41, 4-1.
I think probably half of them left. All right, Madam, the public portion is now open. First speaker, Madam Clerk?
Yes, the first speaker is Mr. Rucker.
He's gone.
He's gone. Miss Martha.
She's gone.
Okay. Next one is Bill Priestley.
He's gone.
Corey Teague, Mr. Teague.
He's out there.
Mr. Teague?
Good evening.
Had to take some notes. I know that this is only up for the first reading tonight. Before I get to that, I do want to mention that we did have a press conference yesterday about the situation regarding Jameek. We're still on top of that. As I've told you before, there's some folks that are going to jail, some police officers that are going to prison when this is all resolved, and there's some more things that are going to be uncovered that's going to blow the mind of the community. Next, I was taking down some notes. I saw here where it was an ordinance authorizing amendment of a lease of Hinchcliffe Stadium, and I got to doing what I do best, going around and asking questions and getting information. And I wrote some things down. I was going to write a letter to the editor, but I'll read it here so you guys can have it and discuss it. So I said, why in good faith would the city council and the administration vote for a developer of Hinchcliffe Stadium if the lease is approved tonight, or even in the first reading, if the lease is approved tonight, the developer has until December 31st to work out more tax credits that he's looking for in the developer's agreement. However, the city will be negotiating, in my opinion, the city will be negotiating from a position of weakness because the tax credits expire July 1st. So if the council votes yes on a lease tonight or even at the next reading, after July 1st, the developer will have a negotiating power, because if he decides to turn it down after December 1st, the city will lose millions of dollars in tax credits. So I think we need to understand who we elect and put in office, all right? We need to make sure we know what we're doing. If this is such an important thing, the school board with their ridiculous, crazy self, I'm beginning to think they all have ADHD. They gave away the Hinchcliffe Stadium for almost nothing. They don't have ownership of it anymore. And you have these 9 people sitting up there who are just completely ridiculous. And I'll tell them that to their face. They know that. Our city is being ran by jackals. We have people stealing money. We have corruption that's rampant. The city is just doing whatever the hell it wants to do. The pastors are absent. They're nowhere to be found. They're protecting their 501c3 money and whatever grants they're getting from the city. What is going on? What is really going on? The city is going to the dogs, and yet we have people lying and saying that the city's getting better. You got to show me that. I heard somebody tonight, I heard several council members talk about presenting facts. Well, show me how Paterson's getting better with the stuff that's going on in the street. Show me how Paterson's getting better when Paterson police have no problem beating down a black man in the street for not being under arrest, but allowing these white folks to come from out of town and shoot up in our streets and don't do nothing about it. You tell me how Paterson's getting better when the Willie Lynch syndrome is running rampant throughout our city. You tell me how this city is getting better when they said Bill McCoy wasn't black enough and gave Andre Sayer a black card. You tell me how this city is better. We're not better. We're confused. We're mixed up. We're messed up in the head. So whenever a web of lies have been fed to the masses, when somebody comes to the mic that's speaking truth, they're looked at like they're being crazy. But if you go back and you research what I'm telling you, look at how they covered up about Jameek. I bet they didn't tell y'all that they pulled him off life support when the family wasn't even in the room. I bet they didn't tell y'all that.
Mr. Teague.
I bet they didn't tell y'all that the young man was strangled while he was in that ambulance. I bet you they didn't tell y'all that.
Mr. Teague, please wrap up.
They didn't tell you any of that, did they? But it's all gonna come out soon enough. And when people start going to prison, then you're gonna say that crazy guy named Corey Teague was right. Yeah, I talk loud. Sometimes I have an attitude.
Mr.
But
Teague.
when you see what happens, you're gonna see it's right. I just wanna say one thing. I do love you, Madam President, but you can't tell people to vote for y'all and then tell them to shut up when they get here. That can't happen.
Mr. Teague. Mr. Teague,
Yes,
I said
ma'am.
to wrap up. I didn't tell you to be quiet.
No, not me. I was looking at how
Okay.
the seniors were being
Mr.
treated
Teague,
earlier.
there's not a back and forth. Your time was up, and that's why I said, can you
Yes,
please wrap
I
up?
understand that. I'm just saying our seniors should not be treated that way. In any village, our seniors should be respected as elders.
And they are. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, next speaker is Mr. Furman.
Junior Furman.
Good evening, all. My name is Junior Furman. I'm a resident of City of Paterson for the past 30 years. As many of you know, I run a softball league, Liga Costamba, and the reason that we're here tonight is because for the longest, we've been having a lot of issues. The parts are not in good condition. We're having a lot of problems with the lights. I spoke with Billy, and we've been having a good communication. I want my guys to be aware that the light is gonna be fixed. I had a meeting with Billy 10 minutes ago, and he promised that by next week, the lights are gonna be done. So by being here today, I think it's working out. And we thank you, the mayor, and also Marisa Davila, council president, our councilman Luis Velez, Flavio Rivera, who understand the issue that we have in. Our patrons should be more clean. Backstop. I've been in this city for 30 years, and I don't remember ever seeing that they did any work to the backstop, and it's very dangerous. I remember last year, the wife of one of the players, she was watching the game. A guy released the ball from the outfielder, passed through the hole, and broke her nose. And we're not here to create enemies. We're here to work together with the city of Paterson. It's so nice when you drive around and the fields are in good condition. That enhances the city. That brings more people to the city. There's people that like playing this sport. So we never know. By getting more people, maybe they're trying to do some business, and that's why we need all the parts to take care. We trust Billy. I had a meeting with him, and I'm pretty sure, I believe him, and this is gonna work. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Ms. Bernard.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Johnny Bernard, and I'm the Vice President of Liga Costambar. Adding what Junior Fermin saying, that we're not asking for a lot, at least to fix the lights and the field to be at least safe for our players. That's their recreation. They bring their own families there. So we're asking to work together, as the Junior says. Let's work together and let's bring more people to the city to be able to see the players playing safe. So we're not attacking. We're not coming here to fight with no one. We just need two things to be done. And like Junior said, we believe Billy, when we spoke to him outside, that he's gonna fix that problem by the end of this week. So thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Ms. Falcone.
Falcone?
Falcone? Maybe it's a man, I'm not sure. Mr. Sorry, it's Mr.
Good evening.
Good
Council
evening.
members, how are you doing today? I'm up here to represent Liga Costamba. I'm a softball player. I'm here to represent, tell them, like, you know, whatever Junior said about, we need to improve our park. We need to improve the bathroom. I have a little daughter, she's 5 years old, telling me, Daddy, I want to go use the bathroom. The bathroom was dirty. You know, there's a lot of bacteria. She's a female, you know how that is. I don't want to get more details. The lights, we need to improve the lights, which we already had a meeting with one of your members, the director from DPW. But as a softball player, as of all of us with the sign up, you know, as you can read them, we're all softball players. We don't want to leave Paterson. We want to stay in Paterson. We want to keep growing. We want to show you. We want to vote for y'all. You guys come to our events all the time, majority of you. We just want to improve. Like, work together, you give us a hand, we give you a hand, and move on forward, you know? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Dr. Garner.
Doctor, she's left. Next speaker.
Mr. Glover.
Good
Good
evening.
evening, Council. Well, we on a good note. I might as well continue with this good note. DPW, we are having a Family and Friends Day. I'm giving each and every one of you an invitation to come out. It's going to be Saturday, July 6th, 1 to 7. Food, games, and rides is for the community also. Grace Chapel Baptist Church, 22-26 Heldon Ave. It's going to be in the parking lot. It's going to be food. It's going to be rides. It's for the kids. It's for anybody that want to come out that day. So I'm offering everybody that's here, this is your invitation to come out and enjoy this day with us. God bless you and good night.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Mr. Lynch.
Donald Lynch, is he still here? Okay, he's gone. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Julius Morris.
Julius. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
I think the next speaker is Delgado.
Who?
Is there a Delgado here? Delgado. Is here? Alicia, I'm not very sure this last name. Is that Alicia here? That's 20th Avenue. Maybe she's gone. Mr. Hernandez?
He's in the pool, so whoever that is, I don't know where that is.
Mr. Hernandez. Thank you for not leaving.
You're welcome.
All right, can you put your name into the record and address?
Marvin Hernandez, 86 Martha Avenue. I have a situation. I have a food truck in Paterson, and I'm dealing with a situation with the health department that they can't seem to explain to me. They keep telling me to come to the council members, and then council members are telling me to go back to them. I have a problem. They're asking my employees for fingerprints. They have the certifications for food handling. They're asking them that they also need to get fingerprinted. Now, no one seems to answer why they need to get fingerprinted. There's no reason for it, you know, and it takes about 3 weeks, because by the time you set the appointment, they schedule you whenever they have an opening, they get fingerprinted, and they gotta wait for 10 days for the state to send them proof of their fingerprint. But why are they getting fingerprinted? Why are they getting background checked if they have the certification to handle the foods? I mean, do McDonald's do this? Does Wendy's does this? Does any food establishments do this? And that's actually my argument. Right now, I haven't able to open my business because I am satisfied to open it, but I cannot run it alone. And I've already been shut down since last week. I can't afford to be shut down with my business, me running it alone.
Okay, are you done?
Yes, I
You
am.
done? Okay, so, Mr. Hernandez, I'm definitely gonna, and I started having this conversation in our finance meeting with the BA, because this come to my attention today. You came to the office today?
Yeah, excuse me, Counselor. This is also Caesar. He's also a food truck owner in
Okay,
Paterson.
so what I want to say is, and the BA is walking in, I was actually waiting for the BA to walk in. I'm trying to understand, because you're saying the health department, so did they close you down and give you a reason why? And is that reason what I'm hearing, that they're asking
No,
you
they're-
for
they're-
fingerprints?
Yeah, they're saying that in the food truck, the food handlers have to get fingerprinted by the state. I'm trying to find out why they need to
that's what
get
he said.
fingerprinted.
Okay,
I'm
this
the
is-
owner, they're working for me.
Okay, so, Mr. Hernandez, just so we don't elongate this, we're definitely gonna look into that. I have Corporation Counsel here, and I have our BA here. I have never, I mean, I don't know any other council member, we haven't passed anything, any ordinance or anything in place that I know of. And we have quite a few, food trucks, and this is the first time that I hear. So I'm not saying that I don't believe you, what I'm saying is that I can't believe what I'm hearing. So, with,
Council President,
Councilwoman,
so I spoke to him today.
I,
was
I,
in town, and I need to
Councilwoman, can I
respond to
finish my
him.
statement, please?
Right.
So, Mr. Hernandez, so I know you came to my office today and you left your information, and we spoke a little bit on the phone, and you had a conversation already with the BA, okay?
Correct, yes.
So, all of this information, I see you waving some papers at me. I don't know what they are, but definitely whatever, I want the BA to get copies, and we're gonna look into this. And we definitely give us a number, well, I have your number, but, we're gonna contact our health officer and find out why this was being asked. And do you have that in writing?
Yes.
That they said,
Yes, he has it in writing.
Yeah, I have
Okay.
something here that, an ordinance here. But the thing is it only entitled to food trucks? And what's the reason why a food handler needs to get fingerprinted?
I don't know that that's correct. I'm sorry. So, if you may, I want copies of all this stuff, please. So, thank you. Please give all the information. If you're in the same situation, the same?
Yes.
Okay.
Can-
Please give her the information as well.
No,
She,
you can't.
so that, can you make copies of his as well? It's two different
No.
people.
No, it's the same documents, it's the ordinance, the health department given
Yeah, but does it have your name on it?
No,
Yeah,
it's just a city ordinance.
Council President.
The email.
No.
his-
No.
Your
What I
secretary.
was asking for, one moment, Councilwoman.
She
What
said
I was
that-
asking for was if you were given something, not our ordinance, if you were given something
In writing?
that, in writing from the health officer, that said to you, you need to close down, you need to provide me fingerprints, did they give you something?
No,
They walked into the truck, they asked them if they had
Let me
the
hold my
fingerprints, I told them.
I got it, hold on one second.
Did you get a card identification to know
Ralph.
that this is a health office?
I know who it is.
It's,
Ro-
Oh, so you-
Robert.
yeah,
Yeah, I
okay.
know. You know, he'll
Yeah.
come and do the inspections in the
Yeah.
trucks and stuff like that. So if, let's say if your truck is not satisfied, he would literally close you down, which I respect that. And he'll tell you, come the next day, once you fix the problem, we'll inspect it and we'll issue your satisfaction. That was done. I get back the next day, they turn around and they say, we can't open you up, we gotta do a hearing. What's the purpose for a hearing? You told me to come back when my water container's full with water and you're gonna give me my satisfaction. No, we can't do that. We're gonna have to have a hearing. But for what? He
Okay.
goes, you're,
I talked to the guy today.
Okay, all right, so, we're gonna be done with this. I'm gonna let Councilwoman Cotton, who sits in the Human Services Committee. Okay,
Health and Human Services, Thank you, Council President. I was here today when this gentleman came in. I sat down and talked to him, and I said to him, we on the city council have not heard what you're saying before. And I said that we have to look into it, send it to our Health and Human Services. Mr. Al is our chair for Health and Human Services, and we're gonna get the information, because what you're saying, I have never heard that I just didn't understand why we were doing that. For you as the owner operator, yes, but for your handlers, I can't understand why we need to do that. So we still have to send this back to the BA for research.
Okay.
Council President?
Okay, I'm gonna let the chair speak. Please, council members, we have another 30 speakers, so please be mindful of that.
Well, Council President, I just want to let the owners know and the council know. So the council, if you look at the Paterson E-Code that Phyllis sent us, on Section B, it states, an applicant and any additional driver or operator for food vending vehicle license shall hereby be deemed to consent to the check by the Passaic County Sheriff's Office or the New Jersey State Police of both his motor vehicle record and his criminal record. In addition, an applicant and any additional driver shall be fingerprinted by the New Jersey authorized vendor at their own expenses. This is current law right now. Unless this council acts and changes it, this is what's out of the Patterson E-Code.
That's what I told
Yeah,
him
but there's
today.
no, I'm the driver,
Right.
and I'm the operator.
Right.
They're just food handlers. They don't drive the vehicle, they don't do anything but just handle the food. Nothing there states that the food handlers
So
need to get fingerprinted.
That's an interpretation for council, but I just want to let you know, council, if we want to visit, it's in the E-Code that I just read. If we want to revisit it, then we have to get legal to look at it, bring it to committee, then bring it to the council, which will take
Right.
a month and a half just to get that changed.
Yeah,
So
but I
that's
can't-
interpretation of council, who needs to be,
Council President.
I can't afford to, you know, I got to run my business.
I lost 3 employees in these 10 days because they can't afford to be without work.
Yeah, because it takes, the fingerprint takes at least 3 weeks. And it's, you know, they're only flipping burgers and hot dogs. It's not like they're getting.
One minute, okay. Councilman Velez and Councilman Jackson.
I just looking at the E-Code 235 section -8. It's not mentioning a background check. It's mentioning a certificate and keep record of that certificate in your property.
We have that.
Correct. Let me finish. I've been going up and down at the code, and is only saying that whoever is going to own the truck or operate the truck as owner should do a background check, not the employees. We went over and revisited when they changed the fees. I don't know if you recall that, about 2 months ago, 3 last year. It did not say that the full handler needs to do a background check. Now, and that was one of the reasons when the council approved the change of the ordinance and fee, that everybody had to get a certificate of full handling. And one of the things that we pushed forward, that a lot of these individuals that work in restaurants and other places, they not favored status in the United States, but they have a decent work. And the only thing required is to full handle the certificate to make sure no contamination goes out there, whatever. So it's the first time that I hear, and as my council president stated, that every employee had to do a background check. If that was the case, and then probably we had to get employee from another city that our favorite state.
Close down, we probably would
Or
have to
close,
close
yeah.
down all our food trucks.
Or the food establishment.
And
So
not only
I
that,
think,
McDonald's
and
and all
I
that
spoke to
don't-
council president regarding that, that situation specifically with this truck, your truck, and I advised her that this had to be looked deep, right?
Yeah.
Because what's work for other cannot work, have to work for everybody. So I understand your concern. I know your truck is in the 6th ward, the 3rd ward, sorry. But you do a good food, and your employees are real dedicated in what they
Yeah,
do.
like
So,
right,
yeah.
like right
Thank
now,
you.
my
Thank-
employees.
Thank you very much, Councilman Velez. Councilman Jackson?
Do you have a food truck license
Yes, I do.
that was issued by the city?
Yes.
were you informed when you issued the license that you were required to have these fingerprints done?
No. Me, yes, not my food handlers.
So
I was
you-
told that they need a food handling course that takes about 3 hours that they did take.
Okay, and which is identical to restaurants as well, but, so you have both of you have been fingerprinted?
Yes, everything. Every year. There you go.
I did mine recently. They have copies of it from the state of New Jersey. I have my own copy. Everything clears out.
Okay, so,
Right.
Councilman, let's,
Please leave your contact numbers.
yes,
I'll be in contact
please,
with
with
you
our BA,
by
okay?
tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Very good.
Thank you. Both of you. Well, I have your information, but, okay, Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Mr. Garcia. I think that's one of the 21st Avenue person. It has 21st Avenue. Mr. Garcia, it has 21st Avenue next to it. Oh, he's here? Okay.
Okay, next speaker?
Caesar Valdivia.
Okay.
Oh, you were together?
Thank you.
Okay.
Next speaker, please.
Mr. Martinez.
Is there a first name?
Joel.
Y-O-E-L.
Okay.
Joel. Hi, good evening. I'm the same, for the same reason, all of us. I've been here playing for the last 12 years, and I haven't been nothing on improvement on the field. I would say probably 10 years ago, they did something on the river, but especially on the Marshall, like when you got 24 lights and only 12 of them are working, and I've been hearing that they say there's a playable condition, and I don't see it that way. And the bathrooms, I know we've been dealing with a lot of things that we not supposed to be doing it, but we've been actually getting improved on that. And as all of them, we want to be here, but we want to be safe. I mean, I'm the head of the family. I play at night. With not good lights, something could happen. I mean, I just wanted to say thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Council President, just would like to put on record,
Councilman Jackson.
you know, one, everyone knows I'm a great advocate for athletics, especially youth athletics. Under normal circumstances, I mean, I would not think that the resounding message of the adults would weigh so heavily, because we should make sure that all our children have a safe fields to play on. These are the same fields our children play on. In fact, a few years back, a young lady who was a very high-performing athlete, who I think she's playing, if it's not Syracuse, but she's playing for a very big college. She broke her leg on home plate at Putman's Oval. So you're absolutely right. We have to make better decisions. We definitely have to make better decisions. We can't continue to spend, and it's what I've said a few weeks ago. We spent $175,000 on the Ivanhoe House, which is a house that doesn't get utilized. That grant money could have been utilized for one of these fields to be upgraded on. A few years back, we spent $1.4 million in the trail. I'm not going to go there, Council President. But we continue to waste money when we never put things back into our communities. These are the spaces that our people are impacted by most. Lastly, I just have to add, and I'm disappointed Mr. Furman left, because I'm a very good baseball player. I'm sure that I could play softball. One of the teams would like me to play for them.
Okay.
I might have to get my own team, Council President, because these guys don't look like they want to let me play.
Okay.
But
Thank
anyway,
you.
I agree, and I think that, you know, the council, we need to make note. We just had a great exercise through the support of new council members and the support of the council. We just managed to redo Buckley Park. Our objective is to make sure we're redoing all the fields in the city and all the facilities that our community needs to, or benefits from. So please don't leave here with the notion that the council doesn't understand this. The council can only make recommendations. It is up to the administration to direct the traffic to make sure certain things get done. If you look at certain facilities that are being upgraded, we spent $7 million in the wall in the stadium, and there's, you know, I have more disappointment because I've been asking and begging for the field house to be upgraded. We asked the developer to come to the table. The developer is willing to do so. I'm under the impression, my purpose, and I've always said it, our kids, our children deserve the absolute best. Now we're moving forward a measure to put forward a small Band-Aid, if you will, on a facility that hasn't been upgraded in over 30 to 40 years. It's embarrassing. So all of our facilities need to be up to par so we can prevent injuries and family fun can take place. It's disappointing that we had, and I'll close now, Council President, we had to go to Totowa and watch our police department participate in an adult game. I had to go out of town to watch other adults participate in adult basketball. I'm an athlete. I like to play still. And we should have adult leagues in every sport, softball, basketball, flag football. We don't have the facilities because we don't take care of it. We waste money on paying outside contractors astronomical amounts of money to fulfill people's campaign promises. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Ms. Morris, Darlene Morris. Ms. Brown, Kelly Moss Brown. Brown is here.
Is Kelly Moss Brown here? Oh. All right, so go out there right now. Go out there. Council members, realize no one else can get up. If not, we don't have quorum.
Okay.
Yes.
Good evening,
Good
everyone.
evening.
I'm here on behalf of Hardy Hannah Women's Center, and I brought out several other families with me on today because we are losing our funding from community development for our case managers, and without our case managers, we are unable to provide the quality service that our families are accustomed to. When I was here the other day, I found out in the city council workshop that I wasn't being funded. No one sat down and talked to me, had a conversation to let me know that the funding was being cut. I was made aware that the funding may be reduced. However, I had no idea that I would be losing my case managers in 2 weeks. Just the disrespect and the disregard is very disheartening. I volunteered in this community. I have worked as a specialized women's service perinatal addiction specialist for 18 years. I also volunteered 10 years working with the homeless. The conversation that I had was almost like I didn't deserve to be at the table, but I worked really, really hard to be at the table, but not for myself, but for my community. Anyone that knows me know that I feel very passionate about the issues with women. Not only that, I always try to give my very, very best. I never give nothing less than my best. I know that we cannot give our best without our case managers. So I'm here not begging, but I'm asking you to consider the community block grant and the loss and the hit that we're gonna receive at Hardy Hannah, and we no longer will be able to help families that's living in their cars. Families that we have them here with us today. When they came to us, they were living in a car. They was living in the streets. They were in abusive relationships. They were living in uninhabitable places. They were living in garages, sleeping on porches. We get issues like that. People, and we work with families that are working families. We go to the shelters, we take them out of the shelter, we work with them on building healthy, positive life skills to help them to be self-sufficient and live independently.
One moment.
I didn't hear.
No. Pause it for a minute. I'm getting messages that Ming? Okay, because I'm getting messages that they can't hear you.
Oh.
Okay, so that's, we can hear you, okay, but I want.
Oh, I'm like, I didn't hear it.
No, so as you're reading, I'm saying, we can't hear you, we can't hear you, okay? Okay, and I apologize. Is it fixed? Okay. All right, we're gonna continue. Okay, very good. I apologize.
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
Several of the young ladies signed up to speak. If I may ask, if we could just forego that and not have a couple of them to speak. We also have our grant writer here to speak to the services that we deliver at Harding Hanna. Most of you I know on the council, and you know that I get quality service. I take no shorts when it comes to these ladies. So when you're looking at the community block grant, and my question is, every year I'm at this podium. Every year I'm back here like fighting, and I'm confused about that. That weighs heavy on my heart. I'm confused about that. I was told on Thursday night, I said, I have measurable outcomes, positive results, research. The documentation speaks for itself, and I was told positive outcomes don't matter. What world we living in?
So Kelly, I'm gonna just, and I'm gonna say this, it's not for a rebuttal, okay? This is the first that I'm hearing. You just said it yourself. You know all of us on here. Why didn't you reach out?
Well, because I was told the words that was given to me on it. Let me tell you what I found out when I was sitting in here.
Okay, so you came to our workshop, because I didn't see you at workshop.
Yeah, I was in the back.
Okay.
And I'm looking through the paper.
Okay.
And I'm like, I didn't see any information for us for 2019-20. And so I'm looking, so I met the director of community development out in the hallway, and it went like this: follow me. I had to follow the community director down the stairs across the street while she swiped out and halfway down the block. And she's telling me that
You do realize, and I need to say this, so you all that's behind her, because I support Heart of Hannah.
Yeah.
Okay? I support Heart of Hannah.
Yeah.
That this was not us.
Right.
Okay? We did not take that money away from you. Okay? Don't know why the administration did that, and I don't want to get, and specifically the mayor, okay? I'm not going to get into the back and forth because he ain't here, but he needs to respond, and he will respond to you. But I don't want to get, because right now, we are in the public portion,
Yeah.
okay? And this is all duly noted, and there's going to be minutes, and it's on airtime as well as recording.
Council President.
So I'm gonna let because I understand, and listen, nothing y'all tell me out there is gonna make me change my mind. That is going to make me not support you, okay? But I need you to understand that this body has nothing to do with it. There's certain things that we can do. So I'm gonna now actually let Councilwoman Cotton, and then I just want to refer to the BA so he can tell us how to proceed with this, because, I mean, this is the first time hearing of it. And the reasons, I don't think we should be discussing the reasons why you're not getting funded here right now.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. I just want to bring awareness for those of you who didn't know. You know,
I didn't.
Seats change and things like that. I did have a conversation with the mayor. We're gonna talk again, because he wasn't aware, but I was told that he was, but he wasn't. So we're gonna keep talking. I believe in this legislative body. I believe we're gonna come to some kind of reasonable agreement where I can continue to take care of these families in this great city that we live in.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. I want
Mr.
you to
Hold
hear
on.
from
Well, Kelly,
'Cause they
1 minute. I need the BA.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh,
Diaz.
you was gonna let me go.
Oh, I thought you said something.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to
Councilwoman.
say that the item is on the agenda. I'm going to request for my council colleagues that we amend it and add you in there. And I just want to say, you know, we constantly give out money. We give out money, and we don't help them to make sure that they spend the money the right way, meaning the ones who come from recovery, you know, they come from shelters, you know, they're giving money to pay rent, but no one is watching them to help them to stay on track. And I gotta say, to Hearts of Hannah, the way I felt last year when some of your women came to my dinners for Christmas and Thanksgiving, and they were eating. This past year, they came to my dinners at the Masonic Temple, and they volunteered. That's the difference between being served and volunteering. People don't understand. We can't keep doling out money. We just can't, and not help them stay on track, to help them keep them on track, because there's so
Right.
many stumbling
So-
blocks.
so-
And I just want to say, I'm going to put an amendment in tonight when we get to that item. Madam
You're
BA?
not- That's not, you can't
Yeah.
do that.
Yes, we have done it.
No, Councilwoman. Councilwoman, wait.
Huh?
We have the chair of the committee,
Yep.
okay? And that
And
is
I
not
asked the
something that
chair
can,
for the
so
previous
I'm gonna
committee.
defer to our corporation counsel, who is here.
And I asked the
Okay.
previous chair. Yeah, I'm sorry?
An amendment to what?
Yeah?
Okay, so we have the director here.
Right.
Okay, so, Madam Director.
Yep.
Okay, can you clarify to us? Come to the microphone, please.
Director Barbara Blake McGlynn. As I stated to Councilwoman Cotton, as I stated to Councilwoman McCoy, Councilwoman Mims, this service is no longer allowed under CDBG.
You said it's rapid housing.
I'm sorry?
Rapid
Wait,
housing.
Can
Case
the
management
director
is
finish?
not allowed under CDBG. Case management is not allowed under CDBG.
Rapid housing.
Rapid rehousing is under ESG, and you fund you fund the Catholic families for that service.
Rapid housing, that's what
Rapid rehousing, she gets funding for rapid rehousing under the county. The portion that she wants the city to pay for is case management. It is not allowed.
Oh, what
You
is
will
Catholic
Are
pay
you
Family
telling me,
Services?
1 minute, Councilwoman?
What is Catholic Family Services
Madam
doing?
Director, so what you're saying to me is that this is no longer allowed,
No,
it's
it is
not, no longer funded through CDBG monies?
No longer funded under CDBG.
Did they give you a reason
They
why?
gave us a new category, a new list. I just provided it to the BA. I provided it to every council members. But they actually said under CDBG, you can no longer allow it under 05. That's general. We stuck everybody that we had no category for under 05 general. We cannot do that any longer. They gave us the categories that they want us to adhere to. If we don't adhere to it, you don't get no money. You do not receive any funds. So, under CDBG, you cannot pay for case management. Under ESG, you can, and we pay for it under Catholic families. They don't handle the number of women that she does. They handle the whole city.
Yeah, but you don't see results.
I do see results.
Okay,
I provided, yes, you were. You were under ESG originally. When you switched to CDBG last year, Kelly, you was under ESG the first year. Yes, you were, because we were allowed to pay for case management last year. As of February of this year, 2019, federal government said no longer can you pay for case management under CDBG.
so this notification went out in February?
Yes, we just received it. I provided every council member with a copy of it.
Okay.
You're not a council member.
All right, I think,
No, she didn't
You're
answer
still-
my question about
She's
Catholic
still
Family
under
Services.
CDBG as of June 30th, 2019. As of July 1st, there is no funding available for case management under CDBG.
okay. All right, so with that said, I mean, it's obvious it's federal. I mean, there's nothing we can do to change.
You're under
ESG.
ESG as 2017. As of 2018, you have a contract under CDBG. And that's what we're paying you for. And that's exactly what you got paid for, under CDBG. As of July
Okay.
1st, 2019,
Okay.
you cannot be.
I have HESG here.
Yes.
Right,
Homeless?
right,
Yes.
right.
Emergency
So she
solutions.
she can come through rapid housing.
We are,
And we
Okay.
can reallocate rapid housing. We can reallocate rapid
do
housing.
you, okay.
All right.
Rapid
we can.
Okay.
Director.
I want to explain to you rapid rehousing. Rapid rehousing is payments for back rent, payment for security deposit, payment for utility deposits, payment for mortgage payments that's delayed to prevent foreclosure, payment for moving expenses. She's already receiving that service from the county at $177,000 a year. She's asking this council to give $40,000 to pay for case management. I cannot, in all fairness, take away $40,000 from a service that provides to everyone to pay for case management.
All right.
That's not what I'm asking you,
Councilwoman,
Barbara.
no,
I'm
we
asking
can't.
you to take some, a
Okay.
little from each. I didn't ask you to fund her the whole 40,000. Even if we can give her 20,000.
How could I give you 20,000?
Okay.
I'm looking at the
When
figures
HUD
right here.
requires us to fund shelters
This,
to prevent homelessness.
all right. Madam Director? Okay. Okay.
You do, but you're asking for case management.
Okay. Madam Director?
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
So, Councilwoman, I'm curious, who's getting
Here's the list right here,
indifference,
Councilman.
indifference of their,
Councilman, you weren't here when she said that as of February 2019, the Fed, so this is federal funding. They decided that
I
they.
get it, but who are these organizations that we're funneling the money to?
She said Catholic Family Charities is,
See, so we have more non-residential organizations that are large conglomerate companies that are bringing in more issues to the city, and then these organizations are the ones that have to deal with the management. So, I mean, I can't understand how we're negating the necessity, and we understand the director is under certain pressures, but I think the director misses a point that we have to be sensitive to the needs of the community. Eva's Village is a multi-million-dollar operation. These organizations are barely getting by. And guess what? We need to put forward some pushback. Otherwise,
I can't.
let's make sure they don't get the money out of here.
Right, we
This is
can
getting, this.
You gotta go to the microphone. You gotta go to the microphone.
I'm sorry. A lot of these ladies standing here came through Eva's, came through Catholic Charities, and we helped them when they could not get help no longer through them. And now they are all independent, living in their own apartments and employed. And so they're going through this process, but you're not getting those results. And they live right here in this community. And my issue that I take with CBDG, if you knew this was happening, why nobody had the decency to sit down and have a conversation with me? Because I have families that are impacted by this. My employees are Paterson residents, so they know they're out of a job, and these families are out of case managers.
Right.
We deserve a conversation.
Like I said, Council President.
Madam Director, you were going to make a statement in terms of what Councilman Jackson was asking.
Yes. HUD requires for HESG that you fund shelters. You have no choice. You have to fund shelters. That's why there's 3 in there. 1 intact family, which is the St. Peter's, 1 women's shelter, and 1 men's shelter. And then you must provide rapid rehousing and prevention assistance. That's it. You
So
cannot.
here we go, once
Here
again,
we go.
taking federal dollars, and it's all a part of the design. They're sending people, we have an A&E special that shows a family of outside people coming into Paterson, in which they're gonna get the treatment or the shelters that they need through this federal program that's supposed to be designed to help our residents. So let's negate our residents, let's negate the home-based programs, and the young lady's absolutely correct. Somebody should have had a conversation with her leading up to this. Maybe she would have been able to put place the necessary shelter to meet
Right.
that requirement. But when it's given to them
We
in the final hour, when their application
you
is,
didn't.
they're not being
All due
informed.
respect, we cannot tell the public anything until I meet with my committee members.
By the what?
Anything. I cannot tell them how we're going to recommend the recommendations for
That's
funding.
not
We
about
cannot.
recommendations.
that all
If
that,
there's new
Barbara.
requirements, or if there's new additions that's added to the requirements of this funding source, all of the people that's on it, especially the home-based ones, should receive some type of notification, some type of letter informing
We
them
cannot give
that
a
the
letter.
guidelines are changing. So guidelines just change, and then the only ones that
We just
benefit are
got
the ones that have
guidelines.
something in place.
We just got the guidelines, and you and I met with you guys in February. I told you HUD issued new guidelines. You asked me exactly what were they. I said, we're still trying to decipher them ourselves. I finally gave it to you, last week, when we finally figured out what they're actually telling us to do, and we listed everything that changed.
See, the thing is that we're given, and I don't have anything against Catholic Family Services, but we can't keep paying rent and not helping them to be sustainable. You know, and that's all you're doing, is passing money around.
But that is the ideal of the program. I didn't design it. I did not design it.
I understand that, but we couldn't figure out how to help her program to be sustainable, that we can keep them, to keep these women. Like I said, they volunteer, and 2 years ago, they were sitting at the table. But this time around this year, they were serving. And that's what we wanted to do, to make sure our community.
We have 100 and
Okay,
I believe.
thank you very much. Thank you,
Okay.
Councilwoman. Stay right there for a minute. Who's the next speaker?
Brianna Paulina.
Who?
Brianna Paulina, is she in that group?
Okay, who's the next speaker?
Next speaker is Amy Jolene.
Is she part of, are you part of this group? Okay. Are you the grant writer? Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Amy Jolin. I'm the grant writer for Heart of Hannah Women's Services, Women's Center. I began working with Kelly Moss Brown.
I'm sorry, Ming, there's no volume.
Do you want me to talk louder or just
No.
keep going?
No, you
Okay.
keep speaking.
You have.
Okay.
Corporation Council.
Okay.
You have,
Okay. No, I'm getting all these messages. Everybody's texting me. Go
Okay.
ahead, man. Go ahead.
I began working with Kelly Moss Brown just 4 years ago when her budget was under $25,000. She was working unpaid to serve as case manager herself, delivering services to people in supportive housing. Together, we wrote the Continuum of Care grant to the Department of Housing and Urban Development. The organization was funded at $177,000 by HUD. The grant is now going into its third year. Her results and success in both years have astonished the administrators of the grant. Kelly is profoundly good at what she does. The lion's share of that funding pays the rent to commercial landowners in Paterson to house chronically homeless individuals. The funding provides just $35,000 to cover all of her administration costs, all of the salaries for 4 full-time staff people. The federal government expects grantees to find additional funding outside of this grant for staff and general operations. Heart of Hannah relies on funding from the city of Paterson to deliver her program. I'm here to ask this council to review the cuts that are planned for the Heart of Hannah program this year and to instead provide a generous increase in funding so that she can continue her good work and expand in the years to come. I understand the limitations of the CDBG grant. I'm asking you to find other sources or other avenues to fund Kelly's terrific work. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Elizabeth Valverde. Elizabeth?
Hi, thank you. I'm here today because I heard good news that there might be a consideration for a pride flag, and I just wanted to be on the record to ask that we do show some pride this month in raising a rainbow flag in solidarity with our LGBTQ community. And I know this has been in discussion, but I wanted to say that the right to love is a human right. And as Paterson's own gay icon, Allen Ginsberg, once wrote, "The weight of the world is love." And we see that proudly displayed at the Falls. I think it's time to honor the freedom of love through raising a flag, hopefully to be held this June because it is Pride Month, and this is the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall riots. Today, people are still facing oppression and violence. We need to send a message, especially to our young LGBTQ community, that Paterson does not tolerate hate and that we celebrate love without discrimination. Rutherford raised the rainbow flag. Clifton, Englewood, Hoboken. New Jersey has Newark and Jersey City doing festivals, and we're the third largest city. Trenton has done it with the support of our governor, and Senators Booker and Menendez have also loudly supported gay rights without fear. Politically, I should hope that we follow suit. We are not without precedent in Paterson in raising controversial flags. While our federal government doesn't honor the Palestinian flag, we did it here in recognition that we had so many community members that wanted to feel visible. And while I'm no expert on the Palestine-Israel conflict, I know that I was happy for my neighbors, that they felt that they were being seen and they felt welcome here in our city. And I think we need to do that for our gay community who are so vibrant, who are restoring houses and who are making sure that our historical area is upkept and is vibrant. And it's about basic human rights. I fear sometimes that we're afraid because of the separation in church and state issue, and in Paterson that gets blurry, to come out in defense of things that some people might be against for religious reasons. But this is about human rights, and religion shouldn't play a part in that. And I also think that, sometimes you have to be unpopular. You might need to vote for something that's gonna make a few people a little uncomfortable, and that's okay. Kennedy supported civil rights, knowing it might cost him a few votes. So I think we need to support this, knowing that it's not for any of us to judge. Only God can judge. So you can take that burden off of yourselves and just let our gay community be happy and free. The Human Rights Campaign reports that 92% of the LGBTQ community that are considered youth hear negative messages about their sexuality in school and from their peers. 49% of the African American LGBTQ individuals attempted suicide. That's almost half. 42% have been homeless at some point. This could be our youth in our city, and we need to make sure that they feel safe and welcome. Men and women are being beaten, bullied, abandoned, murdered, and we see that here at times. So I'm just asking you, like Lin-Manuel Miranda said, to remember that love is love is love. I hope to see that flag raised.
One moment, Councilman. So very quickly, I'm in agreement. I think that issue needs to be addressed with the mayor, which I know you have direct access. The mayor's office does most of the planning for such things. I don't think anyone has been in disregard of that. So that's not. You should reach out to the mayor's office.
Yeah, I hope it happens. I just wanted it on record so that you knew someone wanted it.
Very good. So, Ms. Moss, and I thought maybe the young lady might have been incorporated with you. I see most of you still standing there. Is there anyone else that would like to address the municipal council before we go ahead?
Hi, my name is Hanaya Williams, and I'm with
What's her name?
Heart of Hannah Women's Center here in Paterson, New Jersey. When I came to Paterson, I was homeless, pregnant, and addicted to crack cocaine. I was accepted into Eva's Village, okay? I did 11 months there. I transitioned on to the Mommy and Me, okay? But when my time was up, I found myself at Charles Featherson's office begging for an extension in the shelter, right? Because I had a 4-month-old baby and I was pregnant with baby number 2. I knocked on several doors. I asked several people for help. When every other program told me no.
Back away from the mic a little bit.
When every other program told me no, Heart of Hannah said yes, okay? I have several awards today on my wall, mainly signed by Ruby Cotton, okay, when she was acting mayor of Paterson, New Jersey, okay? You all attended an event that Kelly had okay, where I was presented with awards, okay? I am 6 years clean because of this program, okay? My children have a home today. I'm employed 2 times. I have money in the bank and my credit score is 720 because I learned financial literacy through this program. If it wasn't for the case managers who, when I was done and I graduated Center of Hope Learning Institute at 175 Market Street that Kelly is the CEO and founder of, if I had not done that program, I would not be employed today. My kids would not have a home, okay? And cutting funding for her program would not only be devastating for the homeless working families in Paterson, it would be catastrophic.
Hi. My English is not so good. I don't know if you understand. What's her name? I'm Reina Correa. I'm coming from Dominican Republic. I lost my house last year. Most of the people, I lost the house in 520 24th Street when one tornado destroyed the apartment. Most of the councilmen, they went over there trying to help. Nobody helped. 6 families, we lost the apartment. Nobody helped. Only Miss Kelly with the institution, her Ohana, helped. When I was depressed, very depressed, I was in disability on that time. My husband, he abandoned me because he betrayed me because he only wanted the green card. As soon as he got the green card, he told me, vete pa'l carajo, I don't know what that means in English. But, yeah, but the thing is that I was trying to die. I don't know how many times I was sleeping in my car with my daughter. That today she go to Rockery University. She was graduating. She's 18 years old and continue going thanks to her Ohana. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, but thing is that 3 minutes is not enough to say how many things that I want to say about this institution. Please continue helping them. Director, please don't be so real and try to continue helping these people. They need, please. And also, why they stop suddenly? Still today is 11, and I didn't pay yet the complete rent because we need to continue paying the rent. If not, soon we go to the court because the landlord, she sent everybody to the court for the first month. I don't know how we got to pay this rent this month.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Clyburn. I live 123 North 3rd. I've worked at Toys R Us Corporation for 31 years. And as many of you know, the company folded. With that happen, I almost was homeless too, with the help of Kelly Moss. I have my daughter here and my son. I'm saying to this lady who came up here, the director, when she said we have shelters and everything, well, let me tell you this. I wind up having a stroke from the stress of wondering where I'm gonna go, what help I can get. I wind up having a stroke. Kelly Morse was there. Hearts and Hannah was there. And with this young lady, the director was saying they have shelter, but what she don't know is, if you have a stroke and you're handicapped and you're not independent, you cannot get in these shelters. You have to be independent. No walker, no wheelchair, no cane. You have to be solely independent. So if we don't have programs like this, guess what? We almost been living in a car too, with the help of God in this program. So I'm asking you guys, please, don't cut this funding. Find some money somewhere to help Hearts of Hannah. Because I've noticed, even walking through downtown, I've seen homeless people right here on City Hall steps.
on City Hall steps. So I'm asking you, please consider. I know the BA is here. If you're listening, please consider. Find some money somewhere to help Hearts of Hannah. If you have never been in a situation before, and I'm telling you, from going from $60,000 over a year, making that Toys R Us, to almost going to a pantry, this organization needs help, and we're asking you to please find this some funding somewhere to help this organization. Thank you.
Hello. Princess Reeves, City of Paterson. I am part of the team of Hearts of Hannah. I'm the first line of defense. So that means when anybody comes through our door, I'm the one that they have to greet with. I'm the one that we have certain protocols in place where we go from intake to find out what the needs are. Then we send them back to our caseworkers that you're trying to take away their funding. We send them back to see what we can do to assist them. It's not about us. It's about assisting every woman and child that's before this audience, before the council members on this evening. We transition women from the shelter into their own apartment settings. So that means that we have changed the lives of where they started from. Some of our women that are here along with their children, some of them has graduated. You haven't seen the graduate from our program. This is the second stage of the women that's part of the program. So we have all of them success stories that is needed. But I say to you, this is family members that's from our township. We make adequate accounts and make availability for everybody else that's from our surrounding country, our surrounding township, to come into Paterson. They get all the funding, but programs like this, we get little of less. We need these case managers. We don't realize that the load that we're taking on, and we're taking on many, this is just a small amount because we do have more. And if you hear some of their stories have led from horror to success. So I'm saying to the council members that is here on this evening, please find the funding that is needed to continue this program on. Have a good evening.
Council President.
Hello, good evening. I'm Shania Davis. I have 2 small kids, and I went to Catholic Charities, and they said, oh, I can only give you $500. I just want to know where I'm going to go with 2 small kids and $500. I went to the Board of Social Service. They said, oh, we cannot fund you anything unless you're on Section 8. You in a fire, you had a fire. I said, but wait a minute. You told me if I get a job, you'll just give me the security money. No, you have to be on Section 8. If I'm on Section 8, what do I need your funding for? Went to Hearts of Hannah. Me and my mom, her walking with her cane. I missed work. My kids was at school. I have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. I talked to them and I told them, I just need a foot in the door. That's all, a foot in the door. And that's what these ladies right here provided with me. I went from being homeless 7 months and 14 days with 2 small kids. Going to a shelter with my babies, packing up, but they went to school every day. And I made it to work. But we had nowhere to go. And it's hard to tell a 3-year-old when they ask you, Mommy, where are we going tonight? And I can't answer that. That's hard. As a woman, as a parent, as a human being, that's hard. But when I walked in this lady's door, she didn't turn me away like everybody else came up with the excuse. You do TRA. Oh, you can't work. This is no helping. That's no helping. But everybody funded that program for years. For years. You can't grow. It was no growth with TRA. Where Heart of Hannah is growth. I started my job in August. This August will make a year. I went from receptionist to title clerk with the help of these people because I had a house for my kids. That stress was off, and I went to work with a smile on my face, even though I didn't know where my kids was gonna go, until I met this lady right here, and all these women. We have a story. They need the funding. We don't want sympathy at all. That's not what we're asking for. But if this is a program that's helping women, and y'all say go to a shelter, I called 3 shelters. All of them was full. That lady told me, find someone to watch your kids while you go to a shelter without kids. Who is gonna watch my kids? But nobody looks at those records, and I guess they was recorded because I called 211. So I don't know. But if y'all take this funding away, y'all know how many kids and families you're putting on the streets? She's helping homeless people. Y'all gonna create more. I'm just saying, as humans, as fathers, as mothers, as grandmothers, sisters, brothers, just understand where we're coming from. You had to grow somewhere, right? You had to start somewhere. Somebody helped you guys get here, right? Thank you.
Council President.
It's getting late. They out with the kids. We appreciate it.
It's never too late, Ms. Moss.
It's
Very
not
quickly.
okay.
Council
very quickly.
President.
So, one moment, Councilwoman, I'll definitely give you an opportunity.
Yes.
So, I'm sorry, very quickly. Ms. Moss, I really have to say, just from tonight alone, you have more speakers coming. I've seen more success stories from your program than I've seen from other mirroring programs that are being funded. And you know, it's sad and it's disappointing that I've been saying it since I've been here. We have to have people in our administrations, not just this one, previous ones, but especially this one, that are sensitive to the needs of our community. You have to have someone who works for the city, who understands. We've been fighting for Mrs. Muhammad's program year after year after year. If we don't come here and fight and kick and scratch for it, it wouldn't get funded. But these other programs are being funded millions of dollars. They have various funding sources. We have a number of different funding sources in this city. The PRC is one. But our Director of Economic Development doesn't live in the city, so these elements won't be, these things, these type of crises won't be on their plate or their short list of concerns. And this is shameful. When we have to have a group of people, and I look at the type of people that you service, the demographics, there's no discrimination. They hear a woman who bust her tail for 30 plus years for a company and then wind up in those type of circumstances. We have to be sensitive to that. And we have to go the extra measure to find it. Before I was a council person, there was people here, when Owen Tompkins was the Director of Community Development, he went the extra measure. He made sure that you was able to find it. He did that. That's what we have to do. And that weight has to bear on the administration. We're sitting here bending over backwards for outside developers to come in here and scale off hundreds of millions of dollars in projects without a give back. I've been saying it for years. I brought presentations to the table, showed what Jersey City does, other communities do. We still have yet to bring scenarios to the table where we have give backs to our community. So then we can make sure that programs like this are funded. I knew what you did. I never knew the impact. You have a different respect for me. I promise you, I assure you, my next check will be donated to you. My next check from the city of Paterson will be donated to you. And I'm not trying to sit here and act as if I could, I definitely would. You could check my campaign fundraising records. I've never raised hundreds of thousands. If I did, I would have donated whatever shortfall that there is to you. But there are people who have raised several hundreds of thousands of dollars. But these types of cries are going on a deaf ear. And it's shameful that we have to sit here and argue these points time in and time out. You know, when we have people in our communities who wind up sleeping in cars. I came here with an argument with a young lady who slept in her car for over 2 years, evicted from housing, mistreated from housing. She collected Section 8 for 18 years. She started as a young girl. Never did they put any programs in place to help her progress, which this young lady's talking about that you have done. But that person has a multi-six-figure yearly salary, takes various trips all over the place, multi-millions of dollars of housing that goes on in our community. We must wake up, people. I've been saying it since I've been sitting here. It's being responsible to the people and the needs of our community. I can't say it any louder. This is being said loud enough. Councilwoman Mims?
So let me be clear. First of all, Kelly, you already know. Kelly Moss, Heart of Hannah, the majority of you, I know your children, and the work that you do, it speaks for itself. I mean, we hear you tonight, but what you do in the community, how you've saved so many lives, and some of the people are not even standing here, that you've saved that some of the other entities could not save. Now, I believe, right, and I don't know totally, but I'm gonna go back to the administration, because this is not the council is an administrative function. There is on the agenda tonight, there are items that are there, but there has to be matching funds to the items that are here, right? Your program is not,
We have a lending source called the PRC, which can provide matching
let me
funds.
finish.
We can do
Find a
that.
way.
Wait a
We're gonna
minute.
find a way.
But my request to the administration, when it comes to programs that are successful, that have deliverables and measurable outcomes, such as Heart of Hannah, and not just your program, because we're fighting for every other program that didn't get it. Grandparents didn't get it for 2 years, right? So we got to make sure programs that do a great job, that we don't have to question. We can jump to your program, right? City Hall is located right here, 155, you're at 175, 177, and you're right there. So we don't have to drive, get an Uber, get a Lyft. We're right here. So it's just knowing what you do. So I am making a request and actually a demand on the administration to creatively identify some monies, right, which can't be a part of tonight. So we got to be clear, right? This is grant funding. We can't amend it. I don't want to tell you we can. So I want to go to the administration, because they have to go through the CFO to get matching funds, right, to do it. So I want it to the administration, because the charge goes to them, not to this council. That's their role. So the charge goes to them. And also the other request is that there be a sit-down meeting with your program or any other program that was left off, because you came tonight. I don't know who else was left off, but I think it deserves a conversation with your program and any other program that was not a part of, for whatever the reasons there are, because I think we have to make sure we be good neighbors with people that are helping us offset some of the situations in our community. So those are my requests to the administration, and I believe the mayor may be watching, so I'm saying it to the mayor as well. Jay takes really good notes. So we have to make sure that programs like yourself and others that are really doing a great job, that they are not left without.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman McCoy?
I have a problem, and I've had that problem all my life. And the problem is, it's very difficult for me to see somebody in need and turn my back and not lend a helping hand. I've done that all my life. And tonight, the testimony is heartrending. And your success is clear, and your work and your contribution is without question. The problem is that elections have consequences. And we sat back and allow the guy with the orange hair to be in the White House. And when you're sitting at the top, you make the rules, and you change the rules. And he changed the rules. as to what we're able to do with this money. And folk pretend as if I'm helping you, but it's structural. The thing is structural, right? So what you're asking us to do, what you're asking Barbara to do, she can't do. Do you deserve the funding? Absolutely. Are you doing the work? Absolutely. So we have to come up with a different mechanism to fund what you do. Now, how much was your request?
40,000.
40,000. All right? And we got the grandparents over here that needed some money.
Well, they got 20.
They got 20, but I think they need a little bit more than that.
And
We've
listen,
raised a whole lot of money around here for festival and dances and a whole bunch of other stuff that ain't impacting no people. Now, I haven't agreed with Councilman Jackson all night tonight on some of the issues that he's been talking about. The one thing I agree with him is the brother is putting himself on the line by saying he will give you his next check. Meaning he's going to contribute $1,000, right? Personally. We can't do that every day of the week up here. The need in Paterson will drive you bankrupt if we do that every day. But I can't walk away from you today. So I'm going to match his, right? Now, don't nobody tell my wife. I hope she's not watching. Because I'm not authorized to be making these executive decisions, all right? Okay? But, no, I hope, okay, but I'm going to.
What happened, Ming?
Oh, right, there's no sound. Thank you. God is
We
working.
got TV here.
Right. So I'm going to match that. But here's the deal. I'm about strategy and process, okay, and about method. We could give you $1,000 today or tomorrow. It still ain't going to solve your problem, okay? We have at a Paterson Alliance that work with all these social service agencies that are bigger than you, that are getting funding from other programs and other sources that we're funding on that list tonight, all right?
Yes, we are.
I'm going to challenge Paterson Alliance and every single one of their agencies to set aside $1,000, just like Councilman McCoy and Councilman Jackson, to create a pool of funding to fund these agencies and the grandparents, right here and right now.
6 figures.
We have awarded
Maybe 2, 3
$500,000
years ago,
to programs. We've given $200,000, and we know all of them. Go down the list. I'm going to ask them, if I can put up 1,000 and Councilman Jackson can put up 1,000, they can put up 1,000. The mayor has a beautiful organization called One Paterson. I'm going to challenge him to give you $1,000. So if we do all of that, I think we may have a pool of $60,000 or $80,000 that we can help to alleviate these programs. All right? So the BA is here. He's heard all of that. And he's going to take some notes, right? He's going to take some notes.
Councilman, I think we can go further than that.
And
I think we can go further.
no, I'm not going to squeeze him for any money.
Councilman,
But
listen.
hear me. I don't mean that's my problem. I can't just
See, just not
see it and don't see it. I can't just play games. I can't just laugh about it. These are real people with real situations and real circumstances. I've never been homeless, okay? Thank God. But I can identify with you. And I don't know when people say I feel your pain, it's not just an expression, okay? I'm hurting now just hearing the testimony.
Yeah.
All right? I'm affected by what you say. And for me to say Godspeed and don't help somebody, that's a problem for me. All right? So we're going to solve this problem. We can't do it that way, but I'm doing it this way. I'm going to ask the administration, I'm going to ask economic directors here. We feel your pain. We know the need is real, okay? And we're going to say to all of our providers, set aside out of your operating budget a token contribution to communities' assistance, that folks that can't get the funding and can't get the program. Put aside your miscellaneous, and set aside $1,000 as a community give back to grassroots organizations that don't have the capacity. And let's provide a fund of support, grassroots support, through Paterson Alliance, or whatever the group is, or One Paterson, whatever it might be, to support this need. And come see me for my 1,000, and see Councilman Jackson. And I don't want to give the impression that these council people have all this money and everybody can just donate to every
Because
cause.
we don't.
Right.
Because
So,
we can't.
wait.
We really can't.
Councilman,
And-
can I make a suggestion?
Wait, because I want him to finish, and I'm
Just-
waiting here.
just a
I'm
small
giving everyone the
suggestion.
respect that I want to speak as well.
Just a small,
I yield to Councilman Jackson.
a very small suggestion, because Ms. Morris indicated that this money, the majority of this money, will be going to pay rent. So what we're doing is, I'm taking money, you're taking money from your family and my family to put in the hands of some other person who's probably a non-Paterson person as well. Why don't we, while we're here talking about this, why don't we challenge our Director of Economic Development to find a city-owned facility to turn over to this program for $1, so Ms. Morris, moving forward, does not have to pay rent. So that if she's gaining in money such as this, that money will go directly to her programming, directly to impact. Maybe we could find facility as such that grandparents and Heart of Hannah could share the facilities, so that they no longer have the burden to pay rent. They could pay taxes, they could be owners. That's, from my perspective, would be a much more feasible, much more doable, something that definitely is in the purview of the mayor. The mayor can definitely turn it over, with the council would definitely support it. We have plenty of properties that we're looking to give to people and do certain favors for certain organizations. This organization should be at the top of the list, and I'm sure that we can go through lists and find a facility and find a developer who will be willing to come forward and do the necessary repairs to put Ms. Moss and Ms. Sister Wahida in a facility of their own, so they no longer have to continue to pay rent. I mean,
I have to say.
I raise your
something.
challenge, Councilman. This is what we need to do.
Council members.
Yeah.
So I want to say something, because Councilman McCoy said something and it really touched me. And I do know what it is to be homeless, all right? So when I had to get up, and I went out there and I spoke to one of your case managers, and I spoke to one of the recipients' graduates. And it really broke my heart to hear her, right? And so, that's the emotional side. Then the realistic piece kicks in, right? And so, because we understand, because we're from here, right? And I'm in agreement with our council members that we want to do something, all right? But today, we're not going to be able to resolve everything, okay? The council members, they've decided that they wanted to put forth. I could be honest with you right now, I can't do that, right? But I sure know that there's ways how I can do it. So with that said, okay, I want us to proceed, because we have been, and I want everyone out there to know, please don't think that we're being unfair. This is not the normal way we do business, okay? In a format of when we have the public portion, I started my meeting by saying 3 minutes and so forth, but there's quite a group here and we needed to listen to you. And it's sad that you left from our workshop and not stand up, and we could have had that conversation, because it really would have been a different conversation today. But I do want to be able to see if there's a way, Mr. BA, and I think through probably our Director of Economic Development and Community Development, there has to be a way, there has to be something that we can do for Heart of Hannah and for our grandparents. Okay?
Council President.
So I believe in my heart, and with this body, I believe that we will be able to do something, okay? But I don't make promises, I do not, I'm sorry, so I can't do that today, all right? But I will guarantee to you that I will be having this conversation come tomorrow and see what we can do to try to get you some funding, because Right now, the council members said that they would donate, right? But that's a one-time.
Yeah.
So are we saying that every week they're gonna give you the 1,000? Or they just once a month? No, I'm not putting them in. What I'm saying is, I want you to be able to self-sustain as well for future. It's not just put a Band-Aid for right now. I want us to be able to at least work out where next year you're gonna have funding, and from there, we work on the year before, we need to secure funding for the following year, okay? So I want to thank you all for being here today. I know there's been a lot of great conversation, Councilwoman. We really, we have been.
I got 3 other
Councilwoman.
agencies that's on here that got.
Okay, Councilwoman,
that
I don't
got
want to,
funded-
Councilwoman,
that got
I do
funded
not want to
badly.
discuss the other
Well, no,
agencies.
we're gonna come to it.
I know, we're gonna come to it, and at that point, but right now, I don't wanna do that.
I'll
We
wait.
have been here with the group for over an hour.
That's
I
fine.
want
I'll
respectfully
wait.
to say, okay, we're gonna do something. Kelly, you got my number, okay? And you know how to reach me, because just like everybody says, she only down the street, you know I'm down the street too.
Right.
Literally, a block, okay? So I want to thank you all. You have a good night, and I pray to God that we're going to be able to do something, okay? Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Yeah, you're gonna cry like a baby then. You should be sitting.
Me? Kelly?
You said
No,
what?
let me, I think you're going to go into the, okay.
Oh, she got all.
Kelly and Wahida, please meet Councilman McCoy in the conference room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Mr. Freeman.
Kim Freeman. Okay, he left. Next speaker.
Mr. Foscaldo.
Is Mr. Foscaldo still here? Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Kiana Henry. I think she might be with Miss Brown.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Erica Santiago.
Erica Santiago. Raquel? Erica? Okay.
Madam President, Mr. Foscaldo is here. He's coming.
Where is he?
He's right in that crowd there, by the door. He's by the door. He's coming in.
All right, let Mr. Foscaldo first. Just have her say right. Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm gonna please ask that the door close first because it's very hard to hear.
You ready for me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Tom Foscaldo, Preakness Avenue, One Eye on Paterson. I got a lot of memories in my head, and boy, all these problems wouldn't be there if you could reduce the taxes. You don't get homeless people unless you've got too many taxes. Anyway, I'm old, and I remember having nice times at Hitler's youth camps in my New Jersey neighborhood. A lot of you people don't even know what Hitler's voice sounded like. That's all in my memory. And he talked real nice and pleasant, just like they do about the United Nations today. He wanted world peace, and he wanted a new world order. And anyway, he sounded sincere, but that's all in my history. Now, I'm surprised. I found out that I'm so old, a lot of people don't remember water rationing. And water was rationed here, and does anybody here remember water rationing?
Water what?
Rationing. We had a couple of summers when it didn't rain. It's been raining every day for the last so we're not having rationing. But we have the same reservoirs. Maybe 20 years ago, it didn't rain, and the reservoirs went empty. And it was a tragic situation. And they outlawed car wash businesses. They restricted houses, how many times they could flush the toilet in a day. If you watered your lawn or washed your car and a policeman saw you, you got arrested and you paid a fine, a great big fine. Anyway, the best suggestion they had at that time, the newspapers had a contest. Who would give the best suggestion to conserve water? And somebody won the prize when they said, we heat the baby's bottle in water, and we found ways to reuse that water and not dump it down the drain. Now, I bring all this up because since the 10 or 20 years that we did not have water rationing, the population has increased tremendously. And the rivers and lakes have not increased tremendously. They're exactly the same. So it could come very, very tough. And at this time, the government has sold our water rights to foreign investors. So when the water gets short...
Mr. Fuscaldo, the bell rang. Can you please wrap up?
The bell rang. I hope it rang for the last people about a half an hour earlier. I mean, so I want the people to be aware that there are no plans for water rationing or increasing the water supply, but they're building apartments. Our population is double. And it was rough times, and everybody was digging a well. Mm-hmm. And think about it. And think about cutting taxes so we don't have people in trouble. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fuscaldo.
I'd like to say thank you. I might put on a filibuster. I mean, like the last group. All the money that you collect goes to salaries. And nobody's working for nothing. And that's what's causing people to be poor. All right.
Good night.
Happy New Year, Bona Pasqua, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
I think it's Erica. Yeah, it's your turn. Council President, can she go now? Yes. She's going to talk.
Where's that thing? Oh. My name is Erica Santiago Escarfulery, and I live at 174 Edmond Ave. And I'm actually glad that he went before me, because actually I had a meeting today with the mayor about raising revenue for property taxes and taxes of the city of Paterson, which I bring copies of for everyone here. So I don't know if my ideas will be able to help, but I brought them anyway because I figure if you can't complain about a problem until you become part of the solution. And I'm sorry if my voice is cracking a little bit, but I'm trembling because I'm freezing to death in here. So I'm gonna make this quick. First of all, I am here representing the parents group, Strength to Stand Up, and all my opinions are based on what we believe. And I first wanna say, when it comes to the Hinchcliffe Stadium project, I would like to see that go forward, but if it's something that what Mr. Corey T was saying is true, where we're gonna be negotiating from a negative place, I don't want to see it move forward to then basically get got for our money later. Because we got enough problems, we don't need more problems getting our money taken away. That is my opinion, and I'm sorry, I completely forgot what I came up here to talk about. I also would like to talk about recreation. I found out today from a freeholders meeting that I went to before I came here, we have 10,000 children that are classified with disabilities, all different types. And we have nothing for them. And I keep hearing that we have things coming, but when are they gonna get here? Is there any type of time frame? Is there any type of light at the end of the tunnel? Because I've been hearing this for a while, and so far, we haven't heard anything about it. What else did I want to say? I'm sorry. I'm trying to gather all my thoughts before the timer goes off. And I guess lastly, what I want to say to the director of TTV, Mr. Corey T. I know him from seeing him at the Board of Education meetings, and I've also seen him here. I respect him as someone who has the courage of his conviction, and I've always respected his opinion. However, as the mother of a child who is disabled and suffers from ADHD, if you're gonna mock somebody for having issues with attention deficit, it's not ADHD that they suffer from, it's ADD. ADD means you can't focus and you can't retain information. When you have ADHD, that means you're also abnormally hyperactive. So if you're gonna make fun of someone, do it correctly, because I've always respected your opinion, and I don't want to see you look bad when you're trying to make a joke. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. B.A., I believe we had a conversation, am I correct, in finance pertaining to what we're going to be doing. It's probably a park for special needs, so I know that that conversation, Raquel, that conversation has been had, Councilman Rivera as well. So we've been talking about it, and yes, you're right. Things have to be talked about first, and we have to find the means. And I know that we're creating Friends of Paterson Parks, and we're going to be applying for some other funding. So definitely, this is one of the things that are at the top of our agenda. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Dorothy Martin.
Council President, could we ask Mr. Ming? I know we're having an issue still with people.
Are we still having the issue?
What is going on? A whole year, and we gotta address this.
Okay.
No, but he works and then he goes off.
Is Files or is Ottoman? Which one?
Not sure.
Okay.
Files.
Ma'am, come forward.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Nice to see you all again. The issue of Hinchcliffe Stadium has been a thorn in my side for the past 30 years. And to hear that it's been sold off, how in God's name could that happen? That is a historical part of this town. We are the third largest city in New Jersey, and we have no stadium. We have no way to make money, and it did belong to our schools. Who set that up? I am so disappointed. I have gone to that stadium since I was a little kid, doing all kinds of beautiful things there. There is all kinds of money to be made because of that stadium. I don't know who the planners are, but I'll take that job. I'm sure they're being paid a lot for nothing. Thanks for nothing, whoever decided that that was a good thing. And I would like to promote my new business. I am Miss Dorothy Martin of Appy's Barbecue and Sides. I am conveniently located next to the liquor warehouse, across the street from the Mexican car wash, and right by the 7-Eleven. I do cater for all you people that don't want to do your own backyard parties. I make the most fabulous sides and meats in this town. And some of you have been there to taste my food.
It's good.
Correct, Mr. Velez?
Delicioso.
Correct, Ms. Mims? And I'd like to see you all there. I am there with my dinners on Sunday, and I will cater any of your parties.
The name?
Appy's. Appy's Barbecue and Sides.
Okay.
I would like to see you all there. But I did want to make sure that you understand how upset I am about Hinchcliffe Stadium. I want to be out there too. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam President, can I clarify that? Because
I was going to say, I was actually going to say to you, because I know that the information that was put forth by the gentleman, Mr. TTV, okay,
Yes.
is incorrect, because
Correct.
Hinchcliffe has not been sold.
Well, what do they mean about, what are they talking about?
Well, we're going to have a
What is
conversation
ours?
in a few.
Yet.
But Mr. BA, if you could.
Sure, I mean, just for folks who are watching on television, Hinchcliffe Stadium has not been sold at all.
Not yet.
It's actually an extension of a lease with Paterson Public Schools. Paterson Public Schools owns the land.
That's what
The city
knew. I'm
has a lease that was signed back in 2010 to use the stadium. All we're talking about now is extending the term of that lease for another 30 or 40 years so that we can monetize tax credits to fix the stadium. The school district still owns it. The city will be a tenant, and we're working with a developer. So whoever put
yes.
information out that we sold it, that's inaccurate information.
Yes, and I got that right
Okay.
in this room. And I was wondering, you know, we have a big history with the ball players and such at Hinchcliffe Stadium. Why can't we reach out to some of the leagues and help get funding?
That's a good suggestion, and we have made that suggestion.
Okay, sounds
Okay.
good. I'm feeling a little better.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Ms. Victoria. Victoria?
Good evening, Victoria Okendo, 4th Ward, Paterson, New Jersey. I had another matter that I wanted to speak on this evening, but I'm going to table that. I want to address Councilman Flavio Rivera's disrespect of Darlene Morris, who you had her put out. First and foremost, I want to know whose shot call was that, because it's under my impression, Madam President, that that would have been your call to have her put out. But instead, the police officer was summoned. She didn't even know who she was coming for. And just for the record, it was me talking, and I wish you would try that. You need to know who to play that on. You want respect, you give respect. You understand me? You talk, you eat, you drink, you do sidebar chit-chat. You're on social media. You came in here one day like you came straight from Planet Fitness. The same respect you want from us, we want from you. When Michael Jackson overspoke Councilman Mills, who put him out?
Ms. Okendo.
It's about respect, and that's the law of reciprocity.
Okay.
What you put out comes back. You owe her an apology. It was me speaking,
Ms. Okendo.
and I dare you to put me out.
Okay, one moment. So, Ms. Okendo.
Peace.
Okay.
We never asked her to put her out.
Miss-
I asked for
Okay,
people to be
so
quiet
one
when I
minute,
speak.
Councilman, and I'm gonna say this because I'm gonna put this for the record. Councilman Rivera did not. He didn't know, I didn't know who was speaking. I had told the officers in the beginning, because there were loudness, that if you heard someone while the council members were speaking, because we're talking about respect, so you gotta give to get respect. Okay, so I didn't know who in the audience, and I had ordered the officers, if somebody spoke, to remove them. So it was not specifically to her, because I don't know who the person was that was speaking out loud. Okay, so I want to put that on the record, okay? And I will personally apologize to the young lady that was removed, because at any point it was not that. I specifically stated it. So when Councilman Rivera was speaking, that they were speaking, I didn't know who was speaking out loud, all right? So I didn't direct them to remove her, per se, okay? So I need to put that on the record, and I also want, because all
clarify
councilmen, and you will be able, but I want to, because as council president, at the end of the day, I run the meeting, okay? And I don't want individuals to think here, they can't come here and speak. All I was asking from the beginning of the meeting was for respect. We gotta respect when we come here. Just like we need to respect each other, we need to respect the public has to come here and respect the council as well. Councilman
So
Rivera?
I just want to make it clear. First of all, the council president had to ask someone to be removed. I didn't ask for anyone to get removed. All I said was, Council President, I'm trying to speak. Could you have people at least give us the courtesy to speak? Some people were speaking. I didn't specify any individual. I didn't ask the officers to remove any individual. This is televised. This is televised. They're also keeping the minutes here. No time I said remove anyone from here. All I said is, could they give me the courtesy to speak? I said, Council President, I can't speak if they're speaking. So just look for the minutes, ask for a copy of the meeting. I did not ask for anyone to be removed, especially the lady that was sitting there. I have a lot of respect for her. I would not, even when she was being taken out of here, I said, why are they taking her out? I went to Councilman Jackson and said, Mike, what's going on? You know, I didn't ask for her to be removed. So that's fine. It was a misunderstanding.
And I think that's exactly what happened, that the officer, see, I didn't know who was speaking, okay? But I did order the officer, not for her. I said anyone else that speaks out. Because, again, you know, we talk about coming here and we need the respect, you know, this is our house. Absolutely, this is your house, but there has to be a certain decorum when we come here. And so we got a lot of different emotions going on, and we understood, you know, the seniors that were here. So I don't want anyone leaving here today thinking, oh, we can't go there and speak. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. I put in a statement today. We had Heart of Hannah here. This is not the normal way we do business, but we saw the need, and I could not just cut the person off. So the rest of the council members were supporting that and wanted to put everything on record. So I don't want anyone to think here that you can't come here and say your piece. I just want there to be a level of respect. And yes, Councilman Rivera, you stand corrected. He did not ask for the young lady to get removed. I had generalized, because again, I did not know that it was her. I want to send her an apology, okay, on behalf of me as the council president, all right? So, and I'll be doing that shortly. Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman, Council President? Very quickly. I don't want it to, I don't know how I got yelled at. I don't think I cut Councilwoman Mims off. I try to be extremely respectful to everyone. I even asked the officer not to engage with her because she was just doing her job. She was asked by the council president, the next person that blurted out anything. There was a number of different people in here. I asked her not to, and Darlene was given the opportunity to say. She wasn't forced out, but her frustration, she decided to leave. But I think that it's very important that, you know, various council members are elected to serve the people. They have different opinions and different approaches. Sometimes it may be construed as being insensitive. I try to make sure that we're always sensitive to the public. The public portion has gone on well over the allotted time. So if I did anything to offend anyone, I apologize, but definitely was not my intent.
Yeah.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Mr. Elvis Durham. Elvis?
Madam Clerk, how many more speakers do we have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, approximately 6 more speakers. I'm not sure everyone is here, but we have about 6 more.
Okay.
1, 2, you can hear me? Okay. Well, I came up here today. First, just want to say, yes, Paterson, New Jersey don't have no recreation center buildings, but we have over 400-something churches in the city of Paterson. In the summer of 2019, it's in 2 weeks, or probably a week and a half from now. I'm asking every pastor, I know the microphones don't work, but I will be going live on Facebook sometime tomorrow. I'm asking every pastor in the city of Paterson, be creative, do something for the community on Friday and Saturdays for this summer, for the youth and in the community. Also, I want to talk about Hiskop Stadium. Y'all know how I feel about Hiskop Stadium. I would like to see it happen. I would like to see this stadium get fixed up. But the plan that y'all have is bullcrap. Hiskop Stadium is right by the national park. Every national park in America have hotels around it. So people that's coming to the city will have a place to stay. Right now, we got over like five to 8 bus loads every day coming to the national park. But you know where these people stay at? They stay in Wayne. Wayne is making money off of us. we're not making money. We need a hotel. So yeah, hopefully y'all could come up with a better plan. But if y'all pass this, if y'all vote on this, go ahead and vote on this. It's gonna be the same thing like the project that y'all were trying to do St. Joe's. God not gonna let it happen. Go ahead, vote. Also, the better project that we need is the Center City project. This is gonna create jobs. It's gonna create over 500-something jobs. Center City offer a professional arena that hold over 12,000 people. Do y'all know what arena is? I know Councilwoman at Law's Lisa Mims been to the McDonald Gospel Fest at the stadium at the Prudential Center. It's gonna be just like the Prudential Center. It's gonna create jobs. A usher, you know what an usher is, right? They walk people to the seat. They will earn a paycheck, $17.50 an hour in Paterson, if we get this arena. You see, a person like me, I live paycheck to paycheck. I don't make big money like y'all, okay? We need this arena. I will be able to make money, and other people will be able to make money. We need this arena, and we need this hotel. You see, y'all sitting here, y'all living good. Y'all got houses, y'all driving nice cars. I live paycheck to paycheck. And other people that want this arena in this hotel, they live paycheck to paycheck. We need this. And I'm asking Andre Sayer, the mayor, do the right thing. Peace. Good night.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. Doris Whitaker.
Doris Whitaker. Next speaker,
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Michael Itel.
Next speaker?
This looks like Estelle. I'm not sure of this person. Maybe this is one of the 21st Avenue person. Mr. Staten. Walt.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. It's been a while since I've been here. First of all, I want to commend the dog park and the people that supported it over the weekend. They gave over 300
Hundreds.
dogs vaccinations and
And about
shots.
200 cats.
And 200 cats. And they gave out over 500 bags of dog food for people that don't have it. And they give out bowls and everything else. Okay, that was very good. Now, I was there for 4.5 hours getting my dog vaccinated. To go through the beautiful park that they put there, should have been somewhere else in another park, where we wouldn't have to smell the scent of the garbage place. You know, everybody's standing around like, wow, every time the wind blow, oof, what happened? You know, that is unsensitive for anybody to go and stand there for 4 hours and have to smell the garbage company. So that park could have been anywhere else. And you had people come from all over. Now, getting back to a couple months ago, I came here about the damage to my car. They told me to go get the reports. I did everything that they wanted me to do. They said it wasn't no founder of the hole was there at the time that I had the incident. I still have $900 and some damage done to my car from City of Paterson. I got the reports, I got the founders, I got everything where people had crawled in that pothole and everything else, and it wasn't fixed. And 8 days before I hit it. So I'm still looking for somebody to reimburse me for my truck, because I am a disabled person and I live month to month. I don't even live week to week on a paycheck. I live month to month on a check. To shell out $981, I think that was the total. And I'm still waiting to hear back from somebody, because they said the insurance adjuster or whatever from the insurance company says, oh, it wasn't nothing found. I got the paperwork, I showed them. They have not got back to me yet. So that's why I'm still waiting on that also. You know, the parks, you know, the work that they're supposed to be doing to the new East Side Park, helping do the creation of that. I'm still waiting to see that. Of the funding of how much money we supposed to have got for the parks. I heard that was approved, and I have not seen nothing done to the parks. And one side of the park get the grass cut 1 week, and the other side of the park still look like the jungle habitat. So we still need that. We still need more funding for the parks. Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
I hope I hear something from somebody about the damage to my car.
Mr. BA?
I mean, you filed a claim with the insurance company.
Yeah.
The insurance company denied the claim. I'm
Yeah.
not sure what else,
Yeah.
you know, the city can do at that point. There are a lot of cars that get damaged by potholes in the city. You filed a claim. I mean, I guess the only thing that you could probably do is go to court and file a small claims suit against the city, you know, for the $910. I'm not sure what else, you know, the city can do. The city, you know, cannot reimburse you for the damage to your car from its coffers. It has a third-party administrator, third-party insurance company. They review the information. I can go back and check your file, but, you know, don't expect to hear anything from the city other than me telling you I'll get back to you and tell you what they say. But really, the insurance company is the agency that's designated by the city to handle these claims.
But that's what I got everything that they want.
Okay, so why don't
Yeah.
why don't we do this, and you have a sidebar, please, with him? Okay, very good. Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Ms. Mohammed, the next speaker.
You still here?
By the grace of God. I done forgot all the stuff I wanted to say to you guys, because this has really been a trying evening. But with God's name, I just want to say, Councilwoman Cotton, through the chair, you are correct. There have been times when things weren't going the way they were supposed to, and you guys have been able to amend certain things. And I think once we heard this story from these young women tonight, if there's ever an amendment that needed to happen, it needed to happen tonight. And the other thing I want to say to you is that we have to be more sensitive to people that live here. It's like we get more sympathy to people that come here for 2 seconds than we get for people that live here 24/7. It's sad. It really is. And I say to the grandparents, because they're always saying, well, Wahida, didn't you talk to this one? Didn't you talk to that one at the city? It's like we're just talking to people that don't hear anything. And I heard someone say tonight that the mayor said he didn't know that these things was happening. I wanted to curse, because you're not going to tell me that the mayor didn't know. You're not going to tell me that. Because anything that goes on in this city, whether it's money or dummy, the mayor knows. So don't tell me that you didn't know that this was happening to this woman. And why is it that we can't change it back to where she was eligible for her case manager to be paid? If she was getting those fundings before, why not take it back to the funding that she was getting before so that they would be covered? It's just like we just don't even care about the people that are really making a difference. And it's sad. But we're not going to give up, because you know what? My God tells me to ask him. I'm not here to beg anybody, because my God doesn't even tell me to beg him. It tells me to ask and it shall be given. Now, where it's going to be given from, I have no clue. But we're not going to give up, because it is up to us to do what we need to do for whoever we can do it for. And the other thing I do want to say, we're having our fundraiser on the 21st. So that's a way that you all can help, because you can come and pay for 3 tickets and only come yourself. But help us to help ourselves, because we're not just laying down saying we can't do anything. Yes, we're having fundraisers to try to raise some money, but do the right thing and at least help us where you know we are. And Louis, through the chair to Councilman Velez, I know you still have my check, and I'm here to collect it, because you told me that you were going to do what you know that you were supposed to do. Wait a minute. And that I could count on you. I'm still counting.
Yes.
So I'm here tonight to make sure that you have the check for the spring fling that you missed
and the thing that's coming up on the 21st, because I told you you were running into double duty because you didn't go to the other thing, okay?
That's good, Wahida. I thought that Councilman Councilman McCoy said meet her back there. I thought he was gonna take care of it, but I will take care of my part. Don't worry. I know, I know.
You're good. But I do want to say seriously, we need to do better at what we are not doing, okay?
Well, man, I never miss an event, and as you know, we came back to victory, and I will catch up with you.
That's right.
God bless
I'm
you.
gonna keep coming until
Amen.
you do. All
Okay,
right,
thank you.
God
Have a
bless.
good night, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Ramona Acosta.
Ramona Acosta. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Right, there's no one else on the public
Okay,
portion.
I have a motion to close.
Can you call,
I am.
Council
Moved by
President.
Councilwoman Cotton, second by, can I have a second to close the public portion?
he had his hand right.
Only if you're
Second by
nice.
Councilwoman Mims. Roll call to close the public portion.
Only if you're nice.
Mr. Freeman, they already called you and you was out, that's why.
I know, I'm sorry. Mr. Freeman, I do apologize. It is 11. We still have items on the agenda. I do apologize. We
Oh
had
my God.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call to close the public portion of the regular meeting.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public portion. Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Mims. Yeah, Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. The public portion is now closed.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Oh, that's good, hallelujah.
that's great.
3 minutes?
Yeah, gloria a Dios.
Okay, go ahead.
All right.
All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute, all right, he
See you
said
in
3,
10.
we're gonna take 5. One more item, Okay, council members. Mr. BA, Corporation Counsel, Madam Clerk, council members, I really want us to finish. This has been a very emotional meeting today. So, okay, so Madam Clerk, we have first reading, so item number 5, and then we have
35. 35, just 2 items.
item number 35.
Yes, ma'am.
No. Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please read item number 5 into the record?
Yes, ma'am.
First reading, and there is no public hearing required.
Right. Next item is item number 5 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance authorizing amendment of lease of Hinchliffe Stadium, 216-218 Maple Street, from the school district and potentially receive of title to an adjoining lot to facilitate rehabilitation of the site, economic development.
Do I have a motion? Moved by Councilwoman Cotton. Do I have a second? Second by Councilwoman Mims. Madam Clerk, we're missing 2
5.
council members, and I really want them out here.
Councilman Velez
No,
is here.
you're in here. I said we're missing 2.
And Councilman Jackson.
Councilman Jackson and Councilman Abdelaziz. You're not being called out. I'm calling the 2 council members.
Oh, oh my God, I feel honored, I'm important to be here now. That's a good thing. A lot of people commenting on me, no, you got 8 votes.
Councilman?
Oh, I'm sorry.
We ain't doing no side talk. We getting ready. I want Councilman Abdelaziz out here.
Raquel, it's yours?
Councilman Abdelaziz is in a chokehold by the police officer. You had to go get your partner.
6-ward resident, right? Ooh. Okay, so, we have a motion. It was moved by Councilwoman Cotton. It was second by Councilwoman Mims.
Which one we talking?
Item number 5 for first reading, and there is no public hearing.
Madam President?
Councilman Abdelaziz, we just had a motion to move for first reading item number 5. It was moved by Councilwoman Cotton and second by Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Jackson?
Yes. So, I have a few questions to the administration. I know that this project has not been presented in its entirety to the council, but I do understand that the necessity to utilize some portion of the tax credits that was previously allocated towards another project.
So Councilman, before you proceed, just so you know, in our last meeting when we discussed and we put forward to put it on the agenda, we specifically were discussing the lease. In terms of the project, we added an addendum to the lease to indicate that we would want, before the second reading, for the developer's agreement to come before us for discussion at this time before the second reading. So I just wanted to put that out, because if you're gonna start asking all the questions right now, we're not gonna discuss the project
I
per
don't
se.
have any questions,
Okay.
Council President.
Well, okay.
I have a suggestion.
No, you can finish, Councilman Jackson.
Okay, very good. I have no questions. In fact, I have no qualm with this particular item. My issue is in its entirety, and it's mostly when I look at. So I know I wasn't here last week, but I didn't see the other projects that are being presented that are drawing down from the $130 million in tax credits. And my concern, because to my knowledge, because I haven't been shown or proven anything otherwise, the only project that will be creating sustainable jobs. This is economic development, and the tax credits are supposed to be utilized for economic development. This project, from what I understand, I could be wrong, is producing under 10 sustainable jobs, while the other project in question is producing over 400 sustainable jobs, which is a substantial difference. And that's my concern. As a business person in this community who understands, who I have to, while members of the administration don't live here and they can easily get in their car and and leave out of the city and search for different things that can fulfill their palates. I think that we need to be making sure that the projects that are chosen and selected are going to be projects that have a major impact. So my only concern is that we're relinquishing, we're beginning to allow for the tax credits to be distributed without having a full picture of what projects are going to be utilized, and holding the administration and the mayor accountable for making sure that project, the Center City project, is also moves forward. I think that project is much more shovel ready. It's been presented several years back. We've all seen the renderings. We've seen all of the proposals, which I mean, bringing in a flagship entity such as Marriott, and also recovering, the previous investment to help the mall become sustainable. Personally, Madam President, I don't feel comfortable with voting on this measure without ensuring that the other measures that's going to have a much greater impact. Hinchcliffe Stadium is one of my bucket list items. I definitely want to see Hinchcliffe Stadium fulfilled. But when we put the two against each other and measure out the necessity, I'd much rather have a commitment of 400 sustainable jobs, as well as a much larger potential impact. So if I had to weigh the two out, I think that the other has a substantial amount of viability. And personally, I would like to see where the administration is with that before we even consider voting on any items in regard to the tax credit. So, I'll let the discussion move further before
Okay.
we take any action.
So, no, Councilman, we're gonna take action. You're either gonna vote it up or down. This is a first reading. This is about the lease. The mayor is the one that decides on the projects. The
Council
mayor is the
President,
one, Councilman, can I finish?
I take
No.
very indifference, with that. The mayor's not the one that decides. We collectively
No,
decide.
Councilman,
We
you're not
collectively
understanding
decide.
you're not understanding my message. In terms right now, the authority right now, in terms of issuing the letter of support, comes from the mayor, okay? We move forward to go ahead. I personally, and when I vote, I'll give my opinion. But in terms right now of where we are, we put it on the agenda. I don't want anyone out there saying that we're the council, or that the council president, is stopping this great project from happening. No, I'm not doing that. Today, the council is gonna decide if you wanna move forward to a second reading, and at that time, before that second reading, we all should be having the developer's agreement to determine what the project is fully about, okay?
That is correct,
So
Council
you
President.
can vote up or down today for first reading,
Council
Council
President.
President, can I-
okay? We're specifically discussing right now, and this is why I said it, and I said it yesterday after the budget hearing, make sure to have read the lease agreement.
Council President.
Councilman,
I know we are specifically voting on this lease, but there's some language in there.
Correct.
We need to further discuss. It's tied up the development of the stadium with this lease. So you just cannot say we're just voting on this lease, but it comes with, for example, if you look at section 1, on I think page number 2, is on the lease. It states that this developer has to get the financing by December 31st.
Councilman, that's my point. My point is, you're gonna vote, I know
And
how I'm gonna vote.
no, no.
I came here prepared today with all of the
But the
information that
public
I
needs-
read.
Public needs to know, what happens if they don't get that adequate funding by December 31st? What are we gonna do? We're gonna lose this
Madam President,
tax credit?
can I just
Or-
give an overview, because I think I can answer the councilman's question. So you're
Before-
exactly right. That's why I believe the action of the council tonight to support this, if the developer doesn't get the financing pursuant to the tax credits, none of this matters. So the developer is taking the risk here, right? So the developer has until December 31st, 2019 to get the financing through the sources that are identified here. If the developer doesn't get it, this all goes away. So what we have
So
here.
we lose the tax credit?
What we have here, let's just make it clear what we have here. What we have here is a 25-year asset that's been lying dormant for 25 years. It's been an eyesore in our communities. We've had people talk years about doing something for Hinchcliffe Stadium. In 2010, the city and the Board of Education entered into an agreement for the city to do something with the stadium. Since 2010, the city has done very little, other than do some work on the facade. All this lease is doing is extending the term of the current agreement with some additional terms that would allow the developer to get site control in order to monetize the tax credits to raise the $75 million that's necessary to get the stadium done. This is what this is all about. There's a time limit to this. Our legislative delegation, Benji Wimberly, Shavonda Sumter, and Nellie Poe, fought relentlessly to extend these tax credits multiple times. Our time is running out to act here. We have a developer who's willing to put his or her name on the line to get this project done. All we're asking for tonight is an opportunity to go to a second reading so that we can continue to work on the redevelopment agreement that's in process right now. We promise to have that redevelopment agreement to all of you by Thursday so that you can review it, so that we can talk about it in the Finance Committee on next Tuesday and hopefully go on the workshop agenda. We have until July 1st to identify all the projects that we want to consider and write to EDA and get their blessing on whatever projects we consider for these tax credits. So Council President is correct. All we're asking for today is to talk about this lease and get the extension and move it to a second reading. We will be back with a full-blown presentation with everything that we have, with the numbers and everything, to show you what the site is going to look like.
Council President.
No, I was,
Okay, so Councilman Khalid, Councilman Jackson.
but you asking me to blindly vote on something. I don't have all the documents, I don't have all the information. That's basically what the administration asking
Well,
us to, we just vote on this lease.
Well, that's what your council president asked for. Your council president asked that you would just vote on the lease. If the council president had told us a few weeks ago that you wanted the full-blown presentation, my people are here. We were here at the workshop last week
No,
to present.
Mr. BA, no.
It's totally different.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no. We had an economic development meeting where I asked for all this information and it was not presented to us, okay? And then just a week ago, on June 4th, which was primary election day, and where it was Eid, and we had two members who were not able to be there, and myself couldn't be there, we was asked for another meeting to discuss it. At that point, I said, I'm not available. So no, and then when we came back and there was conversations, we said, we're not gonna discuss, we don't have all it, because I kept asking about the information. Give me the specifics about the project. And I did not. We're working on it. That is what was given to
No,
me.
Council President, I think what I'm saying is that last week, when we met at the workshop, you specifically said that you did not want to get into the details of the project. We were here to present at the workshop. And so tonight.
But that's not what was asked of me. What was asked for me, the mayor asked if in the agenda, we can put the lease. He never said, we're gonna do a presentation to talk about the project. That's two different things.
I understand. So
Okay.
be that as
Just
it
wanna put
may-
it on record.
Be that as it may, I think what's before you is the lease, right? And that's what you agreed to put on the agenda, and we added the additional language that you wanted to make sure that the council had the ability to review the development agreement. That language was added, so it was put on the agenda. So all we're asking for tonight is for you to continue to keep this on the agenda so that we can go to a second reading, so that you can have an opportunity to review the redevelopment agreement, so that we can move this project along, because like I said before, we have some time constraints that we're working under, and we're trying to get this done by the end of this month, and we don't have a lot of meetings left, and so that's why we're asking this council to support at least the lease. You can always come back on the second reading after you review the redevelopment agreement and after you see the presentation, and you may say, you know what, we don't like it. But to foreclose the opportunity to at least get to a second reading, and I've sat here and I watched this council over the past few months move things to second reading on less information than we have today. So I don't see any reason why we can't move this at least to a second reading.
Council President.
Okay, so Councilman Jackson, Councilman Velez, did you say?
So, Mr. BA, first and foremost, what's disappointing here is the fact that the neglect or disregard of the collective. This is a very big deal. Whatever is done with these tax credits and whatever projects are chosen and selected is going to resonate for the next several decades. It's not for this mayor or this administration or members of this administration who don't even live here to solely determine which projects are more feasible. And from my perspective, I want to ask you your honest opinion. When you take the Center City project and this project, pound for pound, and its return on ratables, do they compare?
First of all, Councilman, it's not either or. I think I'm hearing an either or proposition.
But no, because what we're getting back from the administration is the fact that. So my point is that this council has limited authority in certain respects. Once we give the authority, the administration and the mayor, which the mayor has proven that he's done already, and I'm sure he would not refrain from doing it again to make certain promises and backtrack on those things. My thing is, if we're gonna move forward with this project, I would like to have the same commitment that the administration is asking from the council for the Center City project. It's a project that's gonna create over 400 jobs. It's a project that's gonna potentially rejuvenate our downtown area. Personally, I really believe that there has political overtones, that other projects are gonna be selected over the Center City project, and that's my concern. So again, my question goes back to you on when the projects are done, from the ratables perspective, is there a comparison?
I think, Councilman, I think, like I said before, it's not either or, and there are about 6 projects that we're evaluating right now on all these tax credits.
So if this project is a necessity to be rushed through, why can't we have the same type of approach for the Center City project? It's a project that's been on the table well before this administration came into place, and it's something that should be considered. It's shovel-ready, and why isn't that project being considered
I don't think what you're
equally?
saying is accurate. It's not shovel-ready. They don't even have site control for the property that they want to build upon right now. The parking authority does. So
Okay,
it's
so-
not.
and they have an agreement with the parking
all
authority
right.
that's contingent based
I don't
upon
wanna-
their approval.
I don't want to debate the merits of each project right now before you, because we don't have all the facts. I think what's important right now is, if you're saying that you can't, vote for Hinchcliffe because you don't have the projects and the details for all the other projects, then that's.
What I'm saying is, I'm unfairly being put in a position. Obviously, everyone knows I've been pushing for Hinchcliffe Stadium before anyone else has been. When we've been foolishly spending millions of dollars just to repair broken walls that people burnt down and already posted graffiti on. What I'm saying is that what was being asked of me is very unfair, because we're asked to put 2 projects on the scale together, which we should not.
I'm not asking you to do that. All I'm asking you to do tonight is move this to a second reading.
And what
then
I'm asking
you will have an opportunity.
is because
Councilman Jackson, I would appreciate if I could finish my statement before you cut me off. I mean, I'm trying to be respectful and listen to you, but every time I talk, you talk over me. I mean, we're talking about respect. I mean, come on. I'm just trying to make a cogent argument as to why I believe, and what we're asking is for you to just move it from a first reading to a second reading, the extension of a lease that already exists. That's all we're asking. And then, in between the first and second reading, we'll make the presentations. We can provide some information to you that would make you feel comfortable at the second reading. Now, I sat here and I listened to all of these council people make statements, and I wrote them down. We need to stand and move forward. Doing nothing is not an option. We want to take progressive measures from Councilman Jackson. We want safe fields for our kids to play on. We never put things back in the community. Well, that's what this project is all about. It's about an idea that is good and doing the right thing. Nobody's personally benefiting from this project other than the kids in Paterson and those who want to come here.
There's no developer's fee?
Of course there's a developer's fee.
So how do you make a statement that there's nobody personally benefiting?
That's a company benefit. Of course, nobody's going to come, Councilman Jackson, and build a project for free. Nobody's going to do that. Of course, there are risks that need to be taken in order to get this project done.
So there is a benefit, Mr.
Of
Beard.
course.
So you
But I'm
can't
saying
make a statement
nobody in
there's no
here,
benefit.
right? Why can't we just look at this for what it is and take the politics out? This is about the kids of City of Paterson. This is about providing a stadium for kids to play in that has been dormant for 25 years. Nobody has done anything for 25 years, and now we're coming to the table with a proposal that's reasonable, and all we're asking is to move it from a first reading to a second? And we're getting all this resistance?
Not yet.
I mean, I sat here and watched the whole discussion on 21st Avenue and all this kind of stuff, and it's like, come on.
Council President.
Come on, this is unfair to the kids of Paterson and the Board of Education. It's unfair. It's just unfair.
You know what? I have to answer on that, Mr. BA, because I'm gonna tell you what's unfair. What's unfair is the unemployment rate in the city. What's unfair is the poverty rate in the city. What's unfair is the shootings, the dirtiness, the uncleanliness of the city. What's unfair is the things that the kids in this city have to endure. Putting a football field in which everyone in my family must participate in the sport. I played on that field. But guess what? I had an opportunity to leave out of the city on a football scholarship.
So did I.
So did you, yes. In which you, who also played at Barley's Field, in which the same facilities, which I just had my head dripped on because I'm a coach, a volunteer coach. I don't get paid to do that, but I'm there every day alongside kids that got stabbed outside of the field last year. So please don't never project an image of me not doing something favorable for the kids, because I left football practice today and went and changed to come here. I'm there every single day. I teach martial arts in the city for 20 plus years for kids that don't even have meals. But we want to redo a stadium for this amount of money that's not going to create one job. Okay, I apologize. 10 jobs. Over 400 jobs. So I'm not saying we shouldn't do the stadium. What I'm saying is this mayor needs to stop playing politics and go ahead and put on the table an opportunity for Center City to move forward. And this council should be holding the mayor accountable to that. Because the stadium, it's a great project. It's nostalgic. It has a great nostalgic value. But it's not going to increase anything in our economic value growth. It's not going to change the bottom line in the city. It's not going to create ratables. It's not going to reduce taxes. You have an entity that's paying one of the highest taxpayers in the city, who has put up over $100+ million on behalf of this city. And we want to sit here and play politics with that. That's what the politics are being played on. Those same kids that's going to play in this field, their mother needs a job. We're talking about Marriott coming into the city. So why is the mayor's brakes on for that project, but we're pushing this one through clearly? And what's very unfair is putting me in a position, somebody who always supported the Hinchcliffe Stadium project. I introduced the developer to the rest of the council. But yet and still, I'm being put in a position where I'm being posed to go against something because something else that's much better for the city as a whole, financially, economically, structurally, everything, because someone has a vision to just redo the fall section only. There's other parts of the city that need to see benefits as well. I sat here and I begged this council, I begged the administration, please, let's find the money to redo Barley's Field. The developer was willing to come, another developer was willing to come forward. We can't do that, we can't. All of a sudden now, we're putting $200,000+ to fix a leaky roof. That doesn't put ice tubs in place.
That
doesn't put state-of-the-art facilities in place. It doesn't take kids off the street that want to be in those facilities. But what we're sitting here talking about, I never play politics. I always play what's best for the community. And I'm gonna tell you what right now, as much as nostalgic values I have tied to that stadium, it's not the better project for the community, not right now. If we're gonna put both of them side by side, it's not. That's just the reality. If anyone can explain to me how this project, the stadium, is gonna create ratables, create jobs, bring in revenue, we're talking about a dream. Oh, it's gonna bring in visitors to the Great Falls. Doesn't have an impact on my business or on the kid, which I continue to say, in the 4th Ward, in the 1st Ward. What about all those children? All right, I'll let it rest.
Councilman Velez.
The last time I asked some questions regarding the lease, and I was refrained to not talk about the development, or the developers or development. And unfortunately, I see the word in this lease amendment or lease agreement, or whatever it is you want to call it, as the word development or the developer in it. And when I see 1, 2, 3, whereas a developer had proposed So it brings me like, there was a conversation already. There was a conversation already. And when I go to, and I went over those pages, and I noticed some section was deleted entirely from the 2010 lease agreement. It was deleted. It's not even replaced with something. So I don't know what was there before in 2010, why it was deleted, why they not put back in. You know, we had to match Apple, you know, match this one with the one previously, why it was deleted and what was the reason. Probably that part that they deleted was more beneficial to the city than leaving it in blank. Now, Mr. BA, hold on for a minute. Now, and I did a lot of whys. I see that the whoever using that field is going to only use it for 160 days for us. After that, I don't see no, you know, there's a lot of things in this that I cannot match it with the old 2010 part that was deleted. Who is the developer that is proposing? Now, in the past, I don't know if the council remember, we was gonna bond money to do phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and if it was more phases, the individuals used to come here and bring what was phase 1, what was going to happen with phase 2, before bonding money for English Stadium and all the Great Falls. So why we cannot get that benefit to see something, to have the conversation before even to signing a lease? If a lease was a lease, okay, he's gonna be the landlord, he's gonna be the tenant, he's the landlord, he's the tenant, this is our responsible landlord and tenant. But when you put a third party in a lease as a developer, then we have to talk in that and then bring it to the table to talk about it. We cannot just go and say, this is a green light, and whatever we approve is gonna go ahead.
Thanks, sir.
I'm still looking at the agreement of the lease agreement, and still the word developer is there. Still, there's if there's even a section that whoever failed to if the landlord failed to do something, had the right totally to give it to the developer. So there's a lot of things here that it could raise a lot of questions. I cannot buy a car if I don't know what kind of coverage I have for 6 years. I'm paying that loan. If it's bumper to bumper, it's only the transmission, or it's whatever it is. When I sign a contract for a car, for a loan, they will tell me what is added into that contract, if it's 100 bumper to bumper, whatever it is, and then you buy the car. And then you say, I agree, because it's gonna last 6 years, and I'm gonna get something back out of it. But right now, I cannot ignore, you know, there's a word agreement and there's a word lease. But between the lease and agreement, there's a lot of gray area here that after we approve this, moving forward, oh no, the developer could do whatever they want because the council already agreed on this. So we haven't had a conversation, who is the individual that says, I propose to do this? What's the interest of that individual? Who is that individual? Where it coming from? Give it the courtesy to have a 6 tables around this place of people that are interested in the Hinckley Stadium and talk to us and say, this is the plan. This is what I want. This is what I don't want. This is what you're going to get caught. This is what the taxpayer is going to receive. This is what they're not going to receive. And then probably we could make a better decision in what we're talking about. And I'm going to compare it, BA, with the past. For bonding money for the Great Falls, this room was full of people with big PowerPoints and a lot of things that's going like this. The island is going to be sold. The boat is going to go this way. The horse is going to go that way, and this and that. But they had a conversation with us. You know, and
Councilman?
Huh? What happened? They're going to take change? Oh.
No, Councilman,
Oh,
it's
okay.
almost midnight.
Oh, we had to do it before 12 midnight. Okay, so, you know, you know, I'm reading, still reading. I'm not an expert in some wording here, you know, but if I had to do the due diligence to take this agreement to a private attorney and get and pay by me to explain me a lot of things that here, where we're gonna get caught or not, I will do so, but I will do it in a free will to make the right decision. That's my.
Thank you very much, Councilman. So, at this time,
President, I have one question.
okay, so Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam
Oh, I'm
President.
sorry. You know what? I do
It's okay,
apologize.
I'll go after them.
No,
Let
Councilman
Councilwoman-
Rivera, no, Councilman Rivera, because I said after Councilman Velez, it would be Councilman Rivera. I apologize.
I will keep it brief because Mike Jackson hit a lot of things that I was gonna ask for. So, I just heard a comment that we don't have all the facts. That's one. And also the mentality that we have seen, you know, lately is that it's okay to pass things on the first reading. I remember, you know, Mr. B.A., the comment was, we've done it before. Why can't we do it now? Listen, this is, you know, I was one of the, in '97 I played in Hinchcliffe Stadium. And I really want this field to be, you know, done, but at the expense of what, right? That's the first thing. The only reason why we even contemplating or the administration is gonna present the developers agreement is because we're asking for it. If we didn't ask for it, we're not gonna get it. And I think the responsible thing is to be, you know, to bring all the facts to the table, to us. I asked some questions before of, you know, how much is the actual developers gonna, you know, put in? And I'm, you know, I'm being told that, oh, they have to secure the funding, then they gotta go, you know, realize the credits after the project is done. Okay, but how much are they putting in? How much is their contribution to the project? I also had another question of, do the city would have any, you think in the future, there's gonna be a possibility that the city will have to go and actually borrow money in order to complete the project, right? Again, this is what I have right now. This is me. I can't say anything negative about the project, and I'm, you know, I'm not gonna say anything negative because I still don't have, I don't know if the project is a good project, but I cannot say anything positive either. So right now I'm at a point that, yes, I'm voting, I'm looking, you know, they're asking me to vote on a lease agreement.
Right.
All I wanna make clear is, voting on a lease agreement, just to, you know, get something done and see what we're gonna do later on, is bad practice. Something this important, you know, like you said, tax credits don't come often. But for that reason, we should have been very responsible with those tax credits. That's just my opinion. And make sure that all the projects that we're, you know, looking to do are the most beneficial in all the areas that Councilman Jackson mentioned. I don't want to, you know, repeat what he just said. But I'll leave it at that right now. Again, the bottom line is I cannot make a decision. Right now we're voting on a lease, but we don't know if this project is actually a good project or a bad project. That's where I stand with this.
Very much, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Council President. My question to Mr. B.A., this has to be done by July 1st. What happens by December of 2019 that the developer cannot get the funding? What then happens to the tax credit?
Well, if they don't get the funding, there are no tax credits,
We won't have it.
right? If the developer can't get the funding, they can't, the tax credits are things that are fungible that they can sell.
Right.
So if they don't have the financing, they can't sell the tax credits. But
So
So
in
then
other
that means the
words,
city loses the 40 million?
that's what I'm trying to, no, it's supposed to be 130 million.
No. That one,
that's
this one would be
total.
40 million.
No, the total we have is 130, right? That's what I thought.
that's the
Now-
total allocation.
Right, but they're asking for only 40 of the 130. Is that my understanding?
That's correct.
Right, so now, what happened to the balance that we have of the, take the 40, we have still 90 million
That is
in tax
correct.
credits.
It's
So,
project specific.
well, how long are the states gonna allow us to continue to hold on to that 90.
Mike, you want to take a crack at that? Explain how that works.
Yes. And so basically, in a nutshell, that is correct. 30 million has been already allocated to the Ward Street Garage. There's $100 million left in terms of the ERG tax credits, which are part of this allocation. So what we have are a series of different scenarios that we're putting together as a way to make sure that we capitalize on this. So back to Vaughn's point earlier, this isn't an either-or proposition. This is an opportunity to put together the projects that are best for the city. And so this project, which I've shared with my committee, not all of it because of various other factors, involves 65 units of mixed-income housing, 270 parking spaces tied to a garage, a restaurant and exhibition space that's tied next to the stadium itself, as well as the stadium. So basically, this becomes a way to get the stadium for the city by capitalizing upon this once-in-a-lifetime tax credit opportunity, but we also have these other projects that are also being teed up. So I think feel free to introduce yourself. I think the point here is that what we have is a local Patersonian who's put together a development partnership with a local construction company as well as others that has a great net benefit. And if there's confusion about how it is and what it is, that's why we're here. And again, it's not an either-or proposition.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Bayard Wilson, BAW Development. I have Joe Portelli with me. He's with RPM. We are the co-developers of this. Our goal is to be the co-developers of the project. I know we don't have much time, so I want to sort of hit on some of the things that I heard that I feel is sort of was misstatements of the project and see that I could provide some clarity. One, the project doesn't have 10 jobs, it's 170 jobs. The project includes 65 units of affordable housing, a restaurant, an exhibition space, the stadium, and the parking structure of 270 spaces. The issue with the timing of the credits, it wasn't because for us to sort of go out and secure additional financing or anything like that. Our goal is when we submit the application, if we submit the application on June 30th, is to have the financing and the commitments or the intentions of the financing in place on June 30th. Our goal is to really see if we can try to close the project by the end of the year so that we can actually be in construction next year. So it's not that we're out here searching for it, but you can't do all that without site control. So it's not that we can raise money for a project and not actually have some right to raise money for the project because you don't have site control. So you can't just go to a bank and say, all right, I'm gonna raise $70 million for a project and have no legal authority to actually do it. So that's what the timing is. But the reality is that some of the tax credits take time to close, whether it's the EDA or the historic. This is fundamentally, or should have been a sort of complete public project, and the existing lease does that. The 2010 lease really sort of structures it that way, but we are using private financing mechanisms to create a project that is for the students in Paterson, for Kennedy, and for Patersonians. And this is not a sort of bait and switch project. And at the end of the term of the project, the school district will have, of the tax credits, the school district will have this $25 million asset at their disposal that they can use and play and perform as much as they want to. The only reason why there's any restrictions on the amount of use is because we're using something that's fundamentally for the private sector and we're making it the public sector. So the tax credits are for private use. That's the reason why governments can't use it. It's the reason why nonprofit, the reason why government can't use it is because it's fundamentally for people who have a state tax credit liability. But we're here to answer questions and try to provide you as much information. I think that the more projects and these type of projects in Paterson are better. Our goal is to be active and engaged partners and stakeholders in Paterson.
Okay.
All right, so I have a question for you because I've been at every meeting where you presented at the school board. It's the first time I hear that you're saying 175 jobs.
Yeah.
Are these permanent or are these just temporary?
No, there's a restaurant, there's an exhibition space.
No,
there's
the
this-
170,
the
it's a yes
170
or
jobs,
no?
yeah, yeah,
175
yeah.
permanent?
Yes, they're full-time jobs. There's stadium jobs, there's maintenance, there's the housing, the parking, there's the restaurant, the exhibition space. There are multiple jobs. We didn't get into a job conversation with the school district because the school district didn't ask us about jobs.
So, okay, Council
Council
President.
No, I wasn't finished.
So,
Again?
you know, I'm kind of torn, right? Because I did, as Council President said, my due diligence by looking at this resolution or this lease agreement, and I definitely concur with Councilman Velez that talked about the need of a comparative analysis of 2010, which I don't have. So I don't know what was in the 2010 lease agreement to what's now. But when you look through it, and which I find to everything you have here, in it speaks to whatever this project is that is being proposed, which we haven't seen. So that's number one. And it has it in different areas. But number two, one of the other concerns is when this language was reconfigured, the concern is why weren't some members a part of that discussion and relate to some of the, what's listed here. But also, if we need to make amendments and changes, because last week at the workshop, I made a statement, and one of the items, it talks about creating a joint advisory council. And in this joint advisory council, it states that the landlord and tenant shall create a joint advisory board, which shall be comprised of as follows: the school board president, the school board vice president, an alternative appointee from the school district superintendent or his designee, one appointee of the mayor, one appointee of the municipal council, and one alternative appointee of the municipal council. This is one of many concerns, and I can go on and on about some things that are concerns. If we've identified leadership specifically, where from the school district, they have 3 people from the school board on the joint advisory board, why is it from the council, it's only 1, and possibly, if that 1 is not available, a designee? I mentioned it last week. We were like, well, we could talk about it amongst ourselves. I don't want to talk about anything amongst ourselves, because whatever we need to have needs to be in this agreement, and there is a school board meeting on June 19th. So whatever needs to be amended, because this is our first time being able to go through this agreement, and we got to make whatever changes that are made. It can't be that the council can't make changes when we just saw this. We can't be a part of voting on an agreement or language that will tie us to something that we haven't seen. Number 2, we weren't a part of the language reconfiguration. And number 3, there's language in here that we don't even understand, right? Here's another point of contention for me. I actually was an Eastside Ghost, and I played on the Marching 100. So I marched on the fields of Hinchcliffe Stadium. And one of the historic pieces of Hinchcliffe Stadium is the National Negro League, Larry Doby, for those that know and don't know. And one of the sections, it states, and I want to quote from this new agreement, it states that in its entirety, we want to take out, and I want to go to the section, because I don't want you to misquote me and I'm on television. But it states that we're going to take out in its entirety, here it goes, 2010 lease at section 29 entitled Hall of Fame on page 22 shall be amended. It says the Hall of Fame section shall be deleted in its entirety and replaced with this language: Negro Leagues exhibit, National Park, Service Program, and Halls of Fame. Landlords shall endeavor to set aside an adequate area, only an area, for exhibits relative to the site's historic use as a Negro League stadium and a space for the National Park Service programming. I don't know what the former agreement stated, so I'm not sure what was in there, but to only set aside a certain area in this for this project that's being projected to us, I think it does a disservice to what this park stands for. So we don't have the agreement. I don't know if the language is not accurate. I don't know if the project says there is a small museum there, how much square footage it is, I don't know. But based on what's here, it doesn't show that that's really a big part of the consideration as it relates to the historic piece of this actual field. And so there's a lot of concerns. I can go on and on all night, section by section, but when we're not a part of a process to make some language or to vote on something that will benefit the community or maybe a disservice, it's just a concern. Those are just my concerns from some of the things that I read.
All right. Councilman?
Thank you, Council President. You know, to make it easy, what you're saying, you know what? That's an example. They all dividing the pie. Everybody's getting the benefit. The developer, the district, and the tenant, and the taxpayers and the residents are getting zero. That's how I see it. That's how I see it. Now, you say that the tax credit is 40 million, right? How much you investing yourself from your
So
pocket?
the equity requirement for the ERG is 20% of the project.
20%?
20% of the entire
So it was
Or
calculated at 70 million?
That's the requirement for the ERG. The ERG is 20%. The equity requirement for the ERG is 20% of the project.
Come ready, because whatever it says here is in the record.
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
So one moment, one minute. So you asked, so that is what you're supposed to. I think the question is, what are you bringing? What do you have right now?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, what the ERG is, the application of the ERG, you have to put 20% equity into the project. That's just how the structure of the project is. Are you asking me, like, in terms of, you know, when we submit our application to the ERG, especially since these are tax credits that go over an extended period of time, the way the tax credit program works is that you are, it's a tax credit benefit for 10 years. So the entire project cost, the whole $65–70 million, that is funded by the developer. The tax credits come in on a either annual basis after that, or you're able to buy it up in a lump sum. But then in addition to that, you have a 20% requirement. The issue on this project fundamentally, though, is this is fundamentally a public project. So this is fundamentally, we're trying to squeeze this into a sort of private, but this is fundamentally a public project, and that's why
So
it's
that,
with the
so
school
that
district.
means, but that statement, so you plan to get grants for this?
We have, I mean, there's a.
State funding, grants, any other funding method out there
So,
to?
part of it in the listing is the different tax credits. We're primarily using tax
Forget about the
credits.
tax credit now.
We haven't applied for any grants.
So if, are
We
you
have no
willing,
intentions of planning to make
are you planning to do that, to complete your project?
Well,
No.
so, yeah, I mean, so one of the things
So,
that.
okay, so that answer,
Yes.
that, so we still not getting nothing out of it. But let me ask you another question. And I got two questions.
Councilman?
Two more questions, please. What other big project you as the developer have done in the state of New Jersey? Just one, mention one, that is named and is recognized.
I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Joseph Portelli. I'm Vice President.
And my name is Councilman Louis Velez. Thank
Pleasure
you.
to meet you.
Yeah.
Vice President of Development for RPM Development Group. We are located in Montclair, and we specialize in redevelopment projects across the state of New Jersey, in particular complex public-private partnerships like the redevelopment of Hinchliffe Stadium. And since 1986, we've developed about 4,500 units of housing and 300,000 square feet of commercial space across the state of New Jersey. Some notable projects that we've done or are doing right now include Whitlock Mills in Jersey City. It's 330 units.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Have you gone to the process RFP for those projects?
In the case of Whitlock Mills, yes.
Okay.
That was a project-
What was the cost of that project that you went to
project,
RFP?
That's $107 million.
$107 million.
Yeah.
And
And that was a project that was owned by that was a troubled project that was owned by the State Housing Agency. It's been around for 15 years, but we're bringing it to the finish line.
So this question goes directly to you and to the administration. We don't know, because soon as those doors in the second floor is closed, we know about whatever happens when they come up here and they talk about it. Why the city I don't know if you came through a RFP or not. If the city put this through a RFP, yes or no? And if
No.
no, and why now?
We didn't have time and we don't have to.
No, hold on.
Councilman, I think he was very clear to you.
You asked
He
the
just
question, I
said,
gave you the answer.
We didn't have time and we didn't have to.
Council
That's what he
President.
said.
No, hold on. One thing is we don't have time, and the other thing is we don't have to. Listen, we wanna go by, follow the rules, laws, statutes, and what, is needed or not?
It's not a requirement.
Oh, it's not required.
Maybe a better choice
So
of words.
so where will be, I'm learning today, so where will be the balanced process to include other people in a proposal? If you are the best interest of the city, and you say, you know what, let me give the opportunity to everybody out there, not just a group of individuals, and with all respect of your projects out there, to give the opportunity to other developers, to give opportunity to other individuals to express themselves at least, and listen to them, which one will be beneficial to the city. Right now, he's stating that he's gonna get $40 million in tax credit, but he's planning to move forward to get grants because it's a public project.
That's not what he said. Councilman, that's not what he said. He
It's a
didn't
public project.
It's a
He got the right
public-private
to do it.
partnership, but he didn't say he was moving forward with grants.
All right. Last but not least, here in section C, says landlord should share profits, if any, with the developer. And the question was, if the owner was, last week, if the owner was the Board of Ed, the tenant is the city, but if a developer jumps in, where the city is left over, what we get. Right now, this contract is saying landlord should share profit, if any, with developer. That's the answer, what we getting? What's the profit for the city? We
Councilman-
giving you gold.
Yeah.
No, hold on, sir, we giving, administration, we giving you gold. Our land is gold. What we getting back?
Can I address that before you address it, Mr. Wilson?
Mr. VA.
First of all, Councilman, the city doesn't own the land, the school board does. The Board of
Still,
Education.
we the tenant.
All right, so we are the tenant. We've been the tenant for the last 25 years, and what have we done with it? Nothing, right? So what Mr. Wilson is saying is that this public-private partnership deal is a very difficult deal to bring to the table. Not a lot of developers would touch this because of the risks that are involved. So we have a developer that's willing to touch this. Now, Councilwoman Mims, you know, you made some good points, right?
So mine not good?
Excuse me?
Come
No,
Mine's not good?
I addressed
So let me
your
tell you
point.
something, Mr. BA. Look at the record 2 years ago when they said that to reconstruct and rebuild the Hinckley Stadium cost $38 million. Look at the records.
So I
I
would
could
ask
recall they
Mr.
say $38 million. And we was gonna start with phase 1, phase 2, into somebody interested only to rebuild Hinckley Stadium. So we could go on the record. And you was not here, so you should ask Ruben Gomez, he should ask Ruben Gomez of the conversation that we had regarding Hinckley Stadium.
I mean, I wasn't here.
And BA, saying that my colleague, you know, did a better statement?
No, I didn't say that.
Or something?
No, Councilman Velez.
Councilman,
He didn't
please,
say
council members, please.
I don't think you
Can
convinced
finish
me
your
for my vote.
I didn't say that, Councilman Velez. I was
Come on.
done with the
Mr.
point
BA,
that you were
finish your
making.
statement.
Sure, I was just gonna say to Dr. Mims that we thought we were making it easy for you in terms of not giving you this huge lease that you had to compare one draft to the next. The lease that we're talking about from 2010, a lot of the provisions are irrelevant. And so what we tried to do is summarize what the relevant changes were. So it wasn't, you know, any intent to evade, but obviously if you want a copy of the full lease from 2010 so that you can see and compare side by side, we can certainly do that. The section with regard to the Hall of Fame, I think once you see it, this is better than what was in the other lease because this is going to provide, you know, more opportunity, you know, to kind of use that space for different things, to include what was specifically for talked about Larry Doby.
Yeah, if I can get that, that would be great.
So we can provide a copy of the full 2010 lease to the entire council. I think what we were trying to accomplish here was to make it easy, because we know you're very busy, and you didn't probably want to take the time to go through the whole thing, but that's a fair point, and I think we can accommodate that.
Okay.
Council President?
I go next.
Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman.
My next
Abdulaziz.
question, you know, they're saying that there won't be no taxes paid on this property, but you're going to also provide 65 affordable housing. And how many units of housing?
Affordable housing?
That's what he said,
Yes,
65.
65.
How many units?
Everybody's crying for affordable housing, please. That's what I'm asking him now. Besides the 65 affordable housing, what's the other number?
Well, 65 is the total number of housing units.
Oh, so the total.
Total number is 65 units.
Right, so if you go with affordable housing, then you will probably need something from the state of New Jersey, applying for, they have like that grant or something for affordable housing, developers who would like to build.
You know, it's called the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program.
Oh, it's part of the tax credit?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
and,
a separate federal tax credit.
right, had you calculated, how much part of the taxes, property taxes that those other units are beyond, that you will be paying, city property tax on those other units, besides the stadium?
Yeah, the housing units would generate approximately $60,000 of revenue.
Okay,
In the
towards,
first year, and rise over time as rents and incomes go up.
right, then it'll go up.
Right.
Okay. You said, was there retail in there?
Only to the extent that there's this separate restaurant and exhibition space. So it's the restaurant space and then concession space in the stadium.
Inside the stadium?
Yeah.
Right. And how many, you said 175 employment, right?
Right.
Okay. To my BA, what do you say happens if the project don't get off the ground? The 40 million, we just lose that, but we still got the other 60. We will still have the, you know, I think we were under the impression, I was as a council person, that we had 130 million and we had until July of this year to spend it all. Not spend it all, find
Identify
someone.
the projects.
Huh?
We have to identify the projects.
We have to.
By July 1.
The other balance of 60 million, we still got a little bit of time to identify some other projects?
No, well, I think as I explained when Councilman Jackson was talking,
Right.
We're in the process of evaluating multiple projects right now.
Okay.
And what allocation they will get.
Right.
So we have 130, so Project X gets 30, Project Y gets 25,
Right.
Project Z gets, so we're in the process of doing that analysis now.
Right.
The only way we can put this project in the mix
Right.
is to vote on this lease to move it forward so that we can submit it to EDA to say, this is a potential project.
Right.
Without that, there's no potential project for this.
Okay. The Parkland Authority got how much tax credits?
I believe 30 million for the
Parkland Authority?
for the garage.
Okay, all right.
Technically, all of it is with the parking authority, because
Correct.
that's how the resolution, that's how the law was earmarked for the city, right? So 30 million's gone, there's 100 million left. There's several viable projects. What we're trying to do is find the highest and best use, but also
Okay.
have high-level community impact.
Right. All right, thank you, Council President.
Council President?
Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes, I have a couple questions about page 4 of this lease agreement. If you see where it says, section B, the first one, landlord shall submit an annual reservation for usage of the field and spectator seating area to include dates, times, purpose of use, and approximate persons in attendance. If I'm not mistaken, the landlord is the school district?
Correct.
Tenant is the city of Paterson?
Correct.
And then the developer are you guys. Who do you, this is supposed to be a boom for our kids, correct? This
Absolutely.
project's supposed to be our kids, primarily for our student athletes that are in school?
Or kids in the community, for Little League games, whatever we
So
can do there.
the first section says that they need to submit, the landlord needs to submit annually June 1st. Something that comes up, they can't use it?
That's not what that says, Councilman. This is, if we're gonna have a stadium, you have to have a process for booking the stadium. You just can't have an impromptu. So what we're asking the school district to do is give us your schedule ahead of time. So we know when the football games are, we know when the baseball games are, we know when the soccer games are. So that's pretty much the time that we're asking them to let us know, so that we can bring in other things to use the stadium for, so that on the downtime, the stadium can be used for other purposes. The city can use it, and probably there'll be some third-party promoters who want to use it for stadium, for concerts and things like that.
So that's what I want to protect. And I know this is not the school board, and this is what I do for a living. And this section over here says, landlord's annual reservation for usage of the field or spectator seating area should not include more than 180 days of use.
There's a reason for that. And
Why
I think
is that
we
reason?
can explain that. Want to talk about the 180 days, Baye?
Yeah, so so part of it is that because we're primarily relying upon tax credits, the tax credits are fundamentally for private use. Our goal was just to sort of make sure that when the tax credit investors examined the project, that they saw that we were preserving it, for private sector use. We have no plans of doing a whole bunch of events and programs there. The language that you just mentioned was from 2010 in terms of reservation language. That was already there from before. We just sort of left that language in there. So our plan is to really, as much as as the school district and the city wants to use it, we're fine with it. The goal is just to make sure that we have some sort of strategy and structure for it. There's a big thing because the weight rooms have not been updated since the 1980s, so the school district superintendent asked about just sort of access to the weight rooms all the time. But there's no our goal is not to restrict, our goal is to really make sure that the school district uses as much as we can use it.
And with all due respect, your intention, 10, 15, 20 years, you may not be here. It may be a different developer. So under these terms and agreements, 185 days could be given away for private use. Is that correct under this agreement?
The way we're structuring it, and then maybe if this is what you're sort of getting at, is that we don't have site control. We have to have this be evaluated by tax credit investors. And for them to invest, either the ERG credits or the other credits. That's just a requirement of it. And so our goal is to really make sure that they look at it and say, okay, this is important. Our goal is not to, and if there's something that you are interested in sort of getting to that, I think that we can work on that. But at first, we do have to show this to tax credit investors to make sure that they're comfortable with it. But we're not trying to withhold the use of this facility from the school district at all.
But
Not only
Mr.
that,
Will,
I think Councilman Abdelaziz, the school board is okay with this. We negotiated this with 180 days, and so they feel that this is sufficient time for them to use the field for all of their athletic events. And we're not talking about, a football game is once a week. That's four, they play 4 games home and 4 games away. So that's 4 uses, right?
I got
Practice is fine. Practice is fine, but I don't think that they're using the fields that they have right now 180 days.
But no. So they do use it over 180 days. So right now, June 10, the football team is practicing all over the state of New Jersey. They start June 10, they go to fall. This is not only a football stadium. In the spring, you're gonna have baseball games, and they want to work out. And in the fall, you're gonna have soccer games. You're gonna have phys ed classes. Right here in this language, listen, the school district could vote on whatever they want to vote, but on this language, it clearly states the landlord's annual reservation for the school district, which this stadium is owned by the school district, which I hear from the coaches, I hear from the administrators that deal with athletics. Under this language right here, we could just give 180 days to the school district and 185 days lease it out to a private company, to a third party, under this lease agreement. Am I right?
But that is correct, but what's wrong with that? That's how we're going to help to pay for everything that's going on.
So you want to bump out the school district, which...
Councilman, we're not bumping out the school district. This is annual reservation uses of the field. So the school district, the BOE, said that this was okay. We negotiated
So
this
in
language.
the summer, so school year is 180 days. In the summer, so after the last day of school, after those 180 days, could they go in that field if you booked it for the rest of the year?
Well, I don't understand your question,
So
Councilman.
what I'm saying is a field is 365 days per year. If we're doing this for the kids, make sure we're protecting the kids.
We are.
And this lease agreement right here, I'm involved in high school athletics. It's more than 180 days. I don't know how long have you been. These kids are out there practicing now. They're out there now. Now, this lease agreement doesn't protect that
Councilman,
scheduling.
But What are they doing right now, right? We have multiple fields in the city. You're doing Buckley Park. We're doing Barley Field. We have other parks total all over that these kids practice in. So it doesn't have to be just Hinchcliffe Stadium that they're practicing in. Some schools use their stadium just for games.
Mr. BA, no, Mr. BA. If we're just doing this for games, then this is a waste of money.
I'm not suggesting that we are.
This field needs to be operated and open 24/7. 8 o'clock in the morning, school 5 should be in there doing phys ed class. After school, Kennedy High School should be practicing there at 7 o'clock. At 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock, your recreation fields. That's what a good recreation field is. You look at other towns, those recreation fields do not stop.
That's still 1 day.
So why are we going to say 180 days?
Because that's what we negotiated with the school district.
So this looks like we're giving a half of the year. In this lease agreement, it looks like we're giving a half a year to third-party people. I love the idea of rehabbing it, but now you're looking at less than half of the year is given priority that we could give out to private in this agreement. It may not be your intention.
Councilman.
15 years from now, we may not all be here.
Yeah.
You may not be the developer, Mr. BA. You may go on to greener pastures. I may not be sitting on the council. But this agreement, 180 days for an athletic complex, is not a lot of days when it comes to the kind of year.
When we spoke to the school district, maybe because of the
And the school district could look at it. I also have another thing, Council President, the lease agreement.
I mean, maybe because
The landlord, on the next page, section C. The landlord shall share profits with the developer. So the landlord is a school district. So what are those profits that you're looking at?
we didn't add that language. The school district added that language. So there was no, we mentioned to them, there was no intention, no plan to create a whole bunch of programs, events, but they wanted to make sure, given their budget issues, that we had in there a provision that shared profit. So in a lot of ways, what you're talking about in terms of private use, that they participate in private use. That was the school district's language, and operation and maintenance. So that was their language, and that's what they put in there.
So so if the developer profits, they share, or if the school district profits, you take from them.
Excuse me?
So the landlord is a school district. They're gonna have events. So take your Friday night football game. The Booster Club raises money from concessions. Does that mean you get 50% of that?
We have this maintenance and operation, this other fees. Our plan was never that we were going to have any profit sharing with the events of the school district. The school district put that in there in case we were going to do events, and they wanted to make sure that they had access
That's
to
what so you're not going to take from their profits, because when you go to high school events, Mr. McCoy, do you know at a high school football game that our athletic programs just live off of their concession stand as a booster club? Have you been to a football game and seen the basketball team cooking so they can have enough money to have and purchase clothing? That's what happens at these games. So I'm protecting these teams to make sure that the developer, if they raise $2,000 at the concession stand, that the developer doesn't get $1,000. We have questions. These are legitimate questions to protect our kids. And these are the two things I'm looking at. I'm not talking about the tax credits you're financing. I'm looking at making sure our kids don't get shortchanged when they go out during the games. And two, they have access to the field. Those are the only two things that I'm looking at this in 180 days that we're kicking off and once again, may not be your intention now. But 10 years from now, the developer, whoever it says, school district, you're not getting it.
There's another provision in the plan, in the lease, that in the expiration of the tax credits, that the school district, the stadium goes back to the school district, and they have the facility. So upon the end of the tax credits, the school district will have 100% control of Hinchcliffe Stadium. So it's not going to be in perpetuity. That's not even leased at all. So in that regard, the school district, at the expiration of the tax credits, will be able to have the school have it 365 days a year, 100% of the time, because it'd be a completely renovated facility.
And that's in 30 years.
But That's only some. I actually, my goal is really, hopefully, for us to do is more in the 12 to 15-year range, as opposed to 30. We're not really trying to have it for 30 years. The ERG ends at 10, the new market ends at 7, the state credits end at 5. Our goal is to get it back to the school district a lot sooner than 30, hopefully between 12 and 15 years.
Thank you.
School district becomes landlords of the apartment complex?
No, they become the, no, not the housing, but the,
housing you guys maintain control of,
yes.
but you return the stadium back to the.
Yes, the stadium, I mean, our goal with this is not to own the stadium. Our goal is for the school district and the city, for them to have the stadium, for them to be operating and maintaining it. Our goal is, on the housing, yes, we want to own that in perpetuity, but in terms of the school, the stadium, no.
Okay, we've had enough. We can go on and on, okay? It's 12:30. I want us to move forward. Madam Clerk? Roll call. You can speak when you're.
They say affordable housing? They say affordable housing? ¿De cuánto el apartamento? $700.
Ask the
Councilman
BA.
McCoy.
Come on down.
Council President.
Honorable McCoy.
Councilman Shaheen has a question for the BA.
BA, correct me if I'm wrong. I think past administration had bonded some money specifically for the stadium, or there was a referendum question in one of those. 25 million? What happened to that money?
I don't know what you're talking about, Councilman. The past administration bonded, I'm not sure. I would have to do
You
some
know,
research.
Have we spent all the money on
25
this?
million for Hinchcliffe, we've already spent probably close to $70 million.
So we have about 19 million left for the
I
stadium.
don't know if that's accurate, Councilman. I'd have to get back to you on that.
I mean,
The
it just came to
appropriation.
my mind, that's all.
Okay.
So
Very good.
you don't know anything about that?
I do not.
How about you?
I
Director?
do know if we had $19 million to spend on Hinchcliffe, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation. So I don't know what happened to it, but I know we don't have $19 million to spend on Hinchcliffe right now.
Councilman McCoy, you want to elaborate?
Okay. His question is, did we not bond with it years ago?
There was a referendum. I don't think we actually bonded, but we asked the question.
In the past?
In the past, yeah.
Then we started spending some money.
No.
Yes, we have
We
spent.
did bond 25 million.
Yeah. With the stabilization we did.
So that money spent already?
Yes.
The money spent already.
Okay, so, Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 5.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 5 for first reading. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Pass.
Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As I'm looking through this, and I know that it's been many, many years, I remember in 1998 when my son played junior state coach on that field. I think that many people are looking for it to be something done, even that whole stretch. You can pick up Hinchcliffe Stadium from Rowell Avenue and coming in that way, and I'm assuming all that area back there would be part of getting fixed up, or housing units would be coming in that way. If you're gonna make sure that we get, as Councilwoman Mim says, the 2010 agreement that you have with the city, I'm not quite sure. You know, I save all my papers, so I'm gonna go back and do the research and find out how much we done spent so far. But some of that money came from grant money that was given to us from the county or maybe from the state that we got to spend money. But actually, how much of our own money that we spent, I'm not quite sure. I don't believe it comes out to 25 million, but I know we did get some. As you said, and I'm going by what you tell us, Mr. BA, that you're gonna have all the information, the agreement, everything that we need to make sure we got 2 weeks. So if we got a lot of reading to do in 2 weeks to make sure that this stuff that we see is gonna be able to get what we need to get. But And I know with, we have plenty of fields. We have a lot of fields. We just need to fix some of them up. But I'm going to do the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to go with a yes vote. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Pass.
Councilman Khalid?
You know I don't pass, Councilman.
I know you.
Jackson. As much as I would like to support this project, but the administration had made it very difficult for us. Basically, I'm blinded by this project. I don't have any documents. I don't have any information. At this time, I cannot support this project. My vote is no.
Your vote is no?
Yes, my
Thank
vote is
you.
no.
Councilman McCoy?
To me, it's clear that Paterson's revitalization and development is linked inexplicably to the Great Falls and Hinchcliffe Stadium. This is the first step in addressing the lease and allowing the city to gain control over the property to offer an opportunity for redevelopment. You are correct, and everyone is. I don't know much about the project itself, the development, the parameters, and the makeup. That will come with the project development agreement, and I'm looking forward to examining that. But I do know we need to put one foot forward and give us an opportunity to develop this project. I don't think that Hinchcliffe is exclusive either or with the other projects that are on the table. They have to come under their own weight. And so I'm giving my support to the administration and looking forward to the proposal. And we'll look at that with a fresh set of eyes and go through the scrutiny that it's required. But I think as a first step, I support the move by the Board of Education to have the faith and confidence in releasing the property through the lease process to the city in order for us to move forward, and I'm going to give us that opportunity. Madam Clerk and council members, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
As a former East Side Ghost who marched on that field, and to see it sit in such a disarray for over 25 years, it's really sad to go there and to see how decrepit that facility is. But also looking at this agreement with very short time limits to ensure that we put a project forward. It's the first reading, and I'm glad it's first and not second, because my vote probably would be different. But because there is time to get the comparative analysis of what the language was from 2010 to now, also, there should be time, and if there needs to be a special meeting called by the Board of Ed, if we need to amend some of this language, my prayer is that that will be able to happen, because their last meeting is on June 19th. And if there needs to be some amendments, because I don't want language to be solid just based on what was presented and not us having any level of input to ensure that the city of Paterson, even though it's owned by the Board of Ed, we are legislators for the city, and we have to make sure that language is included and documented inside of this lease agreement. And so with that being said, and because it's only the first reading, my vote tonight is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
So, I have many questions. How is this going to provide any relief to the taxpayers, spending all, using all these credits? What's the ratables? We still don't have a clear, answer to that. How much is the developer is going to put in for that? We still don't have a clear answer on that. 180 days, basically giving the developer 180 days for the use of this field. I don't feel comfortable with that. Right now, we invested not long ago, this council here, over $1 million for Buckley Field, where they're gonna have a football field there. We have Burley Field, where I know this administration is gonna make a commitment to fix the field house there, which is also an artificial turf field. No one more than me wants to see Hinchcliffe fixed but at what expense? And that is key. At what expense? You know, I hear stories, you know, the developer is getting a building out of this. There might be a restaurant on site. Okay, how much is the developer putting in? That is my question. On that, I understand it's first reading, but we can't get used to doing business of, oh, let's just pass things for first reading. There's a reason why you have first and second reading. The second reading is to give an opportunity also for the public to come and voice their concern. We should not, again, I'm not gonna speak and judge anyone's vote. I'm just gonna vote no on this.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Pass for a minute.
Councilman Abdelaziz?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So Councilman McCoy and to the administration, this council has many legitimate questions. And to the developer, we need those answers, and we know it's a tight window right now. I've given you my things, or my issues on some of this lease agreement that I may need more information on, that we didn't hash out here today. I'm an athletics guy. I'm a sports guy. I've been involved in rehabbing a stadium at my current employer, and I've seen what a stadium does for an area. And I know that this stadium hasn't been used for many years, and everyone, I think the entire council wants to see it going, but the unknowns are there. I hope you guys really take this in consideration. It is a first reading, so we have time. And that being said, I hope you get the council's questions answered. You get my question answered. I will be reaching out. I hope you guys will be reaching out. There are some things in this lease arrangement that we may need to protect our students and some of the residents. So on that, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
I can tell you, it's very rare when I do not find disappointment. And, you know, just to be on the record, Mr. B.A., when you talk clarify or classify politics, this is the worst display of politics that I have seen since I've been on the council. You don't get invited to the family Thanksgiving dinner and not have a part in the planning. You don't get invited to share in certain responsibilities and not have, at least have an opportunity to have input. The fact is, the council has to be financially, fiscally responsible for the entire city, not project by project, not one project, but all projects by the direction that the city is moving in. If the state has been so generous to give up $130 million in tax credits, we have to be able to look at what is the overall plan of the entire picture. If you're gonna have 4 or 5 projects of this such, which is not going to generate ratables, which is not gonna generate sustainable jobs, you have to look at the entire picture. We're gonna have 6 or 7 proposed low-income housing propositions. We don't know what any of them are, so we can't make a judgment on one and not without the understanding of all the rest of them. Secondly, the fact that, you know, I'm being put in a position to have to go against a project that I've been waiting so long to happen is even more disappointing, because it's just not being responsible on my part. I can't have watch a developer come in who has invested hundreds of millions of dollars, who's proposing a project that can potentially revitalize an already dying situation that recently was spent hundreds of millions of dollars on, over a project that's only gonna add nostalgic value to what some people believe the revitalization of the city. Anyway, it's pointless. The this council has to begin to remain diligent on demanding to have a part and a say in all of the picture. The mayor has been elected by the people. It doesn't make him the sole determination of which direction we go into, because the decisions that he makes and the administration, the members of his administration makes, is where we're going to continue to go for the next 30 years. And might I remind you once again, the majority of these people that's making these decisions don't live here. Their kids don't live here. They don't have an impact. They don't pay taxes here. They're receiving a salary, and it's temporary. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
I stated before, we cannot put I don't know if I stated, but I want to say it now. We cannot put a wagon in front of the horse. We can't. You know, there's a lot of question. The individual that came here, and I respect that he came and say he's a developer, the other young man from next town over, say that experienced about 125 million project. I respect that. It's not the right platform to come in the meeting when we want to vote for something and give us all this information. You know, affordable housing in a historic site, I don't think it's going to be less than 1,300. I think it's going to be over. Come on, Power, don't tell me that. Market rate is getting higher every day. And that site is gold. So when you use affordable housing, you know, not a lot of people make a lot of money here to pay $1,500, $1,700, $1,800, especially when you got a river running to the other side. You know, and we talk about the revenues, we don't got that clear. I cannot speak in an agreement of a lease when I don't know what I'm getting from a rental, jobs, whatever. You know, if I'm gonna buy a car, I said it before, I wanna know, the contract will say what will cover from bumper to bumper or not. You know, I think that this council deserves a respect. Other individuals wanna come invest in the city or do project in the city, they come and sit down with us and they even use a PowerPoint to present their project, their proposal, or whatever. So, I don't feel comfortable in voting something that I don't know what's behind it, or who have talked behind it, or what's the deal behind it. So, into that it's not clear, my vote is gonna be no.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Madam President?
So, this has been an interesting conversation. I have a few problems, and I've had from day one. Everyone here has some good points, but I'm tired of doing business the way we've been doing business. When I'm told, just move it. You'll get answers in the second reading. I'm tired of that. That's why we have committee meetings. And we had various. Unfortunately, when asked for the information, I didn't get it. But one of the things that really bothers me about all of this is to not have been included at the table from the beginning. Okay? And that's a problem for me. You said it. You're East Side Gold, so am I. Class of '89. Thanksgiving games. What beautiful memories of Hinchcliffe. I want something better for the city of Paterson. When we talk about our credits, we talk about ratables, economic development, jobs. I don't see that with this. And so, I didn't want to talk about the project, because I knew if we talked about the project, I knew where I was going with this. My thing is, I wanted to bring it here. The mayor wanted me to put this on the agenda. And I knew that our responsibility had to do with the lease. The school board, I went to those meetings. Not all board members voted for that lease. They didn't agree with the language. But we talk about politics. Oh, politics was involved in that. And politics is involved here today. I'm not playing games with the people of Paterson and with our children. I want better. And right now, I cannot support this lease. My vote is no.
The vote is 4 in favor, 5 against. Item number 5 fails.
Madam Clerk, we have the last item on the agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
That item is item 35.
Yes. Next item in the non-consent agenda is item number 35, resolution to authorize the city of Paterson submit the 2019-2020 one-year annual action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Community Development, Resolution 19354.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on item number 35. Discussion? Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes. What you said?
I'm sorry?
I wanted the council colleagues to look at, and one of the speakers tonight was correct. We have amended these items many times under the leadership of Ken Morris. But I'm looking at the CBG part. Now, our Neighborhood Assistance Office is totally funded through CBG money. Are you listening?
Yes, we are, I am.
Our CBG, our Neighborhood Assistance Office is totally funded through CBG money. I had said it many times, I don't know why our Neighborhood Assistance Office, which assists the community as a whole, it's not in the city of Paterson budget, but it's in CBG money, and it went from 75,000 to 50,000, and the 50,000 only covers her salary and fringe benefit. It doesn't cover anything else, no phones, no computers, no nothing. Now, this is 50,000. Now, if you look at, I look at the Jump Start program, which is the after-school program. I see 3 other after-school programs on this agenda, 3. You know, why, if you're gonna fund other programs, then we can increase it a little, but it's up to you, council members.
After school youth,
Yeah, it's 3 programs on here.
60,000?
No, Jump Start's got 25,000.
Councilwoman, if I may just, I know where you're going with this.
Right.
But Councilwoman, we had over an hour and 15 minutes with the group here. You have the chair of the committee.
I had told him that I was gonna ask for an amended on the floor. I did ask the chair.
But why didn't you request that at the committee meeting?
Because the committee meeting was, by the time I got the committee meeting at 10 minutes to 7, it was finished.
He wasn't here.
Don't tell me I wasn't here.
No, for the meeting, I'm sorry, for the last.
No. Committee is one thing and
Right.
workshop is another.
And I have brought some of my concerns to the committee chair. I'm saying to you, I know what programs do. We had this group here who I know what they do. I look at a after-school program. When you got 4 or 5 after-school programs, why is it fair that some of them get more money than others? That's
Okay.
what I'm saying. And we're targeting all the same children.
Okay,
That's what I'm
so-
saying. Tell me why they couldn't get close to what they got.
Okay, so Councilwoman, if I'm not mistaken,
Then
I heard the director here
Right.
be specific in saying that federally, like the rules and regs have changed.
Okay, but we're in the same category now. This is totally different.
Something different.
This is totally
It's
different.
CDBG.
This is CBG.
You have,
Well,
you
that's
have
what she was talking about, because
grandparents,
those are the
relative
monies that was allotted.
We
I don't
got-
wanna put out the
care.
organization.
No, no.
Listen, that was for.
That was
She
for
said that
H.
was set up for housing.
No, she said CDBG, they could no longer
No,
get.
no. Explain the different categories
Different
of community
categories.
development block grant money.
Okay.
Did you not receive this?
Yeah, I did. No, I didn't receive that.
Yeah, I sent it to every one of you.
I did not receive it, Barbara. That's what I'm telling
Okay,
you.
well, I sent it to
Yeah.
every one of you, and it tells you the categories that changed. As far as the youth services, you're correct. We do have more youth services in this budget.
Right.
But it goes by the number of people they serve.
Okay.
Jumpstart only serves 50.
It seemed like when I go there, it's 100.
It may be 100 when you go on that day, but what her application says is
You see what
50.
I'm saying?
I can't change it. She gave me the application.
I heard
I
what
can
you- I
provide
hear
you
you.
with it.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead now. Okay, that's one of them.
Neighborhood Assistance Office has changed their category because we can no longer fund 05, which is general services.
Right.
Everybody does a caveat of services, but it has to be tailored to what the government will pay for.
No, first of
She
all,
changed the program, let me finish. She changed it to New Bridge, which is neighborhood cleanup. We asked her to do that last year because that's what she was doing. She's giving back money this year because she did not utilize all the funds we gave her last year.
my question to you, 2 or 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, why is neighborhood assistance coming through CBG? Why is the neighborhood assistance office in our budget for the city of Paterson? Because it's a neighborhood assistance office that are assisting the community.
And I agree, but she puts an application for CDBG federal funds.
You put the application in.
I do not. You're misconstrued.
I'm not,
You're
because,
misunderstanding. I do
That
not
should be
receive
addition too,
applications.
and no, it's not
She
addition
should,
to.
she should be putting money in for this as well,
But she don't get no other funding. She's not.
She's all grant funded.
Yeah, she's all grant funding.
that
that-
doesn't fall on Barbara's shoulders, though. That's the mayor. That's the.
No, Barbara's done, no, I've been,
Exactly. They
right.
present an application to me, I present it to you.
Yeah, but I said before, Barbara, we had conversation 3 or 4 years ago about neighborhood assistance office.
But I can't change that. She doesn't, she's not under CD. You keep thinking
No,
she's.
I want her to be under the city of Paterson.
Yes, she's under economic development in a grant through CD.
Okay, all right, when
Okay.
she runs
What
under
about,
50.
what about the grandparents' relative care, only $20,000?
Grandparents' relative care asked for $112,000 and provided a match of 10.
And they gave him 20.
We gave them a match.
Yeah, you know, you don't be there on the side, you know, it's like going through cheese, like I said.
It
if
is
you
the
don't-
federal
if-
government. You're absolutely right.
If
They
you're
have
not, if
changed
you're not in the
everything.
city at night, if you're not in the city on the weekend, if you don't see what's
I
happening.
understand, but it's nothing that I can do. I have the parameters that I must follow.
Yeah, so you're saying because, how much,
Councilwoman?
I understand what you're saying, so you're telling me.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Cotton.
I just wanted the TV land to
No,
understand.
I know, and that's the reason why I'm calling you,
Right.
Councilwoman Cotton. I know right now that we are live. And to put the
Yeah.
organization's business out there, their applications, what they
Because they've been
provided.
asking for it.
I understand that, but I don't think it's correct to do that.
Yes, they asked, no, they.
I don't think that's,
They
that.
need funding.
I feel that we should not be
They
putting.
need funding. Our city. we
I'm
got-
not saying they don't need funding, Councilwoman.
say
This
that
is
either.
not what
Yeah.
I'm saying. I'm trying to say we shouldn't be
No,
discussing.
let me tell you
I can't
something.
change
Jumpstart
the
has to
fund.
match
Councilman
funds as
Morris
well?
sat up here many years and
It's
put it out
changed from
there.
there. It's
No,
changed.
he asked, he have asked to change.
Yes.
In this case,
You're absolutely
that's
right.
all.
He has, but they've changed that.
Change what, Barbara?
The category.
Okay, we're not, I'm
I
sorry.
understand
I'm
that.
sorry. I'm sorry.
I
sorry.
understand
We
what you're
cannot.
saying.
Councilwoman, it is
don't.
almost 1 o'clock. Councilwoman, if you
No,
want to
I'm
support
just
this,
saying-
you will support it. Councilwoman,
No.
I understand your argument, okay? I understand it, so I don't want you to think I do not. I do, okay?
I sat here
But
with
we're
other
not gonna
councilmen.
change. If you notice right now,
That's
everything that the
fine. I
director
wanted-
is saying,
that's
you have
fine.
put it
That's
on
fine.
record,
That's
okay?
fine.
You put it on record.
Yeah, I
The
put it on
director has
record,
put it on
and
record.
it's on record.
We're going
Right.
to move forward,
Yeah.
and we're going to vote,
Yeah.
okay?
sorry, you had a question.
Madam Clerk,
Jumpstart is
Yes,
roll
Madam-
call.
They only said it's
Match.
50 kids.
Yes, Madam President.
You'd have to match as well.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, get out. Yeah, you know, so then you see.
Roll call, Madam President, Mayor. Roll call on item number 35. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Item. Did you say yes?
He said
Thank
yes.
you. Councilwoman Khan.
Pass.
Councilman Jackson.
No.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy. Yes. Councilman Mims.
Before I vote, let me just say this. I want to, included in the list of items, I want to thank the administration because one of the things that is very important in the times we're living in is to make sure that our parks get upgraded, our parks are revitalized, and on this list, we do have some parks that are here, and one in particular is Bear Trap Park. And we have to find ways to provide more recreational opportunities to our young people, to our seniors, and parks are very important. So I want to thank them for Bear Park being added, especially in the loss of my cousin that just was killed by, senseless violence. I think parks are very important, so I want to thank the administration. My vote is absolutely yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
The dean of the council just expressed today the why we are here, why we not, and got solution, even got some donation for this organization that came. That is pointing out things and getting solution in the back, right in the moment. And I believe I understand that the federal government had changed some guidelines on this type of disbursement of funds. I believe if there's some changes that they need to catch up in other things, so probably put it up to date for the next round of petitions or application. But every project that's here had to keep on moving forward. This is the one that is in front of us, moving forward to see the other ones a priority on that if they met the requirement of qualification of the federal government in the program. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Khan. Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 against. Item number 35 is hereby adopted. There are no more items on the agenda, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Council members, this has been a tough week, okay? Please be reminded that the last budget hearing is on Thursday, and it is important that y'all all be here, because I won't. No, on a serious note, I did say that I'm not able to be here on Thursday the 13th, okay? The meeting is set for 6:30.
You won't be here?
6:30.
No, the meeting is the 13th, Thursday.
Which is tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
I'm sorry.
Well, yes, we're.
All right, so if you really want to get literal on me, yes. But on a serious note, council members, please, thank you very much. Today has been a,
I'm just disappointed.
we had an interesting meeting today.
Huh?
Councilman McCoy, keep sending me those invitations to your fish fry. That was by far some of the best food I've had in a long time. My son was like, Mom, please, where can we go buy the jerk chicken again? All right, so council members, can I have a motion to close? Motion to close the regular meeting of Tuesday, June 11th by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call to close the regular meeting.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the regular meeting of June 11, 2019. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Before we close, I just want to make a couple announcements. This Friday, June 14, we have our Family Culture Day at School 25 from 4 to 8 o'clock. We'll be concluding that night with a movie in the park. The movie's going to be Incredibles 2. Please bring out your families, my colleagues on the council. If you would like to bring your your lawn chair, please come to School 25 Park. There'll be bouncy houses, food. We'll also be having our parent university that day. We'll have members of the Board of Ed there to talk to our parents about the great work that the Paterson School District is doing. So I look forward to seeing everyone this Friday. Everyone have a blessed night. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would just like to say to my constituents in the Fourth Ward, I know you're not. Tomorrow, our First Lady, Tammy Murphy, is coming to the Fourth Ward. We're doing a home dedication by Paterson Habitat. It's gonna be on the corner of Straight Street and Hamilton Avenue. The ceremony is gonna start at 1:15. So if you're not doing anything, please come out, 1:15. First Lady Tammy Murphy, she's been to my ward 4 times already, coming into the city of Paterson. And we will be, the governor's wife, First Lady, is coming to Paterson Habitat. It's gonna be at 1 o'clock, Hamilton Avenue, Straight Street. Please come out. Also, I wanna let you know that I am still moving forward with my friends at MLK Park. I finally was able to get the help from Senator Cory Booker, who is in contact with the King Foundation family down in Atlanta, Georgia. So my project on the corner of Governor and Auburn Street is moving forward with the help of Senator Cory Booker. Also, I just want to remind you that this Saturday, June 15th, is our African American Heritage Parade. It starts at 10 o'clock, but we have a program at 9 o'clock at the Underground Railroad on Broadway by the Dunkin' Donuts. Also, they talked about some housing. I'm going to recommend to the administration that we look at having 238 Summer Street, that maybe we can house the Grandparent Center and the Hearts of Hannah there. And you can just look into that for me. On June 22nd, 2019, at 9 a.m. to 2 the Firehouse on Lafayette Street. We're doing the Fourth Ward with partnership with the American Red Cross, the Paterson Fire Department, the Paterson Habitat, the Rebuilt North Jersey, the Fourth Ward Crime Prevention through Environmental Design, Councilman Ruby Cotton, and our mayor. We're going into the Fourth Ward to put in smoke detectors in people's homes, so we need you to come out to the Firehouse on Lafayette Street on June the 22nd at 9 o'clock. I just want to say that I want to thank Jamie Bland today. I want to thank Jamie Bland and the National Action Network and Boots on the Ground for the prayer visual that we had today in front of the library. It was at 5:30 to stop the killing in the city. Also, I want to say to, also my last thing is that I'm having my first annual birthday celebration, Councilwoman Ruby Ann Cotton, along with former Councilman Edward Cotton, on Wednesday, June 26, 2019, at the Noon to Leaves Banquet Hall. Our birthdays are both in June, and we will also be, we're celebrating the first annual joint birthday celebration and being married for 43 years. So to my Fourth Ward residents, I want you to have a good night. I gave out a lot of at times, and as remember now, also on June 22nd, we're gonna be still doing the solar lights for the houses, the solar lights, the smoke detectors, the house numbers reflectors. Please, please, I need you to sign up. I've said it over and over again. When our police and our EMTs and our fire department are riding through the city and they need to get an address, you can't see nobody's house numbers. And we need to have house numbers with reflectors so that when they're looking for a certain particular house, at least the numbers, they would be able to see it from the street. So please, come out to one of my events. I look forward to you all. There's so many things happening. Sign up. You can call my office here at the City Hall and speak to any of the secretaries here, because they're absolutely wonderful in helping all of us as council members to help us with our constituents out there. I want to say to you all out there, have a blessed night. God bless you all. And Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I won't have one half of the announcements that Councilwoman Cotton has, but very disappointing night for me to miss an opportunity to see a great memory in my past, rejuvenate, I think was drowned out by political overtones. The city has failed our youth in a very long way. So I'm happy to announce to be a part of the Eastside Ghost program this year. I want to just make an announcement of the hiring of new coach of James Magazine and the phenomenal staff that he's put together with the phenomenal cast of young men that have already been showing some great promise to turn the season around from last year's 1-9 season to the sky's the limit to what this year has to bring about. And lastly, I want to remind my community that we've continuously been sold a bag of goods, in my opinion. Let me add that in there. This governor has let us down. We've underfunded our schools $40 million and missed the mark on the promise of what the transitional aid was going to be. So with that in mind, we have to make sure that we protect our votes and we protect our interests. And I have tonight an announcement to make that I will be supporting in this upcoming election in November, a phenomenal young man for Passaic County Sheriff. And hopefully we can get a zoom in on this photograph right there, Brother Ming. His name is Darren Woolridge, and he is definitely, he did extremely well in the primaries. There you go, zooming in there. And he'll be on your ballot in this coming November. And Paterson, if you're looking for the support that we needed, we understand that our Paterson Police Force, I want to commend the chief for sending two phenomenal officers to oversee the council this evening. I felt very much more protected tonight than I have in the past. But this gentleman right here will make sure that all the quality of life-ish items that are being missed is going to be taken care of. In fact, to the point, the responsibility of parks, by the way, falls on the shoulder of the Sheriff's Department, Passaic County Sheriff's Department. So the mere fact that we have to now take revenue from a surrounding municipality to hire off-duty cops lets you know that Passaic County Sheriff's Department is missing the mark. So if we're looking for a Paterson native, someone who grew up in the city of Paterson, who has a very diverse background, family, this gentleman right here will be completely representative of what Paterson needs, and I'm supporting him, and I'm hoping that you would do your best to inquire about him as well. Yes, Councilwoman Mims, you were invited to the listening party. I know you probably got busy, but we'll have plenty more, and you will be able to...
I missed the memo.
No, you
I didn't
texted
get
me
it.
and asked me, is it not, and I told you, yes, it is today.
I missed the memo.
Yeah, no problem, it's all good.
I still love
He's
you.
still around. My vote is
still
yes,
love
Madam
you.
Clerk.
Thank you.
Councilman Kalik?
Well, everybody making announcements. Should I make one too? June 22nd, my council colleague, portion of Union Ave will be named Bangladesh Boulevard. 4 p.m., I'm asking all the residents, my council colleague to be there. It's gonna be a big celebration. And everyone have a good night. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy?
Just, Council President mentioned Saturday's Foundation First Annual Fish Fry and Jerk Fest that was held at 528 15th Avenue. It was a tremendous success. Just want to thank everybody for coming out and showing their support. Also, tonight, we did some very heavy lifting. Just want to let folks to be encouraged. Hearts of Hannah, the grandparents, we feel your pain and your circumstance, and let you know that we're working in your behalf, and we're hopeful that relief is on the way. Thank you, Council President. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Good evening, Paterson. So just a few announcements. I've been leading a charge called Turn the Lights On throughout the city of Paterson, where if your lights are out, you've been calling me. We've had over 500 lights reported. Almost 400 of those lights are on. 2 of the bridges were out for 12 years, 15 years. Those 2 bridges are on. The other 2 bridges on Temple Street and also on Straight Street, what's called the North Straight Street Bridge, but it's on the bottom of Lafayette. Those 2 bridges required, through our freeholders, they had to go to bid. I am pleased to announce that it went to bid. They've got the person that will do the work, and within a couple of weeks, those 2 bridges, those lights will be on. So I will keep you posted as those lights. I've been working very hard with our freeholders, DPW, and Public Service. So I'm really grateful to announce that 2 more bridges will light up in the city of Paterson. Just to reiterate, when it came to making sure that there were parks revitalized, I reached out to the administration. There was a bad storm, almost a hurricane, by the park on 5th Ave between East 23rd and 24th. Trees were uprooted. There's big stumps in the middle of the park. The playground area was demolished and it was in great need of repair. And so I'm grateful to this council on tonight for voting in favor of that. Bear Track Park will be revitalized. So I'm grateful for our children and our parents. On June 18th, I sponsored an initiative. It was co-sponsored by the council to put forth Education Appreciation Month in the month of June, not just for teachers, but for security guards, crossing guards, secretaries, guidance counselors, coaches, you name it. That language was included, and this council voted in favor of that. In addition, I reached out to the mayor, was never done before, that we would raise a flag in honor of education being first. I am pleased to announce that we will be raising the flag for the first time in the steps of City Hall on Tuesday, June 18th at 11 o'clock. I'm inviting all of our council members and all of our community to come out in honor of that. On Saturday, June 22nd, this is my 3rd year of doing this wonderful event. I always have to thank Victoria Aquendo because she introduced me to Mary Ellen Park by Hinchcliffe Stadium. This year, on Saturday, June 22nd, which is next Saturday, from 12 to 4, I will be giving away 26 scholarships to high school students that are graduating from high school going into college. It's a diverse range of children. It wasn't because they had a high GPA. We have some that are high, some that are low, but we wanted to ensure that our children were acknowledged. There's also one more recipient who is a 3rd-year college student who is uprising basketball star from Paterson. She will receive a cash donation. So in total, it would be 27. Creative Kids will be there. We have the DJ, of course. We have all types of games. We're doing the sack race, egg race game, Connect 4, spades, Uno, free food, free fun. We have the icy truck. We have the snow cone truck. We have the popcorn machine. All types of fun, and it's absolutely free. Community, come out. It's the 3rd year. You're all white, and come out and have a great time. Thank you so much, Paterson, for being who you are. Thank you so much for always tuning in and watching us. My vote tonight is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I got hungry. I can't eat after 1:30. First of all, I just want to say to the residents of the 5th Ward, thank you for coming out and supporting what's right, and the council to supporting what's right, and the debate was good. And I just want to say that result will come down the road. I just had to say that. But we have a lot of events, but I just going to cut it short. I just want to take the opportunity to I want to express my humble gratitude to the Peruvian Parade and the President Mario Lopez and the Board of Trustees for choosing me Councilman of the Year for the Peruvian Parade. Probably a lot of people will not agree, but I agree that they did a good choice. Down the road, you will see the results. So thank you, Peruvian Parade. Thank you, the Peruvian community and the Latino community and those that are celebrating with me. I'm happy that your joy, my joy is your joy. So God bless you. Have a good night. La paz y la bendición esté con todos ustedes. Dios me lo bendiga a todos. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President.
I am really shocked
what?
This weekend is a very important weekend. Sunday is Father's Day.
Oh.
So on behalf of Council President, to all the fathers on the council, the only one I'm gonna excuse because he's not a daddy yet is Councilman Abdulaziz, but Councilman Khalik and Councilman Rivera, Councilman Velez, Councilman Jackson, Councilman McCoy, happy Father's Day.
Is this
To all the fathers in the city of Paterson, happy Father's Day to you. Happy Father's Day to my Father in heaven.
Amen.
Happy birthday, Mommy in heaven, on Saturday the 15th. And happy birthday to the love of my life, my son, this Saturday as well. Today was a tough meeting, but I think that at the end of the day, we can go home because we feel that we've made the choices that we feel are best for the city of Paterson. I look forward to having more conversations. Mr. B.A., happy Father's Day to you as well. To the mayor, happy Father's Day to you. What other males? All right. Mr. Connell, happy Father's Day to you too. And to everyone, to Jerry Spezial, to everyone, Chief Oswald, Chief McDermott. Y'all talked a lot, so I'm gonna keep talking.
And the single mothers that are fathers.
Huh?
The single mothers that are fathers.
No, I don't want to take that. Let me tell you, I'm a
No?
single mother, but you know what? I'm a mother. All right? And I won't take away the fact that, you know what, I didn't make that child alone. So you know what? I'm not taking that. And I'm not saying happy Father's Day to no mothers. Happy Father's Day to all the men that are fathers, okay, that are daddies to their children day in, day out, okay? So with that said, Madam Clerk, I could keep talking, but I just want to say, one last thing. Thank you, Dr. Pinky Miller. We did an awesome job. This Wednesday, we gave out $12,000 in student scholarships. This year is the 30th year of Lean On Me, so we gave out the Dr. Joseph Clark Lean On Me Scholarship. It was an awesome, beautiful event, and also I, on behalf of Passaic County College, gave out 62 scholarships for the New Jersey Stars. Paterson, good night. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Regular meeting of June 11, 2019 is hereby adjourned. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Madam Clerk.